Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello everybody and welcome to day 4, the final day of the group stage of the 2024 DEMACIA Cup here on the new LPL English channel. We welcome you all. Hope you are having a very good Thursday morning, very early Thursday morning. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby for this day where we'll be covering Group B of the group stage. Again, the final group of the DEMACIA Cup where we will find our final quarterfinalist before we get into that knockout stage next week. Cubby, you were here on the show earlier this week and excited to get to cover some more LPL gameplay with you.
Yeah, I know. I get 2 days of groups, long days, but it feels like they've been going by quickly. It's good to have some competitive league, even if it's on the old patch, not exactly prepping for the new season in terms of gameplay. But hey, in terms of getting these teams together and getting ready for the LPL season, has been fun to see some teams come together, and excited to see AL later today. And see if they can be a team that lives up to the excitement that a lot of people have.
Yeah, a lot of new rosters coming together that we're going to get the chance to talk about and break down throughout this. Again, a single round robin between these 4 teams. The best performing team after the end of the group stage will make it into the quarterfinals. They'll get to play against a BLG roster in that first round who actually are running a lot of their substitute players for this tournament. So a lot of stakes actually for this group, specifically for Anyone's Legends, which we'll get to talk about in just a little bit. But before we do that, we can take a look at our general schedule for today, just to get everybody set on who will be playing, of course, throughout. Our first matchup will be OMG versus Ultra Prime, followed again by Anyone's Legends in their debut in the DEMACIA Cup, playing against Super Gaming, a team representative from the Legends tournament that happened a couple months ago.
Yeah, I know. Fun to see Cacao on that team with Puff as well. A couple players that are still putting a little bit of time in. I know that's a really fun tournament, as we lovingly call it, the Old Man Tournament. But excited to see if they can have better, I should say, hopes than Team Blood, as I got to cast both Old Men in, day 1, day 4. I don't know if Kelsey is saying something, scheduling me for the 2 Old Man days, but, it wasn't great for Team Blood. So we'll see if Super Gaming can at least build upon whatever experience, whatever success that they had in the Old Man Cup.
Yeah, maybe not the best indication for Team Super Gaming, given that the team that beat them in that old man tournament just about a month ago, Blood did go 0-3 on day one. But overall, it's been a very exciting group stage so far. We saw both some of our favorites for the year, like Invictus Gaming yesterday, have a really dominant run, including that 16-minute win against RNG. And then even on day one, another team that had a lot of high expectations, JDG, actually falling short and not qualifying into the knockout stage. So we're seeing some of our favorites for this upcoming season. Of course, we're going to see some more of them once we get into the quarterfinals as other teams like Weibo, LNG, Top Esports, we're going to see them in the knockout stage. But interesting to see that, of course, in this single round robin best of one format, Covey, even some of our favorites like JDG, not necessarily always locked in to qualifying immediately.
I know. I had a front row seat to that upset, so I'm thinking about that now with Anyone's Legends being the favorite of this group. The ones that took that day one group, it actually ended up being Thunder Talk Gaming, another Kelsey favorite, and another Kelsey favorite that we have in the group today, UP, Ultra Prime. They're in the group, and excited to see them in our first game of the day today.
Yeah, they're going to be playing up against Oh My God, two teams that did not do super well in the last split of the LPL. We could take a look at the rosters of both their teams, as well as, of course, Anyone's Legends and Super Gaming, which we'll be seeing later today. Let's start, though, with this upcoming matchup that we're going to have here, Cubby, because both of these squads made pretty drastic changes coming into this season.
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky to have Kelsey, the source of LPL knowledge, behind us here, and according to her, Ultra Prime, a lot of internal promotions to get to where they were at, and tying that in with a couple of imports from the PCS and Wonjong, who had a really promising rookie year, and Waco, a player that I'm really familiar with from the international stage. I thought that he actually played really well when we did see him make it to those tournaments, and excited to see how he can do in LPL going up against OMG, who also have pieced together a roster that included a few imports like Moham, coming in from Worlds on that D+ roster. We'll see if he can have a better luck at OMG and in the LPL.
Yeah, I do really like this Ultra Prime roster just from a build perspective. Even though we didn't see too many of these players, all of them, I believe, making their LPL debuts, if I'm not mistaken. You have Jinhao, who is coming from the BLG LDL roster, and then you have the internal promotions of Saber and Rossi Love. And then, of course, yeah, you remember a player like Wako from Worlds, whether it was on PSG last year or I think he played on, J-Team in years past as well. A nice veteran to kind of round out a lot of the young talent that is coming to this team. And, for a roster like Ultra Prime, who, you're not necessarily expecting to at least contend towards the top of the standings with all the heavy hitters that we have. Fun to see that they're bringing in a lot of newer players, at least have a definitive direction that they are building their roster for this upcoming season.
Yeah, we always joke about how smaller teams have to play Moneyball, and especially in a league like LPL with some really heavy hitters and so many teams that exist in the league itself. Good to see a team like Ultra Prime really relying on talent they've developed in-house, as well as some talent that was promising elsewhere, as I know Kelsey has always been enthusiastic about top laners that show promise. Wonjong, a second year playing competitively. It's going to start today in the DEMACIA Cup, and we'll see what he can bring to the LPL, as I know that he was quite promising in the PCS.
Yeah, has a very fun champion pool as well. Very good Jax player. Also 5-1 on Riven last season. That's one of his signature champions. If you're a North American fan, like some of us are here on the desk, General Sniper, a rookie that came into the LCS, played a lot of Riven, and ended up having a very solid rookie campaign. Maybe we see something similar from Wonjong here on this UP roster. But on the other side, let's talk about Oh My God for a little bit, retaining two of their players from the 2024 season, that being their ADC Starry and their top laner Harry, and then of course filling it in both with some internal promotions like Linfeng that you mentioned, and then of course also Moham, who was also just very recently on the international stage. Yeah,
well, it's been quite the journey for Moham as he stepped in for Kellen in D+ Gaming. I will say he had some really good moments in the LCK, but being a rookie on a roster that has massive names like Showmaker, oftentimes you're the one that catches the flack, and some of it rightfully so for Moham at Worlds, but I've seen some really good games from him in LCK, and I'm hoping we can see more as the power of the bull cut from LCK Challengers League making its way all the way over here to LPL, and we'll see if Chronicler's Boy can continue to perform well. I know Moham is someone that I feel like has always showed some promise, and when it comes to rookie supports, they definitely have a soft spot in my heart. yeah, when a support messes up, you are going to see some inting. We definitely saw that from Moham at times, but we've also seen some really big plays. So hoping to see more of the bright side of the coin from Moham in LPL.
Yeah, first a new fresh start here in a new league with Oh My God. And I think honestly this is a very fun game to have as the first one leading off this group stage, because again, format of this group is a single round robin of best of ones, and these are the two kind of middle teams, right? In terms of what we're expecting out of them. I think Anyone's Legends definitely the favorite. Super Gaming from the Legends Cup, probably the biggest underdogs, and then you have these two teams in the middle that are both trying to make a name for themselves coming into this season, and both will be getting the chance to play Anyone's Legends later on. And so the winner of this game definitely gets a big advantage in terms of having at least the potential to be that Thunder Talk, to be the team that to upset the group favorite later today.
Yeah, I know later on. I'll be excited to see what kind of form Tarzan is in. He was fantastic in summer on Weibo and could really be the anchor for Anyone's Legends, whether that's the anchor of everyone playing well around him or bringing the team down, as we've seen happen with Tarzan sometimes in the past. But I have a lot of confidence in Tarzan. I thought that he played some great League in the summer. Excited to see those games. But Grapes hopping into this first one. I know that bot lane is definitely a spot that we're really curious about, with Wako coming in from the PCS, Moham coming in from LCK, seeing how these new pieces meld in their new teams.
Yeah, I mean, two players that have been on the international stage. The support matchup between these two players, between these two teams, is also pretty interesting. Moham, as you mentioned, big engaged player, like loved the rel in the summer split of the LCK. Whereas on the other side, Rosilov actually has experience on a number of enchanters during their time in the LDL. Things like Karma, also Senna and Nami, even like ranged supports like the Ashe, which is not necessarily something that we often see in Eastern League of Legends. A lot of the time, the support players are the primary initiators. They love to go in.
Leona duty.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe a bit of a different playstyle from this Ultra Prime bottom lane, which would be interesting to see if they decide to prioritize that in the draft, stick to what was working for them in the on their LDL team, or if they decide to go more towards that traditional engage meta.
Yeah, so far we have seen that in the tournament, but of course when you have a player, always like to see some flair come out, some of which we have seen. I think Galio's been a little bit of a surprise. We've seen him outside of just the Rumble counter match up top. Really has emerged in this tournament. And of course, Ambessa, that brand new champion, as well as the Victor, who did just get buffs from Arcane pretty much. Both those picks have been very dominant in the meta. So curious to see if that continues today, or if as this tournament goes on, we see some teams finding some answers throughout the meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun because we're kind of in that halfway point between, we're past the Worlds meta, but we're before Season 15, so you get to see a little bit of some of these new champions like the Victor and the Ambessa. Someone like Flandre, I'm excited to see if he could potentially whip that one out there.
He does have the Ambessa video that the LPL made with him, so we'll have to see.
I mean, he's got to... I feel like if it's not banned, you got to do it a little bit, at least for content. Maybe in this first game that they have against Super Gaming. Although he's playing against Longqing, who is another top laner who has a ton of international experience. So.
Yeah, excited to see. But yeah, Grapes, hopefully we get into that first game and quickly. I will say, I was part of the curse on day one where we went through a successful pick ban, and then we had a legendary 1 hour stall. Of course, we didn't have VODs enabled for that one, unfortunately. But shout out to our team behind the scenes, been working really hard to help us level up already. Do have VODs enabled and also a YouTube stream as well. So hopefully you're enjoying your LPL with some traditional broadcast coverage wherever you can find. And excited to hop into our first game, and hopefully everything runs on time, Grapes, as we're diving right on.
I know. So I remember actually tuning into that first day with you and Mazel, watching the draft, and I said, okay, I'm going to tune out for a couple minutes and then come in with some of the later games, and then I come back and the game hasn't even started.
Still the same game.
So, yeah.
You know what the funny part was?
A lot of stalling.
Because Team Blood's hands just progressively fell off as the day went through, we still ended on time. So
right.
Easy.
Right. Hopefully we don't get any of that. Hopefully this second day with Cubby on.
They have Super Gaming in the late slot. We'll see if they're still awake by then.
Yeah, do you think it's just the old man cup teams that just have trouble getting into game? They don't know exactly what's going on. I know it's a remote group stage, but
who knows? Could be.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 1. OMG on the blue side, Ultra Prime on the red side. There's that Ashe that we were talking about a little bit that Rosilov does like to play. Can of course be that flex towards Wako as well, and it's going to be the Rumble locked in first for Harry. Played it a little bit in his last season when he was on OMG. and so going to be a pretty solid top lane pick to start things off.
Yeah, kind of curious actually what happens with the ADs, because when I see champs like Ashe and Varus off the table, Kalista comes to mind as an option, but Renata's off the board as well. So really feel like this AD pool is narrowed up a little bit, but now that Rumble's picked up, taking away at least the Vi combo, that point and click, laying out the red carpet on top of that cease and assist is quite the combo. Instead, we're going to have that with the Aurora for Ultra Prime. So big R's already locked in for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, we're seeing that Mbessa being hovered for now. What's left unbanned will be locked in, actually. So we'll see where exactly that goes, either the mid lane or the top lane. You could flex that around a little bit if you wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, off the bat, we'll see. I know the Aurora Rumble matchup, it's quite skewed in terms of power. Rumble needs a little bit of time to really be able to sustain the Aurora damage that comes out early and can get shoved around a bit until he gets a few levels, whereas Mbessa, that's going to be... I'm really interested to see where they decide to put these champs and what else comes out. But as we go throughout this draft, of course, Corki locked in. We aren't expecting any Mbessa jungles, so I'm going to say that Corki's going to be in the bot lane, as that's one of the strong OP 80 carries that also gets freed up a bit from the Ashe and Varus bans as Cassante rounds out the first phase for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so we got a full top side locked in here for Ultra Prime. Wako and Rosilov have not locked in their champions yet, so we're expecting to probably see some more bot lane target bans here for OMG as we enter this second phase. Still a little bit of flexibility, though, on OMG side, what they want to do with the solo laner specifically, although we are expecting Starry to be piloting that Corki down there in the bottom lane. It seems like right now, they also Ultra Prime also not expecting that Mbessa jungle, as Nocturne is one of their first bans.
Caitlyn's taken away, so taking some of the bad matchups for Corki off the board. Again, curious what happens with Kalista, as Renata, the best pairing for Kalista off the board. We'll see if that still is in consideration. But it is something where, if you're comfortable playing it, you don't have to ban something like Jarvan here. And it will be a Sejuani ban. So you do have two melee solo laners. Taking that synergy off the board going to be the choice for Ultra Prime. But it did leave up a lot of early aggressive junglers, the likes of Xin Zhao doesn't like interacting with Cassante later on, but might be an option. Also Jarvan, if you want to create that hot pot combo with Rumble, that's going to be an option for Hong if he wants it.
I mean, you also could go...
too.
You also could go a little bit more on the supportive side, something like, I don't know, like a Maokai or something with a little bit less damage. You already have a ton of damage on OMG's side. Hung doesn't necessarily need to be another threat in terms of putting out the DPS. So smart to take away that Sejuani, I would say, from Ultra Prime. Let's see what this pick is going to be. Wako locking in the Ezreal
special
here, adding a lot of extra range. Him and the Aurora going to be doing a lot of damage from far away.
You know, I think the Poppy ban was a bit of a tell that champs like Jarvan, Rel were in consideration here for OMG. So taking Ezreal, something that can at least shift away from all that or play at a lot of range and can outrange Corki still. You don't have that dominant of an early lane. Corki should be able to have push, even with the support counter, an option for Ultra Prime. But Ezreal scales really nicely in this game. And all those wombos and synergies that we were talking about with the Rumble off the board and with this Gnar hover. You know, the one thing we haven't mentioned, Graves, throughout all this is a potential Rumble jungle coming in. If this Gnar gets locked in, that could be a thing.
That would be my expectation if the Gnar gets locked in.
It can't be Gnar.
It's something that Harry plays a decent amount.
Whoa.
Can match the Cassante a little bit in that 1v1. So I think we are going to see Hung playing that Rumble in the jungle for this first game. Can definitely clear fast, although not necessarily as fast as it used to back when it was super strong. Also seeing Moham on his signature rel for his first game in the LPL with the DEMACIA Cup. Final pickup here for Rosilov is going to be the Rakan. So we asked the question, will it be more engaged champions like the current meta or more of an enchanter style like they have been playing in years past? Looks like we're going to see option A here for this first draft.
I think it's really important for Ultra Prime to get this mid lane matchup going in their favor. You have Ezreal, Rakan, your ability to move to play towards topside will be big. So I expect to see Rosilov really make his way towards that top side, try and have an impact on the Gnar, the Mbessa, and those lanes, so that you have this strong core when you are able to press R for Ultra Prime that can be big. Also interested to see if they try any funny business against Rumble here on the invade. Says when he doesn't have access to all of his abilities, it's kind of hard for him to overheat, or something he needs to win those duels. So you do have the option to try and mess with him early. Vi, though, very weak until she gets level 3. So curious if we have any funny business there. Yeah.
I think the bot lane is also going to be pretty fascinating for this one. The Ezreal the Ezreal Rakan combo for Wako and Rosilov allows for this rookie support to actually get out on the map a little bit and see what they are made of. I think an interesting part of this Ultra Prime team is the fact that they have 2 pairs of teammates from last year. They have Wanjiang and Wako from, of course, Frank Esports into PCS, and they also have Saber and Rosilov who played together on Ultra Prime's developmental team in 2024. So you could see more of those roams on the Rakan up to the mid lane to try and support Saber a little bit because of that existing synergy. That's always a fun thing to track going into, of course, a tournament where a lot of that synergy doesn't necessarily exist, as we saw a little bit yesterday with RNG.
Yeah, well, I mean, their synergy was just working in the wrong direction, Grapes. We'll put it that way.
You don't lose in 16 minutes without, it being maybe the first time that you guys are playing together. I think it was confirmed actually that those guys only got a couple days of scrims, even though, of course, you have a lot of really talented players. Someone like Milky Way, who had such a great year last year, even on that team. When I woke up and saw that they went 0-3, I was pretty surprised. Not gonna lie, especially that result against Invictus Gaming, but. Yeah, I hopefully we don't see that from Ultra Prime because they have had experience together, as we do head onto the Rift for our first game of the final day of the group stage for the 2024 DEMACIA Cup.
Yeah, we've had a few surprises throughout, so excited to see if we get any more. I mean, one being this Rumble jungle. A flex that I just not necessarily expecting. But also it puts the Ambessa mid. I am familiar with Ambessa mid, but I've yet to really see this matchup against Aurora. I'm going to assume that Aurora wins out early, just being ranged versus melee. But curious at one point, we get Linfeng on this Ambessa to somewhat break things the back in the Ambessa's favor, as I assume that once we get a few levels under the Ambessa, should be able to at least survive some of the sustain or poke that Aurora dishes out with second wind, D-Shield, and just levels under her belt.
Yeah, also has gone with the Grasp the Undying, so maybe a little bit difficult to get those procs early in the laning phase, but can provide value in a straight-up 1v1 with the HP that you do generate here. So no early funny business in terms of the jungle pathing, although we do see Starry and Moham taking control of this bottom side brush to start things off. Rel, very strong level 1, having both the crash down and the remount on the W ability.
Yeah, it should be okay here, though, for Wako and Ultra Prime. Ezreal, of course, with the Qs and the passive. Really strong level 1 as well. And as we look at the junglers, we did have Rumble start off on the AoE camp, and Vi going for a rather long clear, going Raptors, Wolves, so really prioritizing the early respawns to get the bonus XP on those camps that come back. But Rumble will be making their way to the top side. And Vi, gonna match, just gonna be a little bit further behind.
Yeah, Rumble hung with the Dark Harvest as well on this champion, as well as the Red Smite. I feel like a lot of the time we see either blue or green, so showing really prioritizing the DPS, the raw damage that this champion can put out in these early duels when overheated. That is going to be a priority for the OMG jungler. A little bit of a trading here on the top side of the map. The first LPL game for Wanjiang. Not on a carry, it will be on K'Sante duty. Maybe it's just, the rookie tax that he has to pay. So I was hoping that we maybe saw him on a more aggressive, higher damage champion.
I mean, the rookie tax is the fact that they shifted Rumble into the jungle, so he's got to play against Gnar. Much more favorable matchup in the top side for Gnar, who does have the ability to space the Qs and can really poke out K'Sante. Does have to be careful around those all-in windows in 6. And that's the one thing I do like about Ultra Prime's comp. Feels like with this K'Sante and hopefully Rakan as well, they can really peel for Wako. As OMG, they have to go all in and make sure that that all in connects. There's a little bit of anti-synergy between Gnar and Rumble too, if you don't throw them into a wall. So we'll see if Harry can be on point with Hong to try and set those up.
We see the power of the Rumble jungle right here, a faster clear. Junhao kind of doing it to himself as well with just having a path that requires a lot more distance to walk as he went top to bot back to top lane.
Yeah.
Now going to try to fight for this bottom side Scuttlecraft. Looks like he's going to get there first, and Hung doesn't have Smite to try and steal it away.
Should be okay. Mid prio is in favor of Saber and the Aurora, as Moham not able to connect with that Q, and we'll take nice punishment for it from Wako.
Yeah. Stun did not connect on that Shattering Strike, so Rossi able to get out pretty fine and dandy, but now with Hung back to the bottom side of the map to clear out those Raptors once again. OMG going to have a very easy time shoving this wave and maybe getting a reset off.
Yeah, they want to slow push that one and rotate up the top. So with that stacking wave and Rumble finishing this clear bottom, fully expect to see Starry and Moham work their way up to the top side after this one to prep for the early grubs, where I gotta say I'm kind of curious to see how this one sets up, because I think that the Rs are really strong for OMG, but Rumble's not going to have 6 yet for the grub fight. And if Rumble doesn't have 6, then I think I favor the champions of Ultra Prime. Just curious to see how they end up resetting here, as we do see Moham working his way towards mid, and the giveaway here is going to be where Starry goes, which I expect to be topside as well.
With the reset, actually,
oh, no.
walking towards bot to start things off.
Interesting.
Maybe they are aware of the fact that Hung will not be level 6 when these grubs do spawn, and so instead seeding it to try and go for the dragon instead. You see Moham also rotating around that, trying to get vision in that area. Meanwhile, the Ultra Prime bottom lane headed towards the top side of the map. They want those grubs back.
I mean, this is the standard right now in League. It's, as we see, Wanxiang, nice spacing there. Able to step away from that one, does ding 6, and we'll be able to walk bot. We'll see if he's able to hold TPs. Speaking of TPs, did have Saber and Linfeng both burn theirs to get back to mid. And all eyes here on the grubs. Moham doing, leeching a lot of experience away from mid lane here on this wave. Not going to help him get any new access to levels, as he does have a fresh 4 on his shoulders. And this early setup, I really favor Ultra Prime. I'm very surprised that Starry didn't go top when they had that bot lane shoved in. I thought that'd be just a freebie. Now Kasante can walk down. He has TPs, so everyone can interact with grubs or Ultra Prime. And with Corki not being bot, they can't stall wave and just have Kasante win bot if they want to.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v3 for the time being. However, Starry and Linfeng have the opportunity to walk up now. First grub will be secured by OMG, but now full control of the pit here for Ultra Prime. However, it is now becoming 5v4. Wanxiang did use that teleport to try and join the fight and has a nice flank along the bottom side of the grub pit. Fight for that last grub right now. Not going to be secured by anybody, but instead it's going to be the public execution onto Saber first, who uses the Between Worlds to try and generate some space from himself and the rest of the team. Rosie Love in the back line, trying to escape after going for a flank, but it will be first blood, secured by OMG, as it is the jungler Hung picking it up.
All right, so pretty much just sack support for a second grub there for Ultra Prime. Not all bad. We're going to have to see how the teams respond. I was a bit curious that Kasante ended up TPing there. I thought that Wanxiang might have been able to walk, but no. I will say Saber did a nice job at interrupting the backline there. I really liked how he used the Between Worlds to hide himself in the pit, but it felt like Ultra Prime just weren't on the same target, and it was Rossi Love from behind. It just ended up being caught out and didn't really have anything going.
Look at that replay right here. Again, it starts with the Ambessa going for the flash ultimate, but yeah, watch this ultimate here from Saber. He's buying so much space.
Yeah, Rossi just flashed to the wrong side of the fight, and Ultra Prime, they just had to kite that one out. I was a bit curious in terms of at least how that fight would work out early on. It did seem like Ultra Prime just not quite synced up, and that engage taken from OMG was responsible for splitting them a bit. So props to OMG, as they were able to find a little something for themselves. And then we get back into the side lanes, where the Gnar is laning with the Rel, and Corki was able to get a little bit of solo XP in the mid lane.
Yeah, interesting lane setups right now for OMG. We'll see if they try to reset it at all, as now Linfeng heading to just place a little bit of vision on the bottom side. We're reset a little bit here in this one, as the OMG bottom lane will just try and take control of the mid lane, at least for now. This is maybe a matchup that you might be a little bit more familiar with, the Kasante versus the Ambessa. I feel like we've seen mostly Ambessa in the top lane, but Linfeng showing that he has the dexterity on the champion as well.
Yeah, at the moment, map's kind of interesting. I do like the fact that Ultra Prime are giving Wako some solo gold and XP. Ezreal uniquely, early items have cheaper breakpoints. You can get to the 2 items like early, which a lot of people talk about, but also a lot of your damage comes from your abilities, just being a caster. And if Ezreal does get access to that Soul Gold XP levels, means a lot for Ezreal's damage. So I did kind of like how Ultra Prime were trying to manipulate the map a bit to get Wako some free time. Usually this is the perks of the Ezreal Rakan combo. You can just kind of leave Ezreal to his own devices and it's okay. We do see Rasuo work his way back up, but this could be a little bit tricky because Rumble's going for an invade on the top side. And he's going to take that red buff away for free.
Yeah, I don't know if necessarily Jinhao knows that that's happening, but without much vision of where the bot lane right now for OMG is, has to definitely be very careful. That's a really nice steal away from Hung, who has gotten himself a bit of a lead with that first blood kill, as well as now 2 camps in advantage over Jinhao, working towards that Liandry's first item, and that'll be a really big power spike for the Rumble, who now has the ultimate, as he did not have it in the first grub fight.
Yeah, and being solo magic damage on the carry, being ahead, this flex pick surprised us a little bit, Graves, but Hong piloting it quite well, as that Liandry's has been completed on the base. No one sniffed the dragon yet, and with grub spawning, we'll see if it's just another full group for this. Again, if you manage to find a 4-2 or a 5-1 grub advantage, can really shape the landscape of the rest of the game, just forcing on sides and always trading up because of the grubs, but we'll have to pause here, as hopefully we can get out of this one quickly and get back into the game.
I was ready to get into this one. I know you had the big delays game number 1, and I thought we got through that, but we're gonna have to take a bit of a pause right now. A reminder that all the players are actually playing remotely for the group stage. I believe the knockout stage will be in person, but for now, all the players, not live in studio, which means that sometimes you get these little technical delays, as Cubby, of course, you were pretty familiar with from earlier this week. But right now, oh my God.
I might have cursed it. I mentioned that day 1, we didn't have a VOD for it, but now, day 4, we have VODs up. And if we have to have another 1-hour stall where we get as out there as Yanni and I did, this time it's going to be recorded. Right, for everyone, And
so the world will remember it forever.
Hopefully not. That's not the point of pauses, but, I certainly going to remember that one for a while. We got a bit out there.
Yeah, it's late here in the States where we both are, so we'll see how unhinged things get as we continue to progress.
Yeah, it's like 3:20 in the morning for you over there. Yeah.
So I know that it's like midnight for you in California, so it's kind of like I can just say I'm staying up late right now, but
I'm on the Hollywood schedule, man. We're working night shifts.
I'm right on the border of like, do I wake up early or do I stay up late? Today I chose the latter, but that could change maybe.
That I feel bad for you. It's a wake up early angle always, Graves.
No, it's okay. I had one of those naps like a few hours ago where it's like you wake up and you feel like you're on like a different like astral plane, and so I'm feeling pretty good right now. It was only an hour, but it really hit.
Well, back in the astral plane the Rift exists in, as second grubs have spawned and Ultra Prime have early control. Moham gonna try and work this one as Harry almost has Mega. Gonna work on poking them out, get the TP to land. Yeah.
From Linfeng, it looks like that's going to be enough.
They got control.
Allow Ultra Prime to just give up that full control. Let's see if they decide to go back in once Harry's Narbar gets a little bit lower. Jinhao still has that ultimate, could try to go in with the smite. At least trying to secure an even trade, but here comes the Between Worlds equalizer over the top, and OMG winning this fight heavily for now. Harry flashes away from the Cassante as Wenjiang now stuck in a 1v3. Moham on the other side will fall, but it will be good for OMG. Ooh. Here comes the ultimate from Linfeng. Another one team fight. They've already got 3. They're trying to make it 4 as Wako falls. The big winner in this one, Starry, he gets himself a double kill.
Grub split, but OMG wins the fight as, again, Hong so big on this Rumble, and the engage was rather sound from Ultra Prime, but that equalizer in response and how fed this Rumble is early on did work against Ultra Prime, really helped get this fight in OMG's favor early on.
Yeah, now Hung on the Rumble jungle, the pick that we were not necessarily expecting. 2-0 and 3 as we head into this replay. I mean, brave, very brave, I should say, for Ultra Prime to try to go in on this one.
And Jinhao sent it. But look at that equalizer. Like, it splits everyone up. Saber, Wako, they couldn't follow up on this fight. The carries were too far back. And with that, OMG were able to absorb the initial engage, turn it back on Ultra Prime as the public execution from Lin Fong, really sending the last two members of Ultra Prime to their death. And now OMG back on the map. Dragon has not been touched yet. OMG, they're the ones on the objective looking to secure that one for themselves too.
Yeah, no big ultimates for Ultra Prime available after that last fight. And so with OMG getting there first, they're able to pick up that first dragon of the game. Now find themselves up about 2,000 gold and 4 kills. So a very good start for a very storied organization in the LPL as well, Cubby. I know before the game we were talking about their numerous logos and things like that, but this is an organization that's been around for a very long time. It's been a while since we've seen them have a ton of success. Their best finish in either split last year was a 9th, 10th in the spring, but with some of these newer players, I do like the direction that we could see from them in 2025.
Yeah, the last time that OMG was really relevant for me was when they were developing, you know, players like Shanji, like Cream on the same roster. I don't know if this roster has the same firepower that some of those guys did, but again, OMG, much like Ultra Prime, in a league like LPL, there are so many teams that are big spenders, not to mention so many teams in general, so you really have to find your way to cheat talent and make sure that you get first access to them. But we'll see if this batch for OMG can bite back and maybe give some good looks to this new logo that looks absolutely terrible. As
I know you have some very strong takes, I should say.
This logo sucks. Like the old Suning logo, it looks like they just ripped that off and made it worse. I do not know. I do not know like who got paid for this, but whoever did, congrats on creating the Illuminati of logos.
Yeah, the big I on the top, which I guess is the O, and then you have like the M and the G.
Yeah, they wanted to get away from religious connotation and just made an Illuminati logo. You know, it's crazy.
Hey, the old one was solid. I mean, it had like you could actually like really tell.
Oh, it was iconic.
Yeah, it was, I mean, of course, iconic. It's been around for years. So.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, I think.
Well, at the moment, Ultra Prime getting used to this map state. They are down 2.5k gold. Gnar stacking up the Mega to get that wave in. Has a TP. Onejong taking a lot of poke. His public execution.
Oh, but it gets out-buffered a little bit here by the Pathfinder, and that means Linfeng could be in a bad spot, but looks like this Ambessa just heals a little bit too much. The Eclipse
shield follow-up
as well, and there's a 3-man Gnar from Harry. Locks down, Junhao will take him down, and it's another clean wipe for OMG in that topside river. They're now up 8-1.
I mean, Onejong and Rosilov did a decent job of actually giving their carries a chance to play that fight after the Between Worlds came out, but everyone was stun-locked hitting Shelly. They were trying to take down the Rift Herald while the utility was stun-locking the rest of the team. Absolutely no follow-up means the fight goes over to OMG. The Herald, too, and Ultra Prime, it's looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah, and what an ultimate from Harry on the Gnar as well. Locking up 3 players there. We're going to see that in this replay.
I mean, this start's good. Like, Onejong's too far off. Public execution gets him stuck, but the response to this isn't bad. Actually pulls him back. Equalizer didn't hit, but look at Wako and Saber. Like, after this is a decent turn from Rosilov. This Onejong, his health bar is already gone. Vi doesn't want to go in. Wako and Saber are in their respective Narnia locations. Absolutely no follow-up from Ultra Prime, as the re-engage might have been taken a little bit too far up. I think that's fair as well. Either way, team not on the same page. They go down, objective loss, and this gold deficit keeps on getting worse and worse.
And perhaps the most tragic part of it all was that I think Ultra Prime were the ones to last hit the Herald, but they weren't able... Oh, wait, no. I don't think so, actually.
Now, they got the Herald. They used the takedown, or OMG used the Herald to take down mid, so and it's only getting worse.
Gold up to 5,000 now. After that first grub fight, or that second grub fight, it was about 2,000. So you can see how quickly this game really can snowball right now. They pick up this bottom side tier 1 as well. Harry, again, man, just, you know, he got a pretty unique opportunity, I would say, last summer to be the starting top laner of this team, and you know, ends up getting another chance to get a full year under his belt with this organization. And so far, in the first game at least, in the DEMACIA Cup, doing pretty good.
Well, the success of Ambessa continues in this tournament as well, but Ambessa might be actually caught. Okay, no, we're not going to have any jokes here. I will say, Linfeng had backup in case Onejong wanted to get interesting with that, but instead it's Junhao looking to get interesting in the top side. Dragon is spawning, maybe looking to catch out Ambessa, and at least surprise them with the jungler being top. You can see Ultra Prime already reaching with moves like this fully sacking that objective on the bot side. They have to lean on the scaling of Ezreal, who is very far behind at this point, if they want anything. Maybe if it goes late, Wako can get something, but oh boy, here we go.
They're really trying to
Wait,
force
what?
Looks like the ultimate actually canceled here by Linfeng's ulti. Now, there's the overload on the top side of the bottom lane shows up. It will be Saber picking up the kill and an immediate teleport to mid lane to try to save the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, but that's the Cassante, not the Aurora, who joined that fight on the top side. So this turret's going down, not to mention bot being pushed in as well by Dinar. So yeah, Ultra Prime, they get a little something, look at a shutdown, but still the train keeps on rolling for OMG as a lot of tools invested to get that kill, not a lot in return. OMG continue to push forward.
You know, all things considered, don't hate this move at all. You know, you are losing this game by a lot if you are Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
You might as well try to force a play. You are trading equal or even more gold on the other side, as it is going to be OMG picking up that tier 2 turret in the bot lane as well as the mid lane tier 2. So they're definitely getting gold, but at least Ultra Prime is getting some resources in the right places.
Yeah, they got objective bounty and an inner, whereas the other team got 2 winners and will get Dragon. If you think they're going to lose the fight in the first place and lose Dragon, I mean, might as well make something happen. The objective bounty evens it out a little bit, but still, Ultra Prime down 5k gold. Still think their major hope, it really lies on Wako's shoulders on this Ezreal. He has the ability to play from range, space everything, and poke people out. I think that's the difference maker that they're going to need. They want to push through this one, because at the moment, looking pretty grim with a lot of this lead being on Hong's shoulders on this Rumble. He is massive. Zanya's completed Graves. He's going to be a problem in these fights.
3-0 and 5. He got the early jungle lead. I think as soon as he stole away that second spawning of the red buff, it's just been a bigger and bigger spiral from there. Actually, you know, having 40 CS, 43 CS more, and 2,500 golds more than Jinhao at this point. You know, pretty good stuff for Hong, who didn't have necessarily the best year last season, but going to try to make the most of this starting opportunity. Now OMG looking for Saber here in the bottom side. Does get hit by the Electro Harpoon, but he pops between worlds to make sure he's able to get out.
Very safe between worlds. Jinhao was trailing, but Rumble with that completed Zanya is too big to be messed with. We'll say Jinhao going for the Black Cleaver second, the traditional LPL jungler build. It feels like no matter what champ they play, if it's a fighter, it's just Sundered Sky and the Black Cleaver. We delay the Stair-X, doesn't matter. We go offense, and we'll let Cassante be the tank.
I mean, might as well at this point try to lock down one of those key targets, whether it is Hung or maybe Starry on the Corki as well. Try to blow him all up, blow one of these players up before the fight really does begin. Talk about those red buffs again, going to be targeted once more, but Wako could be in trouble. The equalizer goes over the top. Moham going to get you know, zoned out here by Rossi Love, who will be the sacrifice to make sure that his AD carry will survive, but another kill nonetheless going to OMG.
See how frisky they want to get with the Baron. I will say, with the Equalizer and Public Execution burned, 3 ults as well. I didn't see Rel's ult used, but Moham. That's a lot invested to make sure that's a dead Rakan. And honestly, not for too much. If they get another pick, it could be big, but Wako is going to scout.
Oh, but here comes Moham
we walked
here
up
with
still.
the crash down. Junhao going to go down, but it will be a trade of the OMG support. But that's going to be enough, I think, for them to just pull the Baron. You take that jungler for support trade any day of the week.
Yeah, Smite's off the map, and despite the ultimates being down, OMG feel confident enough to start the Baron. There's no answer yet for Ultra Prime. TP coming in, it's going to be quite late. They're going to get Vision, 6k.
Yeah, so Wako already had to also go back to base. Did not already use that Hex ultimate as well. The Smite will be secured by Hung as Saber jumped over the wall to try to make something happen. Will Rossi go a little bit frisky to try and counter the escape from OMG? Looks like the answer is no. Big objective secured by OMG as they're looking in firm control of this game.
Part of me wants to praise OMG for how they played that sequence. I think at least dipping into fog and baiting this is good, but you're checking this with Ezreal. I don't know why Junhao is that far up as Moham hits the Q flash engage. Yes, he goes down, but as you stated, Grapes, trading yourself out for a jungler at this point of the game as support, that's worth it every time, as that bought enough space and damage on Wako to make sure that Baron went over relatively uncontested.
Yeah, Seen some nice plays from Moham. Of course, garnered a lot of criticism for his Worlds performance. Was kind of thrown onto that roster seemingly last minute, as D plus Kia didn't end up having, you know, the showing that they wanted. But
I mean, since this isn't an official Riot product, I can kind of flame Kellen a little bit. I think it's still an upgrade from Kellen, let's be honest. That guy's been checked out for a little bit. But
hey, right now, looking pretty good.
Yeah, Moham, it's his rel. He's always good in this pick. So really good to see him performing in his debut for OMG as the top inner falls. Wako will base after taking the bot outer. The siege starts on the top lane inhibitor turret.
Not a ton of minions to work with right now. We'll see if Rossi Love goes in right now. Instead, going to use the grand entrance to just escape. Really trying to take out that control ward for now. True Shot Barrage does a decent amount of damage.
Yep.
OMG going to be all right. They have one Ocean Dragon. They're still perfectly in the lead. Look at the equalizer over the top. Perfect public execution onto Wonjong as well. Already to fall, as it will be Hung picking up another kill on this jungle. Junhao, a last-ditch effort to try to survive, but it will not be enough. That is 3 kills already, and now just the big carries for Ultra Prime to try to save the game. Between Worlds does a lot of damage, and it actually will be a kill for Saber onto Moham. And now Wako can try to cook a little bit here on the Ezreal. Harry has to jump away, and OMG not going to be able to end the game just yet.
Yeah, it looks like, Rossi Love might have been stuck watching at the new logo for OMG that represents the Rising Stun, as the lights were a bit too bright as he tried to go in there. He ended up getting comboed. Really didn't do anything on that recon engage, as a lot of blood picked up here for OMG. Yeah, found Mbessa. You're down 6 doubles. That's the newest champ of the game. Good luck. Good flash away from the public execution, but you got your top laner stuck and flashed into Harry. Not exactly what Rossi Love was looking for right there, as everyone else just kind of gets ran down. Junhao going in, trying to save Wako. Has to sack his life to get his AD carry out. But Wako still does his flash. Can be really nice for OMG in the next fight. Yes, Moham goes down, but I think that's okay, as Dragon should be secured from OMG, and this push should continue as we get back in alive.
We'll say the one advantage right now that Ultra Prime has in terms of the gold is with Saber on the Aurora, who picked up his 4th kill in that last fight there. Has 2 completed items, so could be something to take a look at, although there's still a massive mountain to climb for Ultra Prime. Remember, we said at the start of the stream, Covey, this is a very big game because only one team out of this group of 4 makes it out. And of course, with both of these squads having to play Anyone's Legends later today, big advantage for them. They now kind of control their own destiny in a way, if you are OMG, looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, and if I'm Ultra Prime after this game, I'd be a little bit worried about the old man team even in Super Gaming, as it's not been a great look for them. As Ultra Prime, not the debut they were looking for. Still like the promise of some of their roster, and we'll see if Saber can live up to it.
Yeah, Between Worlds lands on to 3. Hung pops the Zanyas, and looks like the equalizer only hitting onto the tanks for now. Right now, Junhao trying to dive the backline, but the backline of his own team is getting zoned out themselves. Another double kill for Hung. Wako gonna get singled out by Harry, and that should do it. No ultimate available for Saber. Those you love, they're the only 2 survivors left in the base.
Yeah, I felt like, I mean, Saber, I kind of respect the flank, but you had Junhao going on to the Corki, and then K'Sante ulting away from the Corki, as he was a little bit split up from the rest of the team, and that was the story here for Ultra Prime this game. They felt like every objective fight they took, they were split up in some way, shape, or form, and you can't do that against any team at this level of League of Legends. OMG took full advantage, and ended up pushing this one through.
On to the Nexus turrets they go. Linfeng doing some Mbessa things, as Moham goes under the fountain for 1 proc, but should be able to survive as the Nexus falls. Less than 26 minutes, and what's up, OMG? A dominant win in the first game of DEMACIA Cup today.
Yeah, good start for them in their season. Gotta say, the synergy that we saw from Moham and some of the other members, rather solid. But the standout for me in that one has to be Hong using that Rumble Flex in the jungle. He got himself ahead early, had some strong equalizers to help split an already split up Ultra Prime, and for me, he was the MVP of that game.
Yeah, definitely a really solid performance from him. He's somebody who had his struggles, had his ups and downs in the last year when he played on WE. I think he got benched about halfway through the summer split, but still was able to find his way onto a starting roster. Always has these little pocket picks. I think he played a lot of Nunu back in the day. Now maybe whipping out another AP jungler here in the Rumble as OMG pick up their first win of the group stage. They have to still, of course, play against Anyone's Legend, but with the performance that we saw from them, you know, we'll see what they look like against that team that was supposed to be a dominant favorite potentially in the LPL.
Yeah, it was a good start for them. And on the flip side, up stonks are down to start off the season, as they didn't give you a lot of promise there for the rest of the game. They were very split up. It felt like they, at times, were macro-wise, they were the first grubs, but really botched that fight. And then mid-fight, we saw members just going for different people. So it is a team where, as you mentioned, Graves has some members that have previous experience together, but didn't really see them melding that together for the first game. Something to look out for in the rest of the day for them.
Yeah, it still is very early on. Of course, some of these teams maybe not getting a ton of scrims in just yet, but if you are Ultra Prime, there's still a lot of promise
to
the way that this roster was built. Just not necessarily in this game as we take a look at the goal draft charts, all that jazz. Very OMG favorite here in game
That's a jungle diff. That's looking like Junhao looking like he's me if I'm autofill jungle. That's a role that I don't play anymore. He got obliterated there by Hong in this game. Wow. Vi not doing much. Sometimes tough when you do fall behind as Vi, but again, a lot of the engages that we saw were just split from Ultra Prime. So I gotta say, if we don't see Vi again from them later on in the day, I wouldn't be too disappointed about that, as we didn't really see him syncing up with Rossilov, didn't see him syncing up with Wonjong in terms of trying to find those backline members. So really rough start here for Ultra Prime, but hey, OMG can't start much better than that, man. And Hong, again, kind of curious to see what happens with this Rumble later on. We thought it was going to be in the hands of Harry, but now it's almost a dual threat pick. Curious if it draws bans later on today.
7-0-7, the final KDA. Picked them a book just for good measure as well to wrap things up. And yeah, this is what's fun about all of these teams kind of playing together one by one in the full round robin over the course of a day. Teams might be watching this game and their draft prep just all of a sudden changes. We get a look at some replays.
Yeah, I will say looking back, I think Saber took himself out of the fight pretty early, but I really like how OMG always tried to play around Wako. And then we have the rinse and repeat fight. And this was one where we just never really saw the carries able to get in there. Again, Saber Wako just way far away from the fight. And that really felt like a common theme this game. Some praise to Hong on using those equalizers to split up the front and back lines of Ultra Prime. But again, just didn't see Ultra Prime really come together and actually pick the same target throughout this game. And when that happens at this level of play, you make the game pretty hard on yourself.
Yeah, a lot of fights around the topside river as we talked about that. That did really well for OMG. We'll say, some of these newer players for Ultra Prime thought that they had some decent showings. That was a really nice ultimate from Rossilov there on the Rakan. Saber, I think, was a standout performer overall for this team this game. So some things to look forward to. Again, younger players, a lot of in-house promotions, a lot of just LDL promotions. So it might take a little bit for this team to really get to full force.
Yeah, and the back half of this game is rather rough for Rossilov. But hey, Ultra Prime, they got 2 games later on in the day. I believe they play the last 2 games of the day. Meanwhile, OMG, a part of our first 3 games of the day. So we'll see if the team where their logo looks like the Rising Sun can keep on rising up early on in the day and keep on putting it together good performances. As, again, really nice start from them.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for. A very clean, dominant game 1 win. Go up to 1-0, and again, in terms of stakes for the rest of the group, they control their own destiny the rest of the way. If they win out, they will, lock themselves up a spot in the quarterfinals. Even though you could argue how realistic that can be with this team playing up against anyone's legends. We're going to see that a little bit later today and see how possible that really is. Our next game of the day will be our other 2 teams playing, with Super Gaming from the Legends Cup playing against
I can't read. But when they showed the schedule, I thought it was like the left first 3 and then the right next 3. But no, I can't read.
I think it's nice that we get to just see all 4 of the teams in the group immediately, straight up. I'm very excited for this Anyone Legends squad. Seeing what Flandre and Tarzan can do with the rest of the core that ended up finishing top 6 in the LPL last season. I think this is a sleeper contender to finishing towards the top of the standings.
Yeah, and speaking of sleeper, they get to debut against the old man team, so that's rather nice for them too.
Definitely. I think
we'll see if it's super gaming or sleeper gaming, Grapes. That's what our next game's going to be,
Yeah, we'll see. It might be late for us, but I guess not necessarily late for them in China. So not bedtime for super gaming just yet. As we take a look at our player of the game, it is Hung on the Rumble Jungle. Looks like the broadcast agreed with us there. Just really fun performance, again, from a player who didn't necessarily have a ton of expectations for coming into 2025.
No, great flex. Opened up his top laner to utilize the winning matchup as well. And then he just smoked the other jungler. So win-win across the board. Well-deserved player of the game.
Yeah, and I believe we are ready for a quick break before we hop into our next game. Anyone Legends versus Super Gaming. We're going to see the other two teams here in Group B of the DEMACIA Cup. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage of the DEMACIA Cup here on the LPL English channel. If you are just joining us for the first time, make sure to hit that follow button. It helps the channel a lot, as we are a new Twitch channel here for the 2025 season on this community broadcast. Cubby alongside Grapes with you for the second game of Group B action, where we see the favorites and the big underdogs here in Group B, Anyone's Legends taking on Super Gaming. Cubby, Anyone's Legends coming into this season, a lot of high expectations. They finished top 6 in the LPL last summer, and they add in two very highly touted players in Flandre and Tarzan on that top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this team, frankly. Again, I thought Tarzan was a beast, arguably the MVP of LPL, and I definitely have Weibo in the summer split. Big part of Weibo's success moving forward as they pushed at Worlds, but also the return of Flandre. Rather exciting in the top lane for Anyone's Legends, an LPL legend in his own right. And we'll see what he's got up his sleeve We know he's got the Ambessa from the LPL preview video. We'll see what else he has that he's able to share with the rest of us here as they get a nice warm-up, I'd say, against at least what we expect to have be a warm-up for them against Super Gaming.
Yeah, Super Gaming, of course, from the Old Man Cup, the Legends Cup, whatever you want to call it. They got, for Longxing, Kakao, Zhao Xiaobao, Puff, and 694 coming in for this tournament. That spot was originally occupied by Heart, but now 694 stepping in here. A lot of players with, international experience or experience on top-level LPL teams. You think of somebody like Kakao, who was on really old Korean rosters from back in the day. Invictus Gaming in 2015 did get quadra-killed, I believe, by Huni underneath that tower on the Riven. So
yeah, so Puff might have had the worst Worlds performance of all time, but we're gonna ignore that. Kakao, one of my favorite all-time players. Fun fact: I fell asleep as I was in high school at the time during the KT Arrows versus Samsung Blue Season 4 final in OGN. It was pouring rain outside, one of the biggest upsets that we had back then in LOL history. And Kakao, for me, always a legendary player, just based on that alone. So excited to see Kakao in action very selfishly today.
Yeah, this team finished second place in the Legends Cup. There's 2 tournaments that go on throughout the year. Normally, the winners from both tournaments end up making it a qualification berth into the DEMACIA Cup. However, both tournaments were actually won by Blood Gaming, the other team. So this went to the second place spot, which does belong to Super Gaming. But a lot of very notable names who have had a ton of experience in the LPL, and then all coming together to at least make some good content for the fans here of Chinese League of Legends. And we don't necessarily expect too much from the Legends Cup teams in this tournament, but there's always that big, imagine though, if they were able to pull off an upset like this. Well, we'll see if it ends up being the case.
If they took down anyone's Legends, holy cow. Oh, I would love to see that happen. That'd be a blast. Hey, I will say, day one, we got some surprises with Thunder Talk coming through, so I'm ready for more surprises in the last day groups today, Grapes.
Yeah, definitely. And for this Anyone's Legends team, as we said before, a very impressive summer split specifically, where they were just a couple of series away from potentially qualifying to the World Championships. Of course, they had some different players in the top side of the map. I think they had Krako and Ale. Now Ale and Flandre kind of swapping places a little bit here, and going to be paired alongside Tarzan. I think in general you could probably call this a net upgrade, especially with the addition of a player like Tarzan. And so with it for a team that finished fairly close to the top 4 of the LPL. Of course, they were top 6 in 2024. With these new roster changes going into 2025, this is definitely a roster that is expecting to make it into the World Championships this year.
I'm excited. Again, I think Tarzan was such a beast in summer last year. Also, for me, selfishly, Hope and Kael. We'll see what happens with that bot lane this year. Really hoping we see some upgrades from them, quite frankly, especially for me in the Hope basket. I think Kael is actually pretty strong support going back to the one split that I was on LCK2 calling in. He was with Prince in the bot lane for Live Sandbox. Kael, really good support pairing there with him, as all resources were kind of funneled into Prince carry, and it was the Sivir patch, so it was rather fun at LCK seeing these Thanos level 80 carries and what they can do in these fights. But yeah, well, really for Anyone's Legends, it's there is a lot of excitement in the new pieces that are coming in, but I think we also need to see some upgrades from the remaining pieces if they want to really make sure they push for those MSI and World slots.
Definitely. The only player that we really haven't mentioned right so far for this team is their mid laner Shanks, who had himself a pretty good season, although it wasn't necessarily his meta. Generally considered a good mage player. However, with the summer 2024 meta, ended up playing a lot of those marksmen, things like the Lucian and the Tristana and the Corki. But overall, a player with a lot of promise, somebody that we are expecting to have a pretty good performance in 2025. I think he led AL in Player of the Games for the summer split last summer, and so hoping that we see some more growth out of him specifically. And I think a lot of fans are very excited about the pairing of him and Tarzan in the mid jungle.
Damn, doing some homework there. Knowing that Shanks, led the team in Pogs. No, Shanks is someone that it always feels like he's just trying to break into that upper echelon of LPL mid laners. And hey, at least for the team around him, this might be his best shot to really do so if he can just, give that much more for his individual play, and hopefully the team around him being a stronger supporting cast could be a big breakthrough split for Shanks, who again, like, for me, I think of LPL mid laners, you think of Xiaohu, you think of Knight, you think of Yagao, who recently just said that he's retiring. This is a split where Shanks, he has the potential and room to really make a splash in this league. Finally, is what it feels like. He's always been a player just that feels like a winning player on losing teams. So we'll see what happens when Shanks is on a team that has high expectations. The ones that you mentioned, Graves, where the expectation is to go international.
Yeah, definitely. The AL and IG, the two teams from the group stage, JDG as well, I guess you could say, although they didn't end up qualifying into the quarterfinals. But high expectations for all three of those teams after failing to make it to the World Championships last season. Each team kind of took a little bit of a different strategy. IG completely just brought the band back together. JDG completely reset their whole team. AL doing a little bit of retaining that core that did well for them in the past season. And so we're going to get our first look at this new look roster here in the draft for game 2 of the day. They are on the red side to start things off, and we'll see what ends up being the priority. That Mbessa that we were talking about earlier, banned away. Flandre not going to be able to play that here.
Well, actually, Victor hit me that it absolutely just slid through the first draft. So Victor, of course, hitting the ban board this time away. No Victor for Zhao Xiaobao, as we have the response to Ash being the Flandre and Skarner taken. I must say, I'm going to restrain myself a little bit from the memes if Kakao doesn't want to first pick Skarner, given the legendary sub 1k damage Season 5 Worlds game. We're just going to stop at that, but this combo, when you have the Yoink from Skarner and the Equalizer from Rumble, can set each other up really well. I love this pairing and think it's a really good start to the draft for anyone's Legends.
Yeah, well, just a very solid top side. I think we can expect that Rumble to go to the top lane, not the jungle this time around. Skarner top kind of fizzled out a little bit ever since that rework first ended up going through. Xin Zhao potentially locked in, or a possibility here for Kakao, and it will be locked in for Super Gaming. A fun thing I like I'm excited to look at here is just how easy to execute are the champions of the Old Man Cups teams. Like, are they gonna try to just require as few hands as possible? So far, we're kind of along those lines.
They didn't go for the Darius jungle into Skarner. I think that's already an improvement here for Kakao. But Xin Zhao, I do like this matchup in the Skarner. Actually, you have the potential to brawl early, and your 3-talent strike can interrupt Skarner E. If you are able to catch him off guard. So that, and also the Crescent Guard, which is rather nice. So that said, Varus going to be picked up for Hope. We have seen Poke and on-hit Varus in this tournament. Given that you already have a Rumble, I think the odds of having this be a Poke Varus do go up a bit for Hope, and that means that whatever mid laner we see out of Shanks, if it is a high damage mid laner, odds of Poke Varus going up. And already we do see this be a setup for potential marksman mid, something that I know wasn't the strongest suit for Shanks. Is talking with Kelsey, much more comfortable on mages, but Poke Varus, Rumble in the top side already having magic damage. You could go for an AD mid here. The setup's already there.
Yeah, Shank's actually very comfortable on the Azir, actually. One of his most played champions in the last season, even though the Marks meta was so popular. So a little bit surprised to see them take that pick away from Zhao Xiaobao specifically, but we'll see what Shanks does want to lock in. Varus mid could potentially be a possibility as well, though we're not necessarily expecting that. It'll be support ban Braum right now, targeting Kael down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Braum is honestly something with the Renata that would really open up the potential for an on-hit Varus. So taking two of the pairings that I think are really good with on-hit Varus away, quite interesting is, oh wow, okay, more magic damage coming in.
Yeah.
2 control mages taken away, and it's just going to be the Aurora slammed here for Shanks. We'll see what the response is here for Zhao Xiaobao.
Yeah, the
Oh, do it, please.
Okay.
Make this fun, Super Gaming. Come on.
Necessarily expecting that, but the Vladimir would be a very interesting hover, or is a very interesting hover. Could be an
kind of like it here.
Or Zhao Xiaobao.
Yeah, let's go. I actually like this. Like, you need the scale. It needs to go late, but the damage that Poke Varus can really zone you out. But in terms of Aurora and sustaining the lane, I don't think Aurora has enough damage to shove you out. And going up against so much magic damage, you could tech for a Banshees and actually feel okay later on if you're Zhao Xiaobao. Now, when I see Vlad, I like my Vlads to go full damage, a full CDR, expect a Cosmic Drive in there at some point. But man, really unique pick. He's going to have trouble with some of the range, but if he's able to get an angle and get into any of these fights, could be massive and does give the late game over to Super Gaming. So even if the start of the game is Sleeper Gaming, might be okay for them later on.
I was about to say, with this rel lock-in as well, like a very just going a very highly aggressive, going straight forward, and most importantly, low range composition for Super Gaming here in this draft. I mean, I would imagine that Hope would do very well with going the on-hit Varus in this game because he's going to have a ton of fun just poking out from range.
Yeah.
That's what he decides to do.
I will say with the Poppy too, some of the interactions you get are really good, and Super Gaming's comp is just brutally outranged. So they really need, I expect them to lose the early game going up against anyone's Legends. They're going to really need to have angles later on or find some creative ways to close the gap, because if not, and this is the poke Varus the way that we are expecting, they have lots of range issues in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Vladimir doesn't help, but it is an exciting one at least for Zhao Xiaobao. We see the Old Man Cup team having fun with it a little bit. You know, they're on some comfort champions, and that's a fun thing.
Maybe it's just a shout out to Team Blood with the Vlad, you know? You never know.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah,
The ones that allowed them to get here as not the winners of this event or of that event. But yeah, I think it should be just an interesting way to see what anyone's Legends looks like. If there is a little bit of trouble against Super Gaming, that maybe could be an opportunity to sound a couple of alarms here and there, but again, still very early in the season. But we do have very high expectations for this AL roster, and I do like the way they set up their draft as well, Cubby.
Yeah, I think the anyone's Legends roster and draft, specifically the draft. So I want to talk about that for draft's fine. This draft is, I like this draft for them. I don't see a lot of ways that the Vlad, as excited as I was to see it, can do things in this game unless anyone's Legends really mess up. Now, if they do, we've seen what happens with Vlad when he gets gold. And I still think it's going to be kind of tough to force him out. But it's going to be a very quiet mid lane. And hey, that new duo of Tarzan and Shanks, they get a warm-up game going up against the Old Man team and against the Vladimir that's not going to do anything in the mid lane for the first 7 levels of the game. So we're going to have to see what they are able to do with the vast amount of pressure that they will have on the Rift.
Now, is this a game where if you are Super Gaming, you know that you do get outranged, and if you give up a lead, then you're just going to get poked to death and sieged on repeatedly? Like, is there an onus on Kakao, on the Xin Zhao, to make early plays because of the fact that you know that, you know, if you do give up a lead, it's going to be pretty hard to come back from just given the compositions?
Even there, though, it's kind of tough because you got to play around a Poppy bot, and the steadfast presence of Poppy gets a lot of value this game going up against Xin, Rel, and Cassante. Not to mention that R, where if any fights go haywire, or there is a flank coming in, you can always threaten the Keeper's Verdict to get away from that. So I actually do, usually I'm kind of a Poppy support hater, because your kit's really good, like you are Poppy, but your stats and a lot of your matchups are just not good or not as good compared to a lot of the other supports down bot. But I feel like this game, the value you get from Poppy, really good 5 pick coming out from anyone's Legends. They're playing this one very meta and textbook. And yeah, I think that Super Gaming are going to need to try a few things. Or maybe just try sacking Grubs and sending Vlad to see how much work can get done, or free gold and XP in a side lane. Vlad can hit critical mass, but I just think it's going to take a little bit too long to get there. And yeah, if this is the poke Varus that we're expecting, the mid game is going to be killing from anyone's Legends. It should be really tough for Super Gaming to deal with.
Yeah, that Poppy support makes a little bit more sense given the composition he's playing against, and also, you know, Super Gaming, they really tried to stop it as well. They took away the Braum and the Renata, so 2 other like very good anti-engage supports to try and counter the full aggression comp that Super Gaming did go for. But just down the tier list, one more, you pick up that Poppy. Kyle's gonna have himself probably a good time in this one. So once again, just waiting to get into game here for this second game of the day. A single round robin of best of ones between these 4 squads. The top seed makes their way into the quarterfinals, and Cubby, this is the big kicker with this group, specifically with Group B, is that the winner of this group plays against BLG in the quarterfinals, and BLG not the BLG that you saw at the World Championships. They're running with a lot of their subs, giving some of their starters an extra break for this DEMACIA Cup specifically. And so if anyone's Legends, if they're able to pull themselves through this group specifically, and they get into the best ofs of the knockout stage, they're going to have an easier path into the semifinals than some of our other group winners earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, good for BLG's main roster getting some time off. No one played more games than BLG did this past year, so I think well-deserved given the run that they had at our international events. But yeah, good chance for some of the youngins. I mean, honestly, what I like about this tournament for the DEMACIA Cup is in the past we have had a lot of mixed rosters between LDL teams and LPL teams, and it's kind of fun to see some of the youngins get a chance to pop off. I know LGD.Y, their mid laner, actually had a really good day the other day, which is kind of exciting to see. And yeah, every once in a while you see some new names, new faces emerge, and we'll see if that's the case for BLG. But hey, you got to imagine that anyone's Legends, the favorite of this group, they are the favorites going into that match. So a good opportunity to see a roster that a lot of people are excited about. Might get a lot of tape on them from this tournament.
Yeah, especially before even the LPL season even begins. That's what we love about the DEMACIA Cup specifically. We load into the game for the second matchup here in Group B. Super Gaming from the Old Man Cup up against anyone's Legends. Let's get into it.
Oh man, we have a Xiao Xiaobao with the really solo queue Vlad set up. You got Phase Rush, you got Ghost. Gonna go for CDR boots. Just gonna try and get as many summoner spells off as possible and get some work done. But no TP means that Electrocute Aurora is able to get him out early, which he will lack sustain early. Could be tough.
Well, we're seeing some level 1 shenanigans here from Super Gaming as well. They send their bot lane up to the top side river. Kakao able to clear out that ward pretty impressively there. And it looks like anyone's Legends not going to be able to get much out of it. Could be seeing a swap or maybe just a 5-man stack to invade Tarzan early on.
Well, it's over a ward, and they don't care. I will say that Ashe early on, you can push people around, but yeah, it's just going to be the lane swap initiated. And you mentioned it, Grapes. We talked about, do they need to try anything to find early leads? We looked at the lanes and looked at the setups. Really didn't love it for them, and yeah, I mean, this is trying something. So lane swaps on. We do have anyone's Legends playing this out for 3 waves. A lot of this is going to be about how much XP can Rumble get access to, because Vlad is splitting XP with Cassante in the mid lane, which I don't love, sets Vlad further behind. If Rumble's able to get access to anything, it will be advantage anyone's Legends off the bat. But at the moment, good job from 694 zoning off Flandre and making sure that that first wave only got XP from 1 melee creep.
Oh, now Flandre, instead of trying to farm CS with the Electro Harpoon, instead maybe looking towards Kakao a little bit on the enemy red buff. Does not have the smite, I should say, so gonna instead just make a long walk down, potentially the mid lane to try and support Shanks a bit here. Get as much XP wherever he is potentially able to, as after Longsing hits level 2, coming back down to this bottom lane, not going to be able to steal any of those little Krugs away. Now gets stunned into the wall and actually forced to flash.
Yeah, we'll see if 694 actually recalls. He should be recalled by now to try and help Longsing sneak into this bot lane. Not the case, though. Yeah, we don't see Rel hitting recall yet. But now we'll see if it's a risky TP coming in from Longsing if he wants to hit this turret. But looking like, yeah, recall being messed with here by Kyle. Well played.
Yeah, so it's going to be already a plate taken here by anyone's Legends. Looks like Flandre ended up TPing back to the top lane and before Kakao was able to get there. And so here comes that risky TP from Longsing, and it's not going to go too well. Piercing Arrow comes through. Clinical from Hope and AL.
Good flash here by Flandre as he's trying to make it out, but no, turn into Flanders.
Yeah, and there goes the flash from Kakao to make sure that extra tower shot does not do enough. Shanks actually now going to pop that teleport. He's level 3, going to make it more difficult for a redive to happen. So just kind of pick up as much XP as possible. They'll probably send Flandre back down to the mid lane. All things considered, pretty solid for AL.
No, good response from AL sending Shanks there, because Rumble actually can afford to walk here, and he was already down TP. So really important that he's able to get plenty of golden XP from the mid lane. But yeah, overall, 694 didn't base to protect the Cassante, so Cassante very far behind in this one, but at least was able to pull off the rival dive. I just think where the resources are at so far, I mean, big difference. Just look at the top lane XP bars. Flandre picking up a wave and a half and already up a full level over the Cassante. So I think 694 not basing and trying to help Cassante survive the dive was a mistake from Super Gaming. And that Cassante being behind and Wander being the position that he is in could be a problem for the rest of this game.
Just able to pick up his first CS up there in the top lane. Tough one for the Cassante. Always you have one player get the rough end of things in the lane swap so far. Definitely has been him, but now finally gets a little bit of time for himself as we see Tarzan going for a slight invade onto Cacaw's Raptors. Second respawn, always high value. We'll see if he's able to get anything. Nope, just a smite. Oh, actually, got a couple of small chickens. That's a win.
Oh, we don't like seeing that Q go sideways. 694. There's steadfast presence involved. It could be in trouble.
Yeah, here comes Tarzan in onto Puff. Already has to flash away, but the piercing arrow from Hope just doing so much already. Serrated Turk in inventory and already picking up kill number 2. Tarzan and Kyle still looking to pressure Cacao and 694 out of lane. They're going to be able to do so successfully. Even more plays going into Hope.
Here comes
Vladimir. Doesn't have the level 6, but could potentially do a little bit. Here comes the audacious charge from Cacao. 2-man stun from 694. Crash down will land and Kyle will fall, but it will be a 2-for-1. And now Zhao Xiaobao in a bit of a 1v2 situation. Puff joining from the death chamber though, and looks like Zhao Xiaobao going to try to get some more damage onto Tarzan. Tarzan forced the flash over the wall, going to be matched here by the Vladimir, and he will be able to escape. And now Shanks is level 6, and Zhao Xiaobao has nowhere to go but back to the grave. 5-2 by AL.
Oh my god, the neurons from Super Gaming's logo were activating there by trying to send a roaming Vladimir pre-6 to bot lane. That's how dire things were. It did not go well for the Vlad. Well, he got an assist, but mid lane, a lot of creeps dying there as Anyone's Legends take an early lead. I do want to praise them. I think the way that they've moved Shanks around early on, between that TP top, between the follow-up roam bot, he has been able to get a lot of resources for himself in a nice spot early on. We see Ambitious engage on the Cacao, go sideways. But yeah, good start from Anyone's Legends. Good to see Shanks and Flandre working well to rotate, and as well as Hope and Kyle now chipping in as they're on the top side of the map as these grubs spawn, and should be grubs going over to Anyone's Legends for free because, well, Vladimir still can't fight anything early on.
Still at level 6. Now Hope is going to just shut him down again. Oh man, if I'm Zhao Xiaobao, I may be closing the computer at this point. It's a tough one to play for the rest of this game. And now Puff in some trouble as well. Shanks just winning 1v2 in the bottom lane. Hey, we had an LPL favorite against the old man team. This is what we potentially were expecting.
Sadly, this is the Puff I remember from Season 5 Worlds. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to say that, but, you know, not looking great. It's not been a good start.
And now the chaos continues now as Lanzig in some trouble here. Gonna get shut down again. Flandre getting on the board. It's 8-2. Now in favor of Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, this is when you have about 60% of the gold in the game at 7 minutes, something went wrong. And I don't want to say it was when they locked in Vladimir, because it would take a little bit of credit away from the gameplay, but it definitely started there. Yeah, we're going to have, let's see, Tarzan looking like he's going towards a Heartsteel. Also, again, that Poppy pick on 5, we've seen so many positive interactions from the Steadfast Presence and Kyle already against the comp of Super Gaming, really throwing a wrench into the plans, any sort of plan that Super Gaming had. But yeah, lane swap didn't work out. Now we're kind of back to standard lanes. Everyone's ahead for Anyone's Legends, and this one looking like it's going to be tough.
Tough, maybe an understatement right now here, Kofi, as we take a look at the player XP. All three, the ADC here for Anyone's Legends actually higher XP right now than the mid laner for Super Gaming. So that's never a situation you really want to be in. 5.5 gold and counting, just 8 minutes into this game. We'll see what Super Gaming can do if they can make this any more competitive than they have so far.
It hasn't been Sleeper Gaming, all right? That's good.
They've been woken
maybe
up.
It should have been more Sleeper Gaming.
They maybe want to go back to bed after this one, as
Oh,
the
no.
corruption does land onto Puff, and
That's
the
the
piercing
Puff I
arrow
know.
does connect as well. Kyle going to be the one to secure that final kill, but here comes Kakao landing that Crescent guard. We'll be able to get one back onto the enemy support.
Vlad's roaming again.
1v2ing. Here comes out Bao, but he's getting just pushed out by Tarzan. Already half HP before he even gets into the fight, and Hope going to make this one a third kill potentially with the arrow. No, Shanks going to be the one to secure it. Not a super competitive fight down here, coming at 694 into the tower. Also goes down, a double kill in for Shank.
Gosh, Vlad's just a mobile blood drive, man. Just donating blood everywhere. I can't believe this guy's actually leaving the lane. I've never seen a Vlad leave lane like this. It's not going well.
We have these cameras up, like I have it on my second monitor, and it's it was very fun to just watch Cubby lose his mind a little bit in that last fight. As we take a look at this one, hey, nice combo from Hope on to Yash. Just
nice field goal from Puff too. That accuracy was better than some of the NFL kickers I'm seeing these days, especially you know, one of Manny's favorites in Justin Tucker. Anyway, if we're gonna try and avoid those references, as launching, yeah.
Gonna go down again, 0-3-0. Just really never got going here in this game. Kakao now forced to defend the tier 1 tower himself. Hope farming right now at this point. Gets all 3 flight stacks. One more auto attack plus the red buff, and it's not going too well. Here goes the bot lane, top lane dive again. It will be Kakao getting hit up here by the impale of Tarzan, and going to be sent right back underneath the tri-brush. Here comes the teleport launching, trying to make something happen. A little bit of extra damage would be nice. Doesn't have it just yet. They do find the ultimate onto Tarzan, and there comes the two-man Pathmaker. Launching back in this game. The Boomers are back, baby. It's a triple kill for the Cassante.
Touchdown Puff, man. He connected from deep there, hit the 50-yarder. That one didn't go through any nets, but that said Hope. Still gonna be a problem, as at least Puff was able to do something. Again, looking a lot like Season 5 Worlds. And oh boy, Shanks, that was fancy.
One more tower shot, maybe. Okay. Puff gonna try to.
Oh, that's a level.
Levels down, but one more auto should do it with the Rangers focus. Okay. Hey, you know, respect to AL for limit testing a little bit. It's gonna make this game more entertaining.
Respect to Longshing, who's actually, you know, he got thrown under a bus down bot lane twice, and he actually had a beast fight up on the top side, utilizing the true damage from the new variation of Cassante that we have seen a lot of, just not since past Worlds, as Kakao now going to get found, but finds the Crescent Guard out. Kakao, a Smurf as always, unlike his old teammate Puff. And yeah, we're still doing all right.
You're going at this guy right now. It's crazy.
Oh, yes, Puff. Yes, go Puff. Yes, okay. Good job, Puff. Let's go.
He's got some smooth here on the Ash.
See, I have to hate him for him to show the gameplay, all right?
This is the hate watching.
Oh, yep. Oh, never mind. All right.
It's tough right now if you are a fan of the old men. As they are down over 6,000 gold. Hit a bug there, but we're back here. It looks like AL going to confirm the Void Grub sweep as they are now up 6.5K.
Yeah, Hope living every solo queue player's dream, where if you are bold enough to play with Melody Ferris and get ahead, you just clap everyone in the game. As we're going to see Xiao Xiaobao. Well, at least use the pool there. The Q on the Raptors also kind of smart. But didn't get, I guess he did get that Q off. It just didn't matter. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Not great.
Sends it. I love it.
Well, you know, he wanted to get the auto and at least send the solo kill damage down. Or maybe he didn't think that Puff could right-click. But I think that he at least paid enough respect to Puff for that. And Puff able to take him down. But still, Puff, 0 items. Hope, 2 items completed. Halfway to that Miramana Evolve. And Malignance this time around for Shanks. So looking to press R a little bit more. And the game pace honestly kind of warrants it.
22 kills in 13 minutes. You know, it's not sleeper gaming right now. That's for sure. They're keeping us all awake here in the States, as it's going to be continued aggression here for anyone's Legends as we get the first look at this new team in the LPL.
Puff sent an arrow that almost hit Dragon, not Hope. That's a bummer, as Longshing now gonna get chased now, but has that creep to get away. Scouts out Kyle, and the second grub spawning here in 30 seconds, or I should say Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Both sets of grubs all secured by anyone's Legends. We'll see what they want next on the chopping block, because yeah, they can do whatever they want right now.
Well, it looks like Super Gaming gonna go for some play around this ocean drag. As we saw, 694 now kind of on the wrong side of things. He uses the blast cone to go further into the enemy jungle. Does get spotted out by that vision plant, and now is in a whole lot of trouble. They were, I respect the play or the attempt at one, but right now gonna be a tough spot here for the Rel. That was a nice cancel from Kyle with the steadfast presence, getting just into range actually, and will eventually fall. The long chase is enough here. Dragon and another kill actually.
Yeah, Vlad got soloed.
AL.
Nice. And Tarzan, that's a gift. As Crescent Guard though. Cacao, you're a beast, maybe?
Try to wait and okay, it's not going to be enough. Does require the ultimate from Shanks. That's a small moral victory if yours out here.
Cacao played that one okay. He played that one well. Sometimes there's only so much you can do. And yeah, it really feels like the theme of the game right now. As I don't know what Super Gaming can do in this one. They tried to game a little bit too much. It has been anything but a sleeper game. But jeez, this is quite a one-way street. Something that I guess we had to have expected. But you know, JDG didn't do this to Team Blood, so by those metrics, you got to be pretty hopeful for anyone's Legends debut.
Exactly, yeah. Performance against the Old Man Cup team is the metric that we're using here. Hey, at least we got that Cassante triple kill. That was pretty hype. I'm sure they were going crazy in their voice comms when that happened. Now launching back into this game. Just a little bit. If you are a fan of North American League of Legends as well as Chinese League of Legends, you might remember Longting actually from being the one on LGD.
Oh, Puff!
Gonna hold that statement for a little bit.
Let's go.
Finally does land that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hope in a lot of trouble. That's gonna be a big shutdown, and it will find the Vladimir's pockets. And now let's see if Super Gaming can escape, but instead it looks like they actually want to go forward. A lot of tankiness on the front line of AL, and that means that Cacao will not be able to get anything done in that 1v4. Pops the Crescent Guard to try and buy some time, but that is all that he will be buying himself. It's going to be another kill.
Oh no, Puff.
Kyle, and a teleport down to the bottom lane to try and lock down the Ashe, who started the engage in the first place. The recall just a little bit too late as Flandre TP's in to make sure that he goes.
Well, he, tried to push the turret. Wasn't quite there again. Tough game right now for Super Gaming, trying to make things happen. I did like the arrow on the Hope. That was quite nice. From downtown, it feels like the longer range for Puff, a little bit more accurate than the shorter range so far on these ECAs. Was able to connect. At least got a big shutdown on the Vlad. But again, things still looking pretty doomed here as 10k gold lead. Top outer falls. And we're going to get a replay. Yeah, kills the minion in fog, through fog, connects. Well played.
Hey, that's 1k into the Vladimir's pockets. I know you were saying, like, hey, this guy's got to get going a little bit. Does have a little bit of extra gold right now. The problem is, even if you do get that one kill, everybody else is still also just incredibly far ahead. That's just so much crowd control that Tarzan and Kyle are able to output.
Yeah. It's still looking pretty doomed here, but hey, you know what? At least Super Gaming making this one entertaining for everyone at home.
Anyway, back to my point about Lansing. If you are a fan of North American League of Legends as well as Chinese, you might remember him from LGD in 2020 at Worlds, where he, alongside the rest of his team, backdoored TSM to confirm them to go 0-6. That was a fond memory trying to support our North American fans, so our North American squad, I should say. So relatively recently that he was still in the LPL, still in international competition. So.
Yeah, and his old team RNG, still dropping games. So
yeah,
bit of a bummer there anyway. Nice ult from Kyle.
Well, yeah, Kyle played this Poppy, I should say, very, very well. It might not be enough to save Shanks, though, as the Hemoplay comes out.
Oh, it's enough!
Not enough, but finally, Puff flashing forward to at least pick up that one kill onto Kyle, but Hope going to clean up the rest of things here. It's a double kill for the Varus, picks up kill number 9, and we're just continuing the carnage here in game number 2. Flandre now stuck in a 1v2, but he's going to be matched by Shanks, who is going to teleport right back into the enemy base of Super Gaming.
Oh boy.
Make sure that Flandre does survive and pick up a kill in response.
Yeah, we're at the point of the game where this is big enough for anyone's Legends, where it is see hero, kill hero. As more action coming in.
Yeah, Lansing not gonna be doing any TSM backdoors this game. He's going to be going right back to his own base, I should say, here in this one. As 19 minutes in, it's a 14,500 gold lead here for AL. Looking like the dominant team that we were expecting, Covey.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, where this will be AL's warm-up game, for being honest. Super Gaming, again, props to them for at least making things entertaining. I think we saw a good play or two from Longxing, and as hard as I've gone on Puff, living back through my nostalgia of how bad Season 5 IG's Worlds run was. Yeah, he hit some nice arrows from downtown. Made up for a few of the field goals from short range,
You know the worst part about this all?
What?
Is that Super Gaming have to play the next game like immediately after this one, so they don't even get a break. They just hop right back into it.
You know what, Grapes? It's one of those games where it's so bad you just write it off, and it's like, you know what? That's fine.
Are they already prepping draft for the next one? To play OMG?
Look at this! Puff! Gamer. Absolute gamer. That said, it wasn't enough as Shanks still ended up going down. That R, if it came through from Xiao Xiaobao before the E, maybe the damage amp would have been enough to take down Shanks, but was not the case. And instead, Chains of Corruption and those Blight Stacks make sure that all the kills go over to Hope, which has really been the overarching theme of this game.
And immediately at 20 minutes, we see that Baron being started up here by Anyone's Legend. Actually, it looks like they pulled off of it at least for a second, and Super Minions are crashing down in the mid lane. Now they turn their way back to it. They see Kakao in the mid lane and know that this is a fair fight to go for. Kyle in that bush, just trying to zone people off. Use the Keeper's Verdict to send 2 away. That means no jungler in the area for this Baron to be completed. However, Xiao Xiaobao has picked up a couple of shutdowns. Tries to find the kill on the Shanks, but just misses the damage on the E flash. So we'll be going down. Probably in disarray, in distraught here. It's now a 15k gold lead for AL. They're going to send themselves straight down the mid lane, try to finish off this game for good. Equalizer over the top. Puff will fall. Kyle picks it up with the buckler, and we might not be in this one for much longer.
Black Cleaver Poppy, you don't see that every day. I like that from Kyle, sending the message. Anyone's Legend sending the message to all of LPL that, well, if they're going to face a non-LPL team, they're going to take care of business. We'll see what else they can do throughout the day. Good start for Anyone's Legends, taking down Super Gaming.
Yeah, the finishing touches potentially right here. Just the 2 tanks alive right now for the Old Man Cup representatives. And hey, a good first impression for Anyone's Legends. They punch their ticket to a Game 1 win here in the group stage. They take down Super Gaming and start their path towards a potential DEMACIA Cup title.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, getting out of this group took care of the team that we expected everyone to take care of in Super Gaming. But hey, the style they did it in, responding to the swap and seeing some fun plays out of Shanks when he got the free lane, rather nice. As I will say, I will probably never again in my life see a Vladimir actually move out of lane that much. I don't think that's ever happening again.
Especially at level 5 with only a Doran shield in inventory.
Look at the Super Gaming logo. That's just like the neurons activating in his head. It's like the Jimmy Neutron like brain blast. He's like, I must go bot and help my team. I don't care if I'm level 5 Vlad. He must go make a play.
Champions just must go try to attack them. That's
yeah,
like
absolutely.
Tough one for Super Gaming. We knew that was going to be the case. We'll see how they do against some of the other LPL teams like OMG and Ultra Prime. I believe their next game will be against OMG, which is going to be happening immediately after the post-game coverage of this one. But of course, with the Legends Cup teams, always have that caveat of, they're here for fun a little bit. They qualified in a tournament against each other, and now playing against some more professional teams. Maybe there's a reason that they decided to step away, become more content creators, and gonna fall to Anyone's Legends here.
Regardless, off of that game, absolutely no bias for my nostalgia, but Kakao still got it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Hey, so some good stuff from
the Sim mechanics were there.
Yeah, from 694 as well. Get some good engages here as we take a look at that post-game screenshot.
That's very kind of you to credit 694 as well there, Grapes. I wouldn't do the same, but Kakao leading his team in damage. Let's go. Good job, Kakao.
Hey, it wasn't like Season 5. We got an improvement there.
Yeah, the dropping Skarner, the Season 5 throwback, that's an old classic there. If you were there for that patch. Skarner, I believe, was banned for most of the tournament, or ended up falling out of meta, but it was the Juggernaut patch, and that champion was deemed to be like incredibly OP. And Kakao got his hands on it and did like I think it was like 90 or 900 damage in a single game. It was terrible. The champs. Yeah.
So the unfortunate part of all this is, even though Anyone's Legends did get the win, It's hard to say that there's a ton of stuff that we could take away from this win specifically, just because of how quickly the game unraveled. Was fun to see how they responded to the lane swap strategy that Super Gaming went for. You know, I respect them trying to force anyone's Legends hand a little bit, but they were able to respond very admirably, as you mentioned earlier in the game. The way that they set up Shanks to just pick up a lot of XP worked out really well. Ends up getting 10 kills, having himself a good game.
Yeah. Well, that said, I mean, I'm excited for at least more games in this group. I will say the Anyone's Legends versus OMG has to be the matchup that everyone is ready to tune in for, given those are the two 1-0 teams. And 3 is the magic number. If you win all 3 of your games, you're in. It's a brutal group. It's best of ones, single round robin. So anything can happen. We saw that earlier in the week with Thunder Talk making it out of the group that many expected JDG to make it out of. But we'll see if we get any surprises later on today, Grapes.
Hey, other positive here. I believe the tiebreak, if there are any ties, is actually average game time. So pretty good situation here for Anyone's Legends to win in 21 minutes.
I will say
minutes like we saw yesterday, but it's still a win regardless.
We've seen faster games against, non-old man teams.
Against actual LPL teams. Yeah, no, you're right.
OMG they could pick like Master Yi Heimerdinger and play to win that tiebreaker, you never know.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the some of the old strategies.
As a veteran C-Law caster, you gotta know the speedrunning strats.
I know there's probably not a ton of overlap between North American Collegiate and LPL viewers here.
This might be it.
The average game time strategy of going Dig Timer, Master Yi. Yeah.
Niall's going to compete against the Chinese collegiate teams and then speedrunning strats. That's about
that's the crossover
we've got. Yeah, that's about it.
But yeah, I'm glad that Anyone's Legends was able to pull off a very clean win. I think the macro decisions that they did have to make were good, and nothing super glaring, no alarms being sounded specifically just yet for this team. And again, so many expectations for them as they go forward in this LPL season. It's been so many years of kind of a lot of the similar teams always making it back to international competitions if you're an LPL fan, like JDG, Weibo even, and LNG. But now seeing a new team like AL potentially in the mix, that's always exciting.
Yeah, I don't want to get too crazy yet with, just off this game. But hey, everyone that saw this roster was excited because it was a team that somewhat surprised people with how well they played last split and with pretty much across the board community being like unanimous upgrades to top and jungle. The players that we have seen have success in the LPL throughout their careers. Definitely a team that we're looking to be competitive in what is a very competitive league. Always feels like an LPL that there are, 5, 6, 7 teams that can compete at the top of the table. Anyone's Legends is definitely going to be one of those this year with the expectations that we have that can just live up to half of them should be in one of the teams that can actually take home the trophy in the end. And we'll see what happens as we go throughout this tournament. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from their performance this game, but it is a little bit of a different caliber team they're going up against for the rest of the tournament. And curious to see if they can show up like this against the better teams we have in this group and the rest of the tournament later on.
Yeah, that's going to be the exciting thing. How are they going to do, against OMG and Ultra Prime later today? Because those are real, LPL teams that are going to be fielding those rosters in the league for 2025. Specifically, OMG should be exciting, especially after how they looked in their last game. We're going to be seeing them after we finish our post-game coverage here, of course, against Super Gaming, and we'll see how quickly they're able to potentially speedrun this next game as well.
Yeah, next game might be interesting, but hey, Super Gamers, definitely not sleeping gamers in that one. They tried to show up with some of the hands. I'm bummed we didn't see the Longxing highlight the top side. He actually played that really well in the Kasante, getting the double true damage and finding those kills. The flip over the wall, too, was really nice. So, actually saw some decent things out of him and Kakao. The rest of the map was something else. This E-Flash.
Hey, we respect the effort.
Oh, man. Oh,
and according to our producer, Kelsey, Zhao Bao, one of the better performers for the Super Gaming team throughout the Legends Cup as well. So, a bit of an unfortunate early game situation, but you can see the attempt to making plays still definitely there for him and the rest of his team.
Yeah, we'll see if we have a Vlad again. I don't think we're going to see it, which is a bummer. I do like seeing Vladimir, just Vlad mid. usually not where we see Vlad. You know, it's like take the Flash Ghost, go top, play against Shen, GP, and just profit from being Vladimir as you scale out throughout the rest of the game. Playing against an Aurora, where you got to play that fast, and we saw the Vlad moving first. That's something I'm probably never going to see again. That game, for me, just having Vlad move first out of the Aurora, that was the most entertaining thing for me in this game, as we have MVP, Hope, damage to gold ratio, honestly 151, kind of lacking there given that it has Poke Varus, and 12-1 and 7 scoreline for Hope. I mean, that's it. Come on, man.
I think it hurts him. I think it hurts him that he had probably so much gold from just farming kills. But that's
yeah, I think it. Yeah, that and like all just the constant fighting that was going on, and then like one Q from him, it's like, okay, fight's over. That hit.
The
there goes
health
30
bars
HP.
are lower because they're lower level. Like there's some.
That's true.
Some in there a little bit.
Okay, you talked me into this one. I can't go as hard as Hope, as hard on Hope. Anyway, there's not much to go hard on Hope for there. He had a pretty beast game. You look at how that Varus is playing out a lot of those fights, lining up people to hit multiple Qs, finding the carries in the back line. To talk a lot about how it was likely to be the Poke Varus against a comp that did have a big range disadvantage, and Hope really cashed that in as he cashed in all the kills we saw. So I have all the paper that he had to the damage that he did.
Yeah, a player that also has that international experience on top of, the other strong top side that, of course, we have. Hope, another player, was on JDG in years past. So definitely some high expectations for him and Kyle down there in the bottom lane. And we saw that a little bit here. Just a tiny little preview in this first game. But speaking of previews, we got this game coming up next. OMG going up against Super Gaming. We're going to head to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the draft for that one. Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the 2024 DEMACIA Cup. Got our third game of Group B lined up for y'all. Super Gaming, we just saw take a bit of a tough loss, I think we could say, against Anyone's Legends. Playing against the 1-0 OMG, who, with their slightly altered roster from 2024, ended up picking up a pretty clean win over Ultra Prime. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby. Cubby, definitely liked what we saw out of OMG. If they take the care of business here against Super Gaming, it would set up a 2-0 versus potentially 2-0 matchup against Anyone's Legends, depending on the result of our next game.
Yeah, it could be a banger best of one later on in the night, but I know that our neurons will be firing in this one as Super Gaming. They came to throw some haymakers in the first game. Did they land? We don't really know. It could be another group where it's another, like, you know, we have Jake or Mike Tyson in the, you know, room full of Jake Pauls. But hey, that said, the Old Man Cup, the Old Man teams, they're putting on noble performances, and I like seeing Kakao do his best on the Rift, as I've always known Kakao for. I always thought he was a great player. So, you know, kind of exciting to see him try and compete. And we'll see if OMG can continue to compete at the level they showed in the first game, because they looked pretty good. And hope that continues. The Rumble Flex was really creative and really strong that game.
Yeah, not a ton of time for Super Gaming to recover from that last loss, but maybe at some point they decided to just go into game planning for that next one against OMG, right? As we head into the draft pretty quickly after the conclusion of that last game. We still see that Ambessa taken away. The Rumble not banned, as we see Xiao Bao taking a beating in the early ban phase. 3 mid laners taken away.
I mean, 3 mid laners that can counter Vladimir too. So I don't know what kind of respect they're paying there. I mean, you could argue that there are 5.5 mids being banned too. We saw Ambessa being played mid earlier on in the day. So and that was played by Ninfeng. So really testing the mid lane champion pools here. Curious to see how that impacts not just mid lane, but the fact that everything else is open. The Rumble, the Skarner, the Ashe, all on the board. So gotta figure a lot of OPs are going over this game.
Imagine I wouldn't be surprised if the Rumble gets picked up first again. Not only did Hung have such a great game on it, but you could also obviously still flex it into the top lane. Instead, going to be Starry's champion from game 1 in the Corki. Some flexibility there, but we've been seeing it mostly in the bottom lane, expecting that to go towards Starry again.
Yeah, I do like how you highlighted the flexibility. Some of the matchups that are taken off the board are the ones good in the Corki. Victor, Orianna traditionally can be lane dominant into Corki mid. So I think it's a good highlight, Grapes. I think higher odds that it goes mid this game than it being in Starry's hands bot, as of course that draft did have Ashe and Varus taken off the board as well. But Grapes, I mentioned Kakao on KT Arrows taking down Samsung Blue. It is his signature champion, the one that he used to win that series in the Nocturne. Excited to see him on that one. And of course, we talked about all the OPs being on the board. Rumble, good pick and a good deny away from OMG, as Kakao still continues to deny the Skarner from himself, which I feel like is a good call still. But we're going in. We're diving with the Rumble Nocturne here.
I mean, it's a very similar strategy that we saw from Super Gaming in game 1, which was very aggressive, just straightforward. We're going to send abilities, throw all of our ultimates straight forward, and that's the mantra of these two champions that have gone in this first rotation. The response going to be the Skarner, likely going towards Hung in the jungle this time around, so a little bit less of a carry threat, but still very strong regardless, and we'll see what OMG want to do to wrap up this first rotation. Top lane pick would not be super surprising, given that Rumble's already been locked in on the other side.
Yeah, and could be a return to that Gnar that was used. Really, it was a part of the Rumble flex, right? That Rumble being first pick, flex to Hong, and then the Gnar coming in to play against Sante. Oh, Xiao Bao with the Akali being locked in. Corki has no way of stopping that. Looks like they're going to throw more mid bans over at Linfeng, at least taking away that Galio, which honestly is a two-hitter, taking that away from the, well, I guess it wouldn't be top against Rumble, but we have seen Galio be really strong against Rumble. The fact they have double magic damage, and it's an Akali showing Galio really strong into both those champions. I think it's a really smart ban to take that off the board.
Okay, are you just gonna, is it gonna be like just more mid lane takeaways? Is Puff gonna lock in like, I don't know, like a Lucian or something? That would be another mid lane ban or another mid lane takeaway. Just try to target him as much as possible. There's another one with the LeBlanc. I mean, it's getting kind of ridiculous to this point. They want to set up Xiao Bao in the perfect situation after what happened on that Vladimir last time.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, really hating on Linfeng here. They're just taking away all the mid-lane champions. The target, I mean, you could argue that Kate, we saw Kate being played mid in last season.
Yeah.
Same with Very. We have 10 mid-lane bans. Great. It's what it is.
Man, Linfeng and all chat's gonna go crazy after they, try to win this game. Just say, and mid lane bans still can't win as they hit the enemy nexus. Definitely a possibility. Still need a bot lane right now for Super Gaming. That Ashe could go either towards the support position or the 80 carry position. We saw some nice enchanted crystal arrows from Puff in that last game, so not surprised to see that one locked in again.
Ooh, I'd like the Ziggs here a lot. Ability to get a lot of value out of your abilities when everyone is diving. That said, I think a Renata Wayne could also be really nice. Another champ that Moham can play. And you have the dive of Akali Nocturne already coming in. Renata would have some value. But nope, going to be Ziggs and a pairing. And if it is Moham on the rel, I guess it'd be no real surprise there, as that is the champ that we really most associate with Moham. Rel showing the value of the game, try and lock up the Akali and the divers that will be coming for Ziggs and Corki in that backline.
Yeah, you already still have a ton of range with the Ziggs and the Corki. You don't necessarily need anything more, just some good old solid engage here for Mo on his signature champion. Not super surprising, all things considered. Another really solid team composition here for OMG. We'll see what support is going to be balanced against it. 694 played against that Poppy in the last game. Maybe just showing a little bit of respect to Kyle with that hover instead. Locking in the Alistar for some more good old-fashioned all-in.
Yeah, Ali can be a little bit difficult to pilot against Ziggs in particular, but interacts really well with the rest of the team and comp that we have here, as well as being really someone that can potentially cancel the Gnar combos that will be coming from Harry, not to mention interrupting Skarner as well. So 694 going to try and play bodyguard for Puff and the backline. As everyone else on the team, we expect to dive, Nocturne, turn the lights off, get a Kali in there, get the red carpet laid out against immobile areas, the likes of the Ziggs. Going to be the goal here for Super Gaming, because they're looking to fire on all cylinders. Meanwhile, OMG, I think they're able to stay, at least protect themselves a little bit early on in the fights, maybe get some poke out from Ziggs, and really try and play on the timers where Ziggs is able to hold certain parts of the map, as well as Gnar on those mega timers. A little bit more conditions that OMG have to worry about as they do set up their fights, but of course, OMG, the heavy favorites coming into this one, and we saw them use the Gnar bar and some of the champs they have really well in game, showed us earlier in the day. So excited to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, Harry had himself a very solid performance on that champ. OMG really prioed the early Grubs and the Rift Herald in that last game that they played against Ultra Prime. We'll see if they'll be able to do that, or if Super Gaming try to throw a wrench into that plan with some of the lane swap shenanigans like we saw them against anyone's legend. They have another very simple or one-dimensional team, however you want to put it. A lot of hard engage, a lot of going straightforward, and we'll see if that ends up working out. We're probably going to need to see some good early aggression from Kakao and the rest of that team if they want to have any chance in this one. We're on to the Rift for our third game of the day. See if OMG can jump up to 2-0 and take the lead here in Group B of DEMACIA Cup.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of it starts to see if we do have a lane swap coming in here from Super Gaming, as we see.
Oh, it's the good it's the Corgi skin. Oh yeah.
I'm not going to comment on the interaction going on from where Akali was standing in the emote spam. We're going to leave that for the chat. But that said, again, I think lane swap on the table here for Super Gaming if they want it. But looks like it's going to be a little bit more stock standard. Kakao looking to start on what I assume to be his Raptors. We'll go from there.
So more standard so far here as you take a look at some of the runes. Yao Bao, this time with the teleport, so not the ghost or the ignite or an aggressive combat summoner like we saw in game number 1. Gonna try to take things maybe a little bit more standard, albeit on, of course, an assassin, something that we don't necessarily see a ton of these days in the current meta. Nice bomb spot out the bot lane here for Super Gaming from Starry as we kick things off with just a little bit of poke back and forth.
Yeah, mirrored clears here to start on off as each jungler on their respective Raptor camp. Getting smoked by Starry. Start this one. That's, oh yeah, okay, there we go. Nice sidestep there from Puff. As the Zig should have favor in terms of the push in the lane just kind of depends on where he places the bouncing bombs. Like it could save that one, hit like 6 creeps coming in, but instead looking for the harass and props to Puff, getting some nice side steps in early.
Yeah, we actually never officially mentioned this, but it is going to be a Ziggs bot lane and a Corki mid. I know that there could have been some questions about where those champions did go, especially when we just saw the Corki locked in on that first rotation, but it's going to be Starry this time on the mage and Linfeng playing the marksman.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil like all the strats, but I do know that APA actually likes the Ziggs into Akali because Akali just can never step up. Would have been a real option. So, yeah, that said, Corki mid, Ziggs bot, what we expected going up against the Ashe, as Ashe actually has a very good matchup against Corki. Can space his low auto attack range rather well, and honestly, can really harass Akali early on too. I like the Conqueror being taken. Those E's definitely a problem for Akali.
Yeah, you know, even you pop the Shroud, you just throw out that Gatling gun, make it just tear through all that armor, make sure that Xiao Bao is having a pretty rough time. Right now, you know, Linfeng having the pressure mid, and not a ton of pressure from Kakao specifically on this Nocturne until we get to that level 6 mark. So he's going to feel pretty safe here in this lane for the time being. Meanwhile, we see Hung on the Skarner, pathing towards the top side, and Harry might need a bit of a bailout here as Longxing has Longxing has the wave in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and Kakao finishing that clear on time will have their respective crabs to take. Does clear out the wards, so putting a little bit of soft pressure on the bot side, but a much slower start this time. As Super Gaming maybe thinking a little bit too much Super Gaming last time. Okay, good trade. Flash for flash. That wave pretty far back and has a ward to protect himself, so well played from Longxing.
Yeah, gonna be forced to go back to base, use that teleport. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, hey, we're seeing Super Gaming doing some stuff here, Covey. Some good pressure in the top and the bottom lane. Right now, mid lane not in the best spot, but you're gonna take that, all things considered. Much better start in terms of gold than we saw in the last one.
D-Shield, second win maxing. That's what's going on here for Xiao Bao.
Yeah, it's trying to get as much healing. You could already see it kind of health bar going up a little bit.
I mean, popping the pot, that's not D-Shield second win maxing, I gotta say, you know. It could have sat on that one a little bit longer. Hitting was pretty low, might have been vulnerable to the next combo, but at the moment, Super Gaming not being blown out of the water in the lane phase quite yet. They're hanging in there.
Yeah, just 200 gold lead right now. So basically nothing at this point. Most of it actually just on Linfeng in this mid lane because of the pressure that he's able to exert in that mid range versus melee. Sees Xiao Bao still taking a bit of a beating, but able to trade rather nicely. You can see the mana bar from Linfeng getting lower and lower. Probably close to a reset here on the Corki sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we do see the TP from Longxing going into the top side. That's gonna, it is to match the Gnar, but again, really used to seeing bot lanes rotate up here proactively. Each of our teams opting not to do that. I gotta say, I don't love how OMG each game has decided to be late on this. I still think the right way to play the game right now is to proactively get into the top lane first, especially when you have a champ like Ziggs, where if you do get the wave in, you can go sit in river and make it really hard to approach. So I think that there's some opportunity here for OMG to kind of switch things up as time goes on, but at the moment, they're going to have a very heavy prio on this wave to get this in, and do have the option to rotate proactively to the grubs they want to after this.
Yeah, right now, actually, with Kakao still on the bottom side, it's going to be still OMG having pressure around the grubs as they do spawn. Level 6 now hit from Linfeng, going to pepper some rockets into the back of Xiao Bao as he went for a bit of an aggressive trade. You now see the bottom lane rotating up, and Xiao Bao coming in with the perfect execution, ends up dashing right back as soon as Moham shows.
And these are the grubs, really just based on how the lanes are going. Again, that bot lane push, props to OMG, using that to just move up. Really pressured the lanes of Super Gaming. It was a big wave stack that Harry got in after he just went mega. You got to lead to the first grubs being uncontested, and Kakao not yet going to that dragon. Instead, going to look to get into Hong's jungle. Will at least get the Raptors here, you got to imagine.
A small victory here for the Legends Cup representatives, but it will be all 3 of the first grubs taken by OMG. Now, can Super Gaming find anything in response now? There's no ultimate on Jiao Bao, but 694 is here, lands the headbutt pull combo. I think it's just to pressure a little bit and help Jiao Bao get out of this lane. It's a bit of a tough spot right now. The Shuriken Flip does connect, but it doesn't look like the Akali's brave enough to go all the way in. Stun comes out from Moham, and both parties will go back to base.
Yeah, then Fong did have the Skarner in his back pocket as the Raptors were traded. Hung was taking the Raptors of Nocturne, and so jungle is still going to be pretty even and close. And besides the 3 grubs going down, this map's still quiet, but want to see OMG really push the lead of having the first 3 grubs. And the meta has been figured out so much, as we really saw at Worlds what happens when you get a 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 grub advantage. It's just 4 people to a side lane. Other team either has to respond by matching or cross-mapping, and if you cross-map, you're just slower on the play. Getting the first 3 grubs so big because just the opportunity to set up for the 4-1, or 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 split, as well as having that elongated time to actually pressure turrets and take plates. Want to see if OMG can cash in on that early lead, as they do have those grubs picked up and secured early on.
On the other side, we do have Kakao hitting level 6, and so always can be a threat with that paranoia. Going to try to use that to at least get some gold in terms of kills towards his teammates. 694 takes a lot of damage here with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Will survive with less than 100 HP, but going to be forced out of that lane. Meanwhile, there comes that paranoia. Shouts about flashes forward. He's lands a perfect execution. That's going to be first blood for Super Gaming. Our Legends Cup representatives get on the board first, but there could be a trade on the other side. Moham flashing underneath the tier 1 turret. One more tower shot takes him below 100 HP. Puff not able to finish off the kill, but does survive the dive. Hey, our old man team looking pretty good here in the early game against OMG, but Puff might now be in a little bit of trouble. Flying a little bit too close to the sun, trying to find that final volley onto Moham, but will not be able to. Hung comes in clutch and picks up the even trade.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not trying to snake Puff because I hate him, but I might have to get back out my PhD, aka my player hate and agree with that one. Unfortunately for Puff. Hey, had a really nice outplay under the turret, but didn't manage to outplay the second part where he stepped up. A little bit unwarranted there with his support in base being split. Puff goes down, and OMG gets on the board.
Yeah, going aggressive there in the mid lane here for Super Gaming. That was definitely a good thing for them. Unfortunately, the trade on the other side was a kill going for OMG, who still find themselves with a slight lead, although definitely a much better start for Super Gamer than it was in the last one against anyone's Legend. They're probably down like 5K, 6K at this point.
Yeah, I like how we just rate how you do against the old man teams, like the circle of suck, you know? Like, who doesn't win the hardest? But hey, one thing I do like here... oh, hang on. Dive coming in.
Yeah, one thing. He used the equalizer to try to get the wave down, but it's not going to matter as Moham and Hung are both very tanky. We'll be able to eat up that tower pretty well and allow for Starry to get an open opportunity here in the top side.
I do like the fact that OMG is rotating for these second grubs. We saw that positive play happen bot lane as Puff from range, not able to hit Linfeng before the Valkyrie came in. Good try. It's going to be a cooldown that's now down again for grubs. But this grub rotation, of course, off the kills, bot OMG using that to get their prio towards top side, where the grubs will spawn. So they really want to prioritize, especially with Ziggs, and already get 2 plates down. Now, these grubs, I feel like Super Gaming has to fight this, or else this game is just going to get drastically out of hand going up against a team with the Corki, with the Ziggs, and potentially 6 grubs. That's brutal. So expect to see action. Launching no ult will have to fix the wave, and Hong's actually snuck in behind with a TP. There's going to be a hell of a pinch coming in from OMG already.
Here comes Hung trying to get onto Kakao. Does push him back just a little bit, but he's going to use Paranoia forward. Crash down from Moham will buy some time, but Kakao will be able to pick up the first kill of the exchange. We'll be traded back as Harry will pick up the shutdown and approach the Mega Gnar status. So it will be Super Gaming picking up one of the grubs, but still going to have the Void Might spawning here for OMG. They're going to get 5 out of the 6.
Well, Kakao, he got a kill. He got a grub, but that's going to be it. So One-way trip in, unfortunately for the Nocturne. OMG with the 5 grubs. Now, I just want to see them, first off, you fix all 3 lanes, and then you overload one of them with the Zig, especially with the snap charges again. The setup from OMG, props to them. Using that top priority, you can see Longxing had to respond to the wave, enabled Hong to get in with a really good angle. Moham able to at least trap up Xiao Xiaobao so he doesn't get into the backline. OMG do a good job of kiting out, playing with the Zigs, neutralizing that fight, and that now with the map being in their favor, you can see they're fixing all 3 lanes right now. Want to see them just send people bot. Go play into the Akali. Akali lacks wave clear. Your Ziggs is there. Go take plates. Go satchel that turret. Start stacking up that gold.
And you know that gold lead was pretty minuscule about 5 minutes ago, but it's starting to get there a little bit. OMG finding themselves up now 1.5k as they have 5 of the void grubs as well. It's going to help them continue to grab some of these plates as they are still up for the next 2 minutes or so. Super Gaming on the other side, they have Cacao with those 2 kills, and I mean if you're Cacao in the situation, you're on one of your signature champions, I would just keep pressing that R button, man. Just keep going in, trying to find kills wherever you can. You have Xiao Xiaobao's flash coming up in a little bit. You could maybe make a play with him in a side lane somewhere.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm kind of bummed that OMG actually didn't go for the overload. I mean, it's 5-1. We saw at Worlds, like, you just play half the map. There's no way a team can match you. Like, they don't have a flash up on Zig, so maybe they're scared about an Akali TP with a Nocturne combo, but now that Longxing just TP top again, I think that you just force on one of these lanes. Forcing on mid for me, not the safest option. Have you open yourself up to being flanked on 2 sides. Really bummed that we haven't seen OMG again. Just go bot, go play into that Akali. There's no wave clear on that champion. If you have Ziggs, you're able to push through that lane with 4, and you're just farming plates instead. OMG, they don't go for an overload, so they keep the map neutral, and I think it really slowed down the game for them.
Yeah, you know, not going to be that 21-minute win that we saw from AL against Super Gaming. If OMG want to pull this one out, might take a little bit more time, although you do have Ziggs to try to accelerate things. You even have Demolish on the Skarner jungle, which is not something you always see going into the Resolve tree, but it seemed like the game plan going in was to try and take plates and you know, siege these objectives. Haven't seen that just yet. Instead, we might see a team fight here, as Super Gaming have started up this Hextech Dragon, but OMG here to respond with 3. Now Hung going to let it reset a little bit before restarting things. We'll see if Super Gaming want to go back in on this one. I would expect Moham is enough to force them back.
Yeah, good use of Ziggs there from OMG. They fixed mid, walked in, pushed them off the objective. And with the Ziggs, the spells, and how strong you are at this stage of the game, just building straight AP, Super Gaming decide not to fire those neurons, decide to go Sleepy Gaming and give the objective away. So will be OMG just extending their lead a little bit further.
Yeah, Super Gaming able to get a little bit of that gold back just off of some CS and things like that while that objective was being taken away. So we're still at a relatively even game state right now, Cubby, except of course the mid game for OMG should be pretty good unless more plays like this do happen. Another trade of flashes in the mid lane with a Paranoia coming out, and it's going to be enough for Xiao Xiaobao to pick up his first kill of the game as they target Linfeng once more.
Yeah, saw it once, saw it twice. Either way for Corki, no dice to get out of that one. As Akali Nocturne sync up, take him down. There's going to be some pressure on the bot turret, but hey, Rift Herald with 5 grubs should be secured here for OMG, so chance for them to continue to at least try and press this grub advantage. But again, we haven't seen OMG really snowball this game, and with Cacao and Xiao Xiaobao syncing up those flashes, trading 2 for 1, yes, it's a lot burned in the Corki, but Super Gaming are the ones that are able to still make positive plays, and it should be OMG with the 5-1 grubs and the Zig, so don't really get why the game slowed down so much from their perspective.
Hey, you know, now it's Super Gaming with the gold lead. Let's go! Legends Cup represent. They're able to pull off a win here. That might send this group all out of whack, or maybe just lock things up for anyone's Legends, depending on what happens later today.
Might send me into orbit, if we're going to be honest.
Hey, if we get one Legends Cup win in the group stage, that would be a win for big LPL veterans everywhere. I don't want to say necessarily win for old people everywhere, because that's not necessarily what we're
no, as a 28-year-old, be a win for me. Let's be honest, Grapes. I need anything I can get. My hairline is thinner. I got some more fat around my neck. It's not great. I can't play Lee Sin anymore. I got to play the Xin Zhao. I get it, Cacao, you know. It is what it is.
Or you play the Nocturne. Just press that R button like you've been doing. And,
I can do that.
gonna come off cooldown again, I think now or very shortly. So we'll see if another play could happen. I mean, that's when good things have happened here for Super Gaming, is when Kakao is able to use that ultimate, force a play. And I hope we see more of it because it's been really fun to watch so far.
Well, Puff fishing.
Yeah, mid lane tower does get taken down, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Linfeng, but they generate enough distance for that not to matter. But hey, that's a moral win if you're Puff. You still are able to get a little bit of a stun off.
I mean, that hit rate from downtown has been pretty high. We got to give that to Puff. It's throughout each of the games. It's been able to hit those. So see if he can pump out some damage later on. We'll be paired up with the Alistar to help him create some space. About to pop that coal. Going to be a nice gold injection for Puff. See what that second item ends up being for the Ashe. But, I mean, honestly, Graves, at this point of games with the old men team, we've kind of been, making jokes or making fun of players, but we got to take this one fully seriously.
Yeah, we got to lock back. We got to reset our perspectives a little bit after that.
Lord.
Hey, Super Gaming, we were talking about how, it's different expectation for these Legends Cup players, but you think of just the status of what these guys have been able to do. You're talking international appearances, as recent as 4 or 5 years ago for some of them, showing that they still got it a little bit.
Yeah, the game plan from Kakao and Xiao Xiaobao has been really good. So we'll see if when they get the flashes up, they double press on Corki and make Linfeng hit his life one more time.
I mean, that's a good strategy at this point. Linfeng had a very, very solid game.
There were 8 mid lane bans. Reminder.
Yeah, they're really targeting him. Maybe there's some hidden beef between these two guys. Maybe they had a bad solo queue interaction one time, and now Decisive was taking it out on him on the competitive rift here at DEMACIA Cup. We'll maybe get that story later on. As right now though, OMG using their draft to good effect, which is utilize their range, try to see some objectives, and find some picked out players like this as Xiao Bao goes down and Linfeng gets his revenge.
Yeah, nice transition and pressure there from OMG. They got Rumble's ult off of bot lane, able to fast track to mid where the Akali, again, lacking wave clear. Don't usually want Akali on that wave, has to step up to clear the wave. Rather have something like Ashe usually, but with resets coming in, able to find a window against Super Gaming and maybe another one being presented by Bongxin.
Yeah, he tried to overchase potentially onto the Gnar, is able to flash away, does get away from the Impale, and now here comes Kakao. Not a ton of follow-up damage though, just from the Alistar as he gets darted to the wall. Now looking for the engage, headbutts him right into the hands of Langsha, who goes down. Puff gonna be able to trade one back, and here comes a teleport as Xiao Bao wants to get back into this thing. Harry forced to flash away. That Storm Surge gonna do a lot of damage. And that's a shutdown for Super Gaming. Puff dies on the other side. Overall, a 3 for 2. OMG barely winning that exchange.
Oh man, I mean, it felt like 6-9-4, like the initial play was sweet, and it's like, oh no, you just killed your Rumble. As Launching was sent to the gray screen by his support on the attempt of the turn, and now Akali does have flash, but no ult available.
Oh, uses the shuriken to get right back into potentially a safer position, but no, Linfeng able to pick this one up. A teleport does come in. It will be from the Rumble. It's Kakao able to flash away. Equalizer does go on to Linfeng, who's now forced to run into a bit of an unfortunate angle, but will not go down just yet. The blue buff might be a little bit of an extra helper. 6th player here for Super Gaming, but not enough to take the Corki down.
I thought Kakao played that series of events rather well. I'm just going to throw that one out there, as Kakao still got it. The Stride Breaker to maybe set up a kill on the Corki was a good attempt, but let's get a replay this one as Bongxin has no ult, starts with a flash engage from the Skarner. Good attempt. If they pull in the Rumble, he dies immediately, but that pull was able to be spaced after the Scrap Shield came in. This turn attempt from 6-9-4. I mean, it's just serving on its own. Later on a silver platter, unfortunately.
The headbutting the Skarner into the enemy turret, tank this guy. That was
no. Yeah, maybe he thought the E wasn't up, and then Puff did flash the minefield, but wasn't able to flash the bouncing bomb. Props to Starry to going into the brush to cut off vision. You're not going to see the rest of that play, as we got to return to live, and it's the Mountain Dragon being secured by OMG.
All right, so another one fight there for OMG. They're starting to control the neutral objectives more and more. Still though, 1,500 gold is all it is between these two teams. Shouts out Bao, Kakao, this mid-jungle duo working out pretty well for the old men so far here in this game. We'll see how they're able to turn things into potentially some objectives, because they're going to need at least a dragon or two. Oh, Moham later into this one. Nice engage here for 694. Moham just gets caught out, and it will be Puff securing that one here for Super Gaming. I think it would be very ambitious for them to go for this Baron, but they're still pressuring around the area for now, as Hung is forced to face check.
Well, 694 definitely watched Worlds, so able to get Moham there as he ends up falling on the rel. Nice kill secured by Super Gaming as they're going to hit the reset button, get those ult cooldowns back, and try and make another play. Well played.
Yeah, so another kill going over to Super Gaming. 694 having himself a nice engage there onto Moham, as so far things looking much better for them. Hey, Cubby, we already passed the total game length from the last matchup that Super Gaming played against anyone's Legend. So they're already off to a better start, and hey, still definitely in the running of this one. It's not like it's gotten away from them by any means.
I feel like someone needs to calculate RNG's total game time, and then Super Gaming and Team Blood's total game time, and then we'll just use that to rate the old man teams, you know?
And if RNG have a slower a lower game time, that would not be good for them.
No, would not be good for the brand.
Not good for the brand that once was so high. Had players like Longqing back in the day. But yeah, right now, Super Gaming just kind of waiting things out, I think, until Kakao's ultimate comes back up. It's going to be up shortly, and I think that is when Super Gaming can go for more of these plays. But for now, playing things just a little bit more safely, as looks like Hung going to go aggressively into this enemy jungle here, as they want to try to contest this red buff, but a nice smite from Kakao allows for him to pick that one up. Here comes Moham, though, lands the Magna Storm only onto one, as Kakao is chunked out rather low. It will be 694 going down as teleport comes in. All 5 members of OMG in the enemy jungle, as Super Gaming just get punished. Puff will fall. It's the bottom lane of SG falling, and OMG going to retreat right back to the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Ult's coming back up for Super Gaming. You can see they have every ult available, but Puff with no flash just got collapsed on, kited the wrong way. If he goes up towards his turret, maybe he's able to buy some space, but not the case as Hong chases down Super Gaming. It's going to continue as he still has ult.
They don't care about the Baron. They want to force a fight. That's a nice impale onto Longqing. Takes him down. Starry gets the gold, and right back to the objective they go.
OMG making this series of events look pretty easy, as it was the elongated chase from the Skarner onto Alistar. Like the slows between the Q, as well as, you know, bashing the ground, able to buy some space. It's the W of Skarner. I was just I was blanking on the button and the ability name.
They actually do force him off the Baron. So OMG not able to pick that one up. They're gonna retreat, play it a little bit safer. It seems like they are content with, you know, playing a much slower pace to this game than we necessarily saw from AL. Another nice engage from Mohan.
This is safe. Yeah, like they just smush Alistar in this. I just don't get why Puff doesn't walk up. As he overstayed the try and pump damage that wasn't there. You could see Kakao was hitting recall. They were trying to reset and maybe sneak in some space before the Baron. Not the case. Meanwhile, Moham, another expedition in the top lane. He's going down.
Oh yeah, gets knocked up. Nice follow-up damage as now it's going to be Harry in some trouble, as Kakao will try to force his hand.
About,
but it's a nice satchel charge from Starry to make sure that Harry survives. Already 1 kill. It's now 4 members of OMG looking to try to finish things off a little bit more, but look at Puff as the lethal flashes forward, but just goes a little bit too far. It's another one picked up for Lin Feng, as it's an overall 4 for 2 on OMG's side.
I feel justified in busting out my player hating degree for Puff. I might have to call it the Puff hating degree. Unfortunately, that flash wasn't there. I don't know what else to say. He flashed through the Corki 6 and just got melted. And honestly, into the way, what was kind of a good start to the fight here from Super Gaming, as it was a nice find from 694 and Kakao. I love how the ult skipped over Moham. As we take another look, Moham's dead on my screen here. Great headbutt to push him back. The fear of pushing him further back on the map. And then Kakao was like, all right, that kill is secured. I'm going to the back line with my mid laner. They were able to find Gnar here. Good flash from Harry to at least make sure that he's able to survive a little bit longer. But yeah, and then Puff, like, this is a one fight. He's actually pumping out damage. Good flash from Starry to avoid the combo from 694. But the kiting from Ash is here. You just have to play this though, but flashes forward, catches a mine, and then catches everything else from the Ziggs and the Corki. As Linfeng able to flash forward and clean that one up.
You could tell he was feeling himself a little bit there. It's like, okay, I'm gliding on him a little bit. I'm gonna flash in. I'm gonna play aggressive, but doesn't have enough damage to make it worth it, unfortunately. Is now Starry actually really taking over in this game. Just finished up the Horizon Focus, now at 3 full items in this one, as now with a 4,000 gold lead, OMG trying to secure Soul Point, and they will do so with a nice smite from Hung. And now they're looking for more. Puff using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to stall out Hung, but the the trade is going to be 694, who will fall. So third Dragon plus a support kill here for OMG, as now they're sending pings towards the Baron. It would be a 4v5 if they started up.
Yeah, you can see Super Gaming, Kakao, and Xiao Xiaobao were setting up on the bot side. Not quite able to find anyone as OMG played through mid, and now that Baron start, Super Gaming had to retake the entire map. Playing out from bot, and they're not going to be here in time. Puff has no ult. Kakao could send it one-way trip.
Be the hero. Vision available with that right forward in as Xiao Xiaobao going in, trying to find the kill. They do get the kill onto Linfeng, as it could be a one-way trip for Kakao. He's forced to flash away. Meanwhile, on the other side, it will be Hung winning a 1v2 as well. OMG getting all of the kills that they want here in this one. Hung still surviving as the Baron attempt goes awry here for Super Gaming. They have Longqing respawning, trying to find a little bit of extra poke damage, but it's just a 4v2, and the Rumble's the only one with any damage.
Yeah, just a casual 1v2 from Hong out on the backside against Rumble and Ash. Not bad. Back onto the Baron, but Longqing has ult coming up. This could be big. 694's...
Oh, he tried to find the knockup, but didn't get it in time. A nice block here on the crowd control by Hung, who now is pretty low on health and on mana, but the Baron will go down. No attempt at a steal from Longqing. He will be forced to go back without anything, as OMG now have firm control of this game.
Yeah, sadly, 694 there looks like a cow set out to pasture, who got cradled up by the Skarner. Going to take another look. Buff, good sidestep there on the engage from Moham, but the damage is already done. Skarner just ends up 1v2ing this against the Rumble. Very casual. Meanwhile, on the backside, Xiao Xiaobao and Kakao, they went in. They only were able to trade out 1 for 2, tried to stall the Baron that way. Again, very split fight, a very late response from Super Gaming. Once that R's casted, Kakao, I feel like he kind of had to go in, but unfortunately, couldn't get anything done. As Moham, another expedition might be caught.
Yeah, does find out Xiao Xiaobao. Gonna pop the Magnet Storm. There sends in Hung as well. It's now the rest of the squad pulls up. Looked like Moham could have been in for another tough moment, but has the rest of his squad there to back him up. 22-9 is now the kill score, as OMG starting to run away with this one here. They have the Baron buff for the next few minutes. They're gonna try to crack open the base, headed into this bottom lane tier 3.
Yeah, Moham getting caught there the first time. He was like a great old school pitcher, you know? He gives up, that pitch for the home run to then hide something later on. Gives him the same look, and his team's able to turn it, right, Grapes?
Yep, no, exactly. Yep. You send the same arm angle time. The rest of the squad is here to back him up, set up the fielders in the right position. 2 inhibitors down here for OMG, as Super Gaming just trying to clear the waves at this point. It's tough.
He was playing the long game, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Super Gaming, this game going a little bit longer than what we're used to. Hong eats an arrow, nothing else comes through. Puff taking a lot of poke from the Corki Ziggs. This looks like it could be the last stand. Moham's low, but the rest of OMG ready to fight.
OMG seems like they've had enough. They sent a teleport in from Linfeng, rebuy some items. Now it's an open Nexus. One last ditch effort here for Super Gaming. 694 goes for the knockup, but is unable to find anything before falling. Already a double kill in for Linfeng. Looking for more. Puff will go down. It's going to be a clean ace in the base here for OMG. They're going to go to 2-0 in Group B of DEMACIA Cup.
And that matchup versus anyone's legend, what is on everyone's docket now, is that likely will decide the group. And man, OMG, that game was a little bit slower. I do not like how they played out their grub advantage. I feel like, again, if you just force 4-1 on one side of the map, play for the towers, play to stack out the plates, then you can really accelerate the game. Instead, they played it a little bit slower against the old man team in Super Gaming, trying to put us to sleep, but in the end, they were able to find the win.
Hey, I did like what we saw from Super Gaming there in that one. They put up a bit of a fight, specifically Kakao on the Nocturne and Zhao Xiaobao on the Akali as well. They had a game plan. It was to target mid as soon as that Nocturne hit level 6, and they were able to do so successfully. The problem was, the rest of the map got pretty far ahead. Starry had a very good performance on these Ziggs, and overall, it seemed like OMG better coordinated as a full 5-man unit around some of those neutral objectives. They were able to control the top side of the map very well once again, and those grubs end up turning into more plates. Even though it was maybe slower than you wanted, Covey, still able to get some of those towers and eventually get themselves into a better spot.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's the turtle that can win the race, or to make sure you don't lose the race. And it felt like OMG was on a mission there not to lose. So we'll take those.
Yeah, I think we'll have our post-match screenshots and things set up in just a little bit whenever that the main broadcast pulls it up. But OMG, now 2-0, and just a reminder that, you know, they still control their own destiny. One of our last games of the day will be them playing up against Anyone's Legends. They've looked pretty good so far in this tournament. They played some pretty clean games in the group stage. However, their biggest challenge still awaits them later today.
If I'm being honest, I mean, we'll see what Anyone's Legends looks like, you know, going up against a real team, but I don't think there's much hope here. As yeah, you got to believe that Anyone's Legends, like just the game that we saw to OMG, like for me, simply off of not pushing the grub advantage as hard as they should have with Ziggs, like that for me kind of already rules out any chance to win against AL, you know, especially with the form that we expect to see from that team, some of the names on there. But hey, we saw Thunder Talk shock JDG and absolutely just blitz them in a map, so anything can happen. We'll see what happens when we get that game later on today.
And you know, even if they don't end up winning this group, you know, still playing, you know, quality League of Legends here in this you know, DEMACIA Cup group stage. Hopeful for this OMG squad moving forward. As we mentioned at the top of the show, had some pretty exciting rosters in, you know, as recently as a few years ago with those players like Cream. But now they're running back, you know, 2 of their 5 players from 2024. You know, didn't have the best showing in the LPL 2024 season, but you know, it starts with building up some pieces. They got Moham from D+, they get Linfeng promoted from within their academy system, and you know, that is just the start of what could be a hopeful season for OMG moving forward.
Gotta say, both games from Linfeng looks really good so far. Even that game was put behind, pretty tough to play against the Akali Nocturne combo, but did see some positives from him here today as we're getting a replay from OMG's earlier game. I guess they don't even want to show the last one, you know?
Yeah, that's interesting that they don't actually they want to show the other highlights, I guess. But
here's
yeah.
what they were like against a real team, guys.
So just remember, yeah, okay.
All right, we're out of there. All right, fine.
Yeah, so I mean, I think overall though, you know, seeing Linfeng get an opportunity like this, you know, he was able to sub in for a couple of games, I believe last split, when Angel was out for, you know, some personal reasons, and impressed in that limited capacity, but now getting that full opportunity. Excited to watch more of this player after what has been a couple of exciting, fun games from him so far today.
Yeah, I mean, it has been fun so far. I gotta say, props to Super Gaming, putting up a better fight than Team Blood. With, you know, I gotta say the difference in some of the players on those rosters, it has been apparent. Go Kakao. We bless up Kakao always in this house. But yeah, it's still the fact that the old man teams are in this tournament. It does add a fun aspect to it, but yeah. So I'm not a giant fan of it, Grapes. But hey, you know what? If it gets us to the 20-team margin that they want to be at for this tournament, why not? Let the old men play, you know?
Oh, you know, they had, you know, Los Ratones played against T1 last week. Now we get Super playing against, oh my god, OMG.
That's more of an exhibition than this one, but that being said, they did make this one look like an exhibition themselves. But hey, still, for Super Gaming, Kakao, we stand Kakao in this house, always. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what he's got later on in the day.
All right, now who's your prediction for the player of the game? I think I would probably say Starry, Ziggs, but yeah, not 100%. We're still waiting for what they decide it is. Okay. There it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
sorry.
10 kills. You know, that that's normally enough here. You know, for that Pog status. OMG up to 2-0 in Group B of the DEMACIA Cup. One win away from potentially getting into that quarterfinals. However, their biggest challenge definitely still awaits them in Anyone's Legends later today. But we got another matchup in store. Speaking of Anyone's Legends, as they're going to be playing up against Ultra Prime. We're going to take a short break, swap some casters around, and we'll be right back with Game 4 of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LPL English getting ready for Game 4 of Day 4 of the DEMACIA Cup. And we had the caster swap around. My name is Marco Rafa Alexander Aramide. You may have seen me on the LCS or NACL broadcast in the past. I am reunited with Matthew Cubby David Samuelson. That's right, I'm dropping the full Cubby name. Everyone, get this guy's ass. I will drop the address as well. I want to make sure that everyone knows that this is the Rafa Cubby reunion that we have been waiting since 2022. Cubby, we did not cast together at all.
I know.
The time we lived together in LA. What's up with that?
It was kind of a shame, but I'm excited to be reunited this time, even if you're going to start by doxing me for everyone here on the stream, and excited to hop into some of these games that we have today.
Absolutely. I'm not going to lie. I was trying to prep myself for the nocturnal schedule. I failed the challenge. I fell asleep for the first 3 games. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fine. I guess I'm catching for you then.
Yes,
I'm glad
please.
we're waking
Give
up.
me the scoop.
Okay. Old man team. Cacao's still the goat, and Puff
Super
is still
gaming,
bad.
right?
Yeah. Let's see. OMG 2-0. Good start. Anyone's Legends. They smoke the old man team, and that's about where we're at.
All right. You know what? That kind of adds up to what we were kind of expecting going into this week. But the rest of the week, watching all of the other DEMACIA Cup group stages has been a real treat. IG, I mean, we had high expectations, for the Shy and the rookie team, but I think Jeja has been a real standout over on that team. But obviously, we're gonna be getting into a lot of discussion about the other groups now that all of the group winners have been kind of decided to this point for the past 3 days. We've got draft phase for Anyone's Legend and Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
And already the bans have been flowing out the window right now, Matt.
I will say Ultra Prime, I know that you didn't catch their game earlier. A lot of disconnect from their comp, but honestly, we're just looking to see a better game from them as they did not pick the right targets together. They were very disjointed against OMG, honestly handing them a rather easy game on a silver platter. So hopefully we see something better from Ultra Prime in this one, going up against the favorites of this group and Anyone's Legends, as this honestly a warm-up for what we expect to be the rubber match as they go up against OMG later on. Of course, AL 1-0, UP 0-1, and we will have a first pick Ash for Hope.
Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Pretty powerful marksman picked up for Hope on the side of Anyone's Legend. Varus, nice answer. You have now pretty solid engages from both sides of these squads from the bot lane. Now, my curiosity here, Matt, is what are some of the spicy picks that have kind of emerged from this DEMACIA Cup so far? I mean, obviously, I think the most interesting thing of the day was that Rumble Jungle that Hung broke out in Game 1 by OMG. But I don't know if Anyone's Legend or Ultra Prime has brought anything just as remarkable.
Honestly, Wukong being blinded here is a little interesting to me. Was not expecting that from Junhao. Really tough performance in the Vi for Game 1. I will say nothing too creative today, outside of Ambassa being played mid. That's something that I know is possible, just we haven't seen a lot of. And we'll see if Ambassa makes her way into the draft later on, as it's the top laner that packs a lot of damage and a lot of mobility, and has been one that a lot of our players have seen to put a lot of time in the offseason, as her kit very strong. That said, Corki being locked in, one of the other good bot laners taken away. Will be piloted in the mid lane here for Shanks, and a rather traditional comp being set up. Potential for Tarzan Maokai later on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that banned in the second phase. We'll have to see what Saber wants against Corki mid, as a lot of control mages on the board. Expect that to be narrowed if mid isn't picked in this phase of draft. So a real choice here for Ultra Prime to either match mid or match support.
With things like Victor and Aurora already off the table, it does put your options at things like the Orianna. I'm not sure if we've seen that much Syndra in the DEMACIA Cup tournament so far. I'm just trying to run through my notes here.
Yeah, not a lot of Syndra yet, as we will see a big focus in the second phase of draft. Was a choice to match support Leona locked in here for Rossi Love, and Now, I expect magic damage junglers to be taken away. Tarzan, no Nidalee for him, makes a lot of sense. Expect a Maokai ban next as well. What else are you cooking, Rafa, as a jungler yourself? We got magic damage junglers on the board for Tarzan. What are you thinking?
I mean, well, here's where my head is at, Matt. If you already have Rel from the support role, like how much more frontline do you need on the side of anyone's legend? You could shift that tank responsibility up to Flandre on the top side of the map.
Yep.
That does put him in the position of having to blind tank that could get abused by Jiang on the other side of the map. And since they are red side, they have that ability to give them counterpick priority. Zyra, that's another great answer. I think we've already seen a Zyra jungle played at least once or twice in the DEMACIA Cup so far. I like the Akali answer. Two double marksman on the side of anyone's legend. Having an assassin in the mid lane does at least give you some assassination potential so that you are eliminating or at least zoning one of those marksman threats out of the fight. Sylas. Now, you already have access to two great ultimates in the Magna Storm and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so I kind of like this pick from Saber.
Yeah, and it somewhat deters the Maokai, which I was teasing would be banned away from Tarzan. It was left up, because pick Maokai, now you get to take his ultimate away, which feels great if you are playing Sylas on this side. So, that being said, Renekton going to be the blind here for Flandre, a champ that can match Sylas in the side lane later on, as well as, I mean, you are just Renekton, so you're in okay shape, and I will say, if it is an Elise, that would be rather exciting. I think it is playable, especially if you have a Renekton at the top side. It would lack a little bit of frontline later on, as you were highlighting, Rafa, but options here for Tarzan. Oh, I actually would really like Lilia or Karthus. Very low range comp so far for Ultra Prime, so Lilia Karthus can abuse that, and it will be the Lilia for Tarzan coming out.
Now, if memory serves correctly, Matt, we did have one Lilia performance by a jungler in the DEMACIA Cup so far. Not to shame them, it was not the most inspiring, but, you know, maybe not a sign of the champion, but the way the team was operating itself. But for Ultra Prime, their last answer is going to be the Gnar, and this is a matchup that we are all very familiar with, you know, slightly ranged that you can abuse the Renekton. However, if you do get any assistance on the top side of the map and you're able to shut down this Gnar and actually give the Renekton a little bit of a lead, it does make the Gnar's life a lot more difficult in that side lane.
Yeah, and I gotta say, coming out of this draft, I really like what Anyone's Legends has for setup. That Renekton's gonna feel very comfortable being frontline in this, and I think it's really tough for Varus, because I look at the comp for Ultra Prime. If you do go for poke Varus, I think that you lose out a lot of the damage potentially later on, but I almost feel like it's necessary going up against Ashe, Corki, Lilia. You're not going to win the DPS war, and against Lilia, it's going to be a real game of pick and poke, where you have Lilia and Ashe to try and create picks, create space for Anyone's Legends, versus Leona trying to find and pick those people in their own right. Whenever I see Lilia in a game, I always think about, you got to kill that champion first, because if she's allowed to scale and ramp throughout the fight, can be a real problem. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a game of a pick war to see who can take another piece off the board first between these two teams in this game.
Yeah, and it's just a nice response from Anyone's Legend after seeing such an early Wukong rotation that you mentioned right off the bat. I think it just put Anyone's Legend in a spot where saying either we try to match the skirmishing potential of this Wukong early on, or we put a timer and say, hey, if you don't create any reasonable advantages in the first 15-20 minutes, this Lilia is going to outscale the heck out of you. As ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting on to the rift between Anyone's Legend and Ultra Prime. Now, Matt, I want to clarify something. Since OMG has already won 2 of their games, and Anyone's Legend is at 1-0. If Ultra Prime were to defeat Anyone's Legend, does that automatically put OMG as the winner of the group?
No, because Anyone's Legends and OMG have to play later on. But I believe the tiebreaker is actually time to win. So it would make things rather interesting, but with a win here, Anyone's Legends makes it so that that final match of the day is the exciting one to decide who actually ends up going home. I say final match, it's the next match, as the scheduling has just been all over the place for me. But, you know, I thought when I read the schedule that it was like left side first and right side first. I was wrong. It goes left to right.
Left to right, left to right, left to right.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to do a couple of mental health sanity checks on your side since you've stayed up all night, both on Monday as well as today. It's a nice little chunk from Saber. He's able to get the face check Shanks. Uh-oh. Cubby, I think Shanks is in trouble. Forced to flash away, but the rest of anyone's legend was already invading into the blue buff, so he has their teammates to back up on. But Tarzan is now in trouble, and Cubby turned off the screen. Tarzan forced to flash over the wall, but Saber's able to chase him easily. That's first blood for Ultra Prime, and anyone's legend wanted to get a piece of that blue buff pie, but they are getting hella punished for it early on.
Both junglers taken off the board means it's going to be a really weird map state with each jungler delayed. Kills going over to these carries of Ultra Prime is huge. That's a big start for them. I do want to highlight Waco is going for, or Waka going for that poke Varus build right off the bat. So a Comet in the inventory, big focus on the poke. I think the early kill is really important for Ultra Prime because this is a game where, for me, they have to snowball. You're not going to overcome the double marksman setup in later fights if you don't have a lead early on. So getting this 2-1 start, delaying Tarzan on this clear, good start for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and the fact that Waco still has both of his sums, he's already painted a huge target on his back for someone like Tarzan or the rest of anyone's legend to see if they can try and shut down and stop the acceleration of this snowball from happening. It's only still just under 3 minutes in the game, so the game is not completely over. You know, sometimes when we play our flex games and we have a level 1 like that, we're like, all right, guys, let's just FF at 15. You know, we'll go next. You know, definitely not you though. You're a good trooper. The rest of our friends,
I'm mental soldier. Yeah, real mental soldier up here. But hey, you know what? I can't believe that we're already referencing middle names, doxing, and also the flex games that are just disastrous.
This is the Cubby Rafa special, guys.
It's a good. It's a hell of a start. You know.
You see jungle clears being oppositely matched by both Junhao and Tarzan. Tarzan making his way towards the top side, Junhao pathing towards the boss side of the map. Waco just going to be barely dodging out on that crash down. No need for an early flash if he were caught under the tower. So you can already see a little bit of how this Renekton and Gnar matchup works. If you can always keep Renekton at a distance, you can slowly poke and harass him out, but anytime that Crocodile jumps on you, especially in mini Gnar form, you will lose a chunk of that HP.
Yeah, I do think that the grass tech... Oh, whoa, Shanks?
Shanks? Can he flash out? No, he doesn't have flash! Okay, you know what, Worth? It's all about sending a message and pushing in that wave.
I mean, the wave's bouncing back to Shanks, too, so I think that is Worth as he picks up that kill. Well done. It does mean that Silas is going to have a pretty hefty item advantage on Corki mid, though. And with no flash for Shanks, I really want to see Junhao have a visit to mid lane. Really try and snowball Silas. If you give him ganks, give him support, the gank assist, the setup that he brings to the map, really oppressive against other mid laners. So we'd love to see a visit there from Ultra Prime.
Yeah. Depends on if Junhao can get to level 6 super fast, or if Saber will have some type of level 6 advantage to set up, because outside of landing the upscun abduct, you have no CC between your jungle mid as Ultra Prime, so assuming Shanks doesn't have flash, if he has a Valkyrie available, should be able to escape any reasonable gank as long as it's not overextended. But outside of that, now Cubby, if you bring someone like Rosie Love into the fray, that gank setup is a lot easier to do.
Yeah, there is a control ward on the bot side, so we spot Leona out initially as going to trade knowledge of where she's at to get that ward down, and we attempt to. Drops a control ward herself, and now just going to be power for power there. As have to be careful. I will say that with Grass coming in for Gnar in this top matchup, I feel like it helped him against Renekton in the long run. Because the power of Renekton in this matchup was like the level 6 all-in, or just any all-in you could find against Gnar. With Grasp and Overgrowth, you get enough health where the Renekton can't really overcome you. The timer, the windows are a lot smaller. So we'll see if Won Jiang can at least try and open up that lead, as he is a player in his second year from the PCS that's been rather hyped up, or in the words of Kelsey Moser, pretty decent player coming from the PCS, so definitely hope for Ultra Prime there.
If they got the Kelsey Moser vouch, then I'm already...
And top lane, too?
Oh, you know, that's a hard to please roll right there. Now, Ultra Prime trying to start up this first rotation of Void Grubs. You got to be careful when Renekton is level 6. Flandre already popping the Dominus, getting as much damage as he can, but Wonjiang is able to throw him into the wall, and Junhao should go down to Tarzan thanks to that Lilia passive, force the flash over the wall, but Wonjiang wants to throw Bambi back into the wall, but they've got Kale for support, and Shanks fires a rocket over the top, sends Wonjiang back to the grave. Hope has arrived to the party. Good arrow stops Kale in his tracks, is eventually going to go down thanks to Waco with one more snipe set up by Saber. And oh boy, Cubby, I've missed this. Good old scrapping, and LPL is probably one of the best regions to ever do it.
Yeah, a lot of blood early. Props to Tarzan. He played out the back half of the fight really well, finding the E onto Wukong in the pit, having the blue suede shoes on to sidestep the Gnar. But the big thing for me at the start of the fight, Flandre, the empowered stun, actually caught Wukong's clone, and that's why they were able to have such a good start. And the fight's not over as the Grubs were split. The last Grub's up, and Junhao here to battle, but Kyle also here, spotted on a war, going to push Wukong off.
Yeah. Honestly, Junhao is just like me for real. I want that last Void Grub, and I want to be able to take it before the rest of anyone's legend.
Who cares about Crab?
Just one more auto attack. Good smite. And he gets the decoy out over the wall. I don't know what the split was between the two teams.
Oh, hold on.
Now, Kale might be in trouble. He doesn't have flash from the previous fight before. Rosie Love doesn't find another Zenith Blade.
Yeah, while this is going on, kind of a weird lane assignment here from Up, because Gnar was already top in the back half of this. We're going to see the empowered stun in the replay. It did catch the clone of Wukong. Bought time for Wonjiang to pop Mega. Great ult from him to kick off this fight. They find the Renekton, but props to Tarzan in the back half of this. Again, blue suede shoes, finds the sweet spot of the Q on the Wukong, as well as the E, and then the Q flash away from the stun, sidestep the wild up from Gnar with the help of Kyle to burn this down. Kyle does overextend at the end, falls victim to the enchanted crystal arrow that was snagged by Saber in the back half, but a 2 for 2. A lot of blood early as anyone's legends again. I think it's still a bit of a scaling game for them. And I will say, oh, hold on, more action.
Arrow. And that's the cleanse. Respect from Waco. Just making sure that he avoids any further CC follow-up, as that Shattering Strike would have led into the crash down from Kyle. But no all-in available now from Hope and Kale. Now, Waco still on trajectory to have a strong first item spike, has that tier stacking, the Serenity Dirk already purchased in his inventory, so more than likely a Yuma's Ghost Blade will be picked up, unless Lethality Viruses are still going for the Opportunity Rush. I'm not going to lie, Cubby, I'm not sure what the optimal build is. There's been so many item nerfs and bounce changes over the past few patches since the most recent competitive patch we had since Worlds. I guess players could be doing anything.
Yeah, we did see Yoma's earlier in the day, but at the moment, we see anyone's legends going for collapse. Kyle.
He's the target. Cyclone knocks him up. Easy kill pickup for Saber, but here comes Flandre flashing over the wall. That forces Waco's own flash, and he keeps his space. Flandre could go down here with one more piercing arrow from Waco, but he cannot stay in range because Shanks and Hope are leading the cavalry charge looking for Waco. They know that he doesn't have flash anymore. Just a couple more auto attacks. The slow from approach velocity, thanks to Ash's passive, gets him in range. Hope with the double kill, and Shanks will not go down as they avoid the last turret shot on the turret aggro for the dive. And anyone's legend will take that fight and say, you know, you had the level 1 over us, but we're taking the game momentum right now.
Yeah, I know that the opener from Kyle kind of looked like a grief, but the way that Flandre was able to follow it up, the space that he bought from that entrance on the Renekton was what made the fight good for anyone's legends. Yes, Kyle goes down, but look at what he catches in the process. Varus ult used to one-shot the support. Saber used everything too, and then the entrance from Flandre. Flash over, immediately distances Waco for the rest of the fight. He can't do anything else. That's when he's poke Varus against this Renekton. Flandre retreats at the right time. The space bought for his double marksman to open up. Perfectly played from Flandre to make sure Hope and Shanks have the space. And they chase one down, this one down, to get gold back in their pockets and get the lead back in anyone's legend's hands.
Yeah. Shout out to Kyle. That looked like a Cubby engage for sure. You thought that this was...
Oh, a compliment. Oh, wait, no. Kyle, never mind. Okay, arrow caught. Maybe we see a play on Wako.
Potentially. Rosie Love is already in rotation to make sure that his AD carry does not get completely destroyed on the pick. Second rotation of Grubs is spawning in the next 20 seconds. I want to take a note of some notable pickups here for the side of Anyone's Legend. Trinity Force already finished for Shanks. Leandri's Torment as well for Tarzan. These are some powerful one-item spikes. It's not the end of the game for Ultra Prime, but it does mean that compared to what Ultra Prime have picked up, Rocket Belt for Saber and Yumu's for Wako, that if your damage dealers go down first in this fight, you are losing the overall extended fight against Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and second Grubs, they're on the map. Very important fight. I still think, I know the item advantage for Anyone's Legends, it's there, but the champions at this point of the game, the strength should still be in Up's pocket. So curious if we end up having a fight here. For me, eyes on Tarzan. We'll see if he gets picked yet again. His first Grub does go over to Wukong and fights break out.
Rosie Love already trying to stop Kyle and Hope from getting into the fight, but they just turn right on to Wako as he gets completely isolated out. Flandre able to collapse from the left side of the river fight, and Junhao and Saber are forced to flee, leaving their comrade Rosie Love to die. Flandre absolutely tearing it up on this Renekton. 9-6 overall for Anyone's Legend, leading against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I thought that they got Tarzan in the top half of the fight, but yet again, he plays that one out beautifully using Lilia's kit to buy space. Thought for sure he'd go down, but sidesteps the abscond abduct from Saber. That stall bought the rest of the time for Anyone's Legends to just pump out damage on the other side of the fight. And that was it. I really thought that Tarzan, if he goes down, Up could have won this one as we take another look, but man, just not even close, because this side of the fight was all Anyone's Legends.
You've already seen that our focus is kind of on the right side of the fight, but as you mentioned, Tarzan by so much time able to use the movement speed from his passive to dance and dodge his way away from Saber and Junhao's effective combat range. And then by that time, the rest of Anyone's Legend just collapse on in, and it's pretty much history. Now for Ultra Prime, Matt, it's a 2,000 gold deficit. The snowball is now in the other direction for Anyone's Legend. At what point is it lights out for Ultra Prime?
It might have already passed, honestly. I think.
Are you calling it? Do we need to get the player's office in this?
Yeah, I mean, I am calling it because the team diff is in favor of Anyone's Legends. We're going to be honest there, but I think 2 items is where it truly ends up getting doomed. As the items, at this point, if Up are not ahead in this game, their champions, they do fall off outside of pretty much Wukong. And at the moment, being down 2k gold, Grubs even, I don't really see a point of pressure they can have on the map. And a lot of it, I got to give credit still to Flandre. He is way overperforming this matchup. That was pretty slick.
Yep. Escape. Oh. You know, it's a shame that because we're doing a remote co-stream, we don't have access to talking with the Observer, because I definitely would have called for the Observer to zoom in on the Corky butt cheeks. It's always a fun time.
Oh, you should have tuned in at the start of the last game, Rafa. The before minions hit, you're going to like the start of that one.
Ooh. Well, I'll have to go back and catch the VOD. Rift Herald.
No, they went on stream knows what I'm referencing. You're going to have a good laugh after.
Oh, okay. Wow, you know, it's always, I don't want to say it's a difficult time, but you are a pretty well-composed man. And if you break, that means it's really funny. So,
yeah, no, it's actually pretty funny. Yeah, you not knowing it, yeah, it is pretty funny. Anyway, Herald goes down, fight breaking out.
Really hate Tarzan. They tried to flash on top of him, but the front line just got completely eviscerated. Anyone's Legend is wiping the floor with Ultra Prime, and Wako's running the hell out of there. Should be able to get out just fine. The Rift Herald was secured, but now Wako, I don't even think this turret is going to protect him, because Tarzan is trying to rout him off. Good stop by Wonjong as they're able to finally get the shutdown on the Tarzan, but Kyle and Flandre make the collapse happen. Junhao using the Cyclone to create as much space and distance as he can, flashing over and saving Wako potentially as he flashes away from Flandre. He does survive. Shanks was looking for that last rocket, but good sacrificial lamb play by Junhao to save his marksman. But Cubby, I'm starting to be more in line with your call a couple of minutes ago, this could be over for Ultra Prime.
Tarzan is having such a big game. I know he gets caught out at the end, but how he plays the opener of this fight, the W to get out of, again, the Abscond Abduct and the Solar Flare from Ultra Prime. Fight's over before it starts because of how Tarzan played that one, and then the chase is on. I know that he ends up going down to the Gnar here. Didn't think that he'd get Mega. It's kind of a grief, we're going to be honest, from Tarzan, but still bought his team time and space to continue the play, and Flandre, no escaping this Renekton at this point. He's able to melt through the rest of the front line, and Anyone's Legends take objectives afterwards. Still really big. Nice React Flash from Wako here, the back half. Not bad, but still, for me, Tarzan's been the stud this game. Man, I know it's 2-2-4, not a super impressive scoreline, but the moves that he's made in these fights, just outplaying the 1v2s, the 1v3 points, even sniping away some buffs. Now in the back half, he's been a beast.
You know, it's a great way to bounce back after the level 1 debacle for the invade, and unfortunately, Rosie Love, that turret is no longer a safe space. Anyone's Legend has complete control on this bottom side of the map. You're going to start seeing the vision line being slowly pushed into Ultra Prime's encroaches. So for the rest of Anyone's Legend, this is now a game of how cleanly can we close this advantage out. Already 6,000 gold ahead. The second dragon is spawning in the next minute and a half. I think for Ultra Prime, you just have to be a little more...
Oh, Tarzan.
Hang on. Lilting Blues. Oh my god! Wako, play safe! 80 carries in 2024. You try so hard, you get so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Saber's the next target, and Anyone Legend is just having a ball on the Rift right now.
I thought it was going to be a Flandre player of the game at the start. It's a Tarzan player of the game. He sidestepped the chain of corruptions, threw the ball back, found the double sleep, and he's putting up to sleep with this one. Absolute beast performance coming out from Tarzan. The real hope of Anyone's Legends, who, again, this core, the Shanks Hope Kyle core, sticking together, having an upgraded topside. If you're an Anyone's Legends fan, this game is a preview for all that you're hoping for in this split, with Flandre and Tarzan carrying you. Look at that. The ball comes out, the sidestep comes in, and the Varus goes down to the power of Anyone's Legends.
And for, as you already called out, Anyone's Legend fans, this is such an exciting time, an exciting preview of what could be coming in at least the spring split for LPL in 2025. Now that you have such a strong jungle top duo that brings so much stability and reliance, or reliability, I should say, maybe Anyone's Legend will be a top contender. I'm going to have to go back in our notes and see where did Anyone's Legend end up historically in the LPL. But, you know, obviously we might be getting a little too far ahead of ourselves to judge off the sample size of 2 games. As you know, we called it earlier. This is the 80 carry experience in 2024 at the moment. Probably still will be the 80 carry experience in 2025. And maybe Shanks could be in trouble here as Ultra Prime. They just have to throw something at the wall here. They have to look for these really desperate picks. Unfortunately, the teleport makes it so that play is not happening. Shanks completely destroys one Zhang. Good flash by Saber, dodging the arrow at the very last possible frame. Junhao just going to make sure that he can escort Saber out to safely, and Flandre will not be able to pull this dive off. However, Kyle and Tarzan are looping around on the left side. Maybe they want to make a dive happen. Rosie Love, an extra body to see if they can stymie off the rest of Anyone's Legend for pulling this dive off. They just push them away from the inner tower, and that turret does fall.
That was kind of a badass 1v1 from Shanks, man. One Jung was trying to guess the Valk or the flash from Shanks. He held it, ended up Valking forward to dodge out from the Boomerang Blade, and just one-shot this Gnar. As when your mid laners treat Gnar like that, that's a pretty bad sign. And speaking of mid laners, Saber.
More fighting in the mid lane. Kyle might be caught out here. Rosie Love trying to lock down Hope, but there's no Hope left for the side of Ultra Prime because the damage dealer's already gone. Junhao completely isolated out from the rest of Ultra Prime's team. Good lilting lullaby. Wako's gonna pop it with the cleanse to make sure that he can walk out safely. Can't say the same about One Jung. And good swirling seed from Tarzan finds his mark. No point in burning the flash. And Shanks is gonna take a pit stop, wait for that minion wave to crash in before he can exit safely away from the base.
Hey, Rafa.
What's up?
They banned the Nidalee and the Syra for this, man. It's getting
no.
ran by the Lilia. Oh, Tarzan's been such a beast in this game. There's no stopping anyone's legends. As yeah, they might be able to go on legendary in this one. Baron gonna fall quite early. Junhao trying to make his way to the objective, but I don't think it's gonna be even close to soon enough. As anyone's legends, I mean, the level 1, the first few plays, it looked like Ultra Prime had a bit of a chance. Any chance of them having hope in this game was just snuffed out quickly by anyone's legends.
Immediately dashed away, and let's take a look back. What happened? 2 fights, more like skirmishes, that happened on both sides of the map.
Good flash there from Hope, as the combo from the Wukong Leona just not quite in sync. Sometimes you can find the Solar Flare in that window. Not the case, and then Tarzan just playing with people here. Had to get the shield off. I don't think he had Smite. Look at the sidestep on the Rang. Finds the 2-man, gets the Zanya's off to actually dodge out from the Mega Gnar too. That's a nice little perk there. And hits the ball to make sure that Wako joins the rest of his team's fate going down. Tarzan, studly start and performance to him on this new team, picking up right where he left off in summer, where he was a beast for Weibo.
I think Tarzan had nearly 100% hit rate on the last few Starling seeds he hit. The one sidestep on one Jiang, and then of course getting Wako on the other side. Now, anyone's legend making their siege happen. Baron buff on their side. It should be a lot easier. Rosie Love is going to try to hold the line as long as possible, but being this far behind means that this Leona is nowhere near as tanky as necessary to make that defense possible. Both the top and middle inhibitor will fall, and now here comes the siege cubby. This could be the end of the game. Oh no! We flushed into the arrow! Wako should still be able to buy some time here and throw damage out while the rest of his team holds the line, but Junhao falls. Good night, one Jiang, and Saber tries to walk it out back again. Rosie Love is back from the grave. Maybe they can hold the line one last time, as anyone's legend did lose out on Flaudre in the dive. 3-man Q flash into the sleep. Let's go, Tarzan. Show him how Lilia can be played to the highest level, baby. A masterclass on Bambi, and let's go, anyone's legend. They're going to go 2-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, we got the battle of the winners and the losers coming up here, as anyone's legends going up against OMG to decide the group. And in the back half, we have Up trying to take a win against Team Old Man in Super Gaming. So we got the rest of the night set up for us, Rafa. And man, I mean, anyone's legends, it was a bit of a rough start, but you would have never guessed that if you just looked at the end score line. As man, if Tarzan doesn't get player of the game, I will say player of the games have been right today. Day 1, I said they were 2 for 6 and who I thought should win. But this one should go over to Tarzan, man. He was a beast.
Something media bias. But if it's not Tarzan, you know, I would put my hat for either Flandre or Shanks. I think the entire top side played extremely well, and considering, you know, we talked about this a little bit during the game, but the fact that anyone's legend bounced back so well after the early blue buff invade, it seemed like such a catastrophic way to start the game, but you know, the experience of these players really comes to fruition in that first few minutes. And then once we saw how the first rub fight happened between the two teams, I think it was a sign of things to come for the rest of the game.
No, I like your honorary shoutouts. I think of Flandre for that first positive play for anyone's legends. I think that the way that he positioned himself after Kyle ran it down for the boys, and he was able to kind of get in the back line there and make sure that the chase was on for the double marksman was really good. But yeah, I mean, so many good plays coming out of the top side there, specifically of anyone's legends. Oh boy, Shanks. That might be enough damage to get you a pog, I will say.
I mean, I'm pogging right now. Holy moly, 30k damage. I mean, sometimes we forget how strong Corki mid can be. We definitely had our, you know, 80 carry mid meta for a majority of the summer split all around the world before World's meta eventually killed the Yordle right before we got into the thickness of the tournament. But Shanks showing us, you know, when Riot Games starts to show a little bit of love back to the Porkster in the mid lane, this is the type of damage output you can get.
Yeah, and I know from talking with Kelsey before, Shanks is a player I'm roughly familiar with. I know that he's been really trying to fight his way towards being that top tier mid in LPL for a while. This is his best chance to do so on anyone's legends. And I know that he wasn't the best at adapting some of the marksmen, but man, had a great performance on the marksman there. Bounced back with the trade of solo kill against Saber, and Saber, I mean, he had the wave frozen, but once Shanks broke that, got out on the map, and made his impact felt, oh boy, did everyone else feel it on the side of up as Shanks sent them straight down into their graves.
Yeah. And it does mean with this loss, Soldier Prime is no longer eligible to escape the group stage and move on. So the next match they play will just be, you know,
it's a show match
for pride, you know, and for good
match.
rep, as you know, this is still an early preview of what the 2025 LPL season is going to look like, you know, and any stage games is always worth the time invested. As we're gonna take a stroll through memory lane here, Matt. It's all the highlights.
I mean, this is going to be the Tarzan show for me, as some of the side steps he had there. I even missed that he got out of one of the Gnar Qs on the back half. Yes, he hits that one, but still flashes the abscond up duck. Sidesteps the wall, makes it look easy in the process. Shout out to Kyle with the assist there, making the space happen for Tarzan. And Tarzan was just a stud on the Lilia. Again, Tarzan, like, he was such a threat for Weibo, being able to play supportive champs like Maokai really well, but also his Zyra, his Brand were beastly in the LPL, and even seeing some of those appear at Worlds too. Great to see him perform on the Lilia here is the fight that I thought Flandre had a beast fight on. Played that one really well with his entrance, able to use his health bar and buy space really well. That's why we always see Flandre make his way into these top teams, because of how well he can buy space on his champions, like the Renekton, like the Gragas, and other things that we know Flandre for.
No notes, Matt. 10 out of 10 for the side of anyone's Legend of Flandre.
We're even seeing Tarzan at the top to smurf on everyone.
Yeah.
We got to show the top side, man. He's sidestepped everything again.
Take down the caster cans. We need to put the highlight on Tarzan's Bambi right now. I mean, my goodness, it just completely just styling in the 1v2.
Again.
And you could see how upset Ultra Prime were. They were like, man, we need to shut down Tarzan right now. But the Leona engaged, not enough to lock him down. And honestly, this play just made me feel so sad for Wako. Just trying to get in some chip damage with the piercing arrow.
So nasty from Tarzan, man.
Yeah, like getting tagged by that swirling seed, and it's just lights out for any AD carry in that situation.
Now, see, Rafa, if you hadn't already burned through the Flex Q and gaming references, then the real one that you should have made here is that Tarzan made Rossi Loves Leona look like me out there. I feel like that was your missed opportunity.
I mean, I already referenced you with the Kyle engage, where it looked like he was griefing, and then it turned out to be okay, you know?
Okay, but that was a positive one, you know?
Yeah.
You missed a real opportunity for Flame.
Yeah, backhanded compliment. Don't worry. If we get really in the trenches, I'll start throwing you under the bus later on.
Well, we got a show match later on, so we can have some fun with that one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, serious match first, as Anyone's Legends versus OMG to decide the group will be rather exciting coming up soon.
All right. DEMACIA Cup, show me what we all want to see. Who gets the pog for this game? Is it Tarzan? Is it Shanks or Flandre? Is it anyone else? You know, I mean, like, I don't
Shanks
think
is carry bias, man. I know you're the jungler. I'm with you here on this one. It should go to Tarzan. Like, that entire highlight reel was him just using Lilia passive to sidestep everything. They're flashing out of everything, or Lilia Wing out of everything. It was disgusting. He needs to win this. That
is the Lilia I aspire to be like when we're playing our Flex.
That was clean, man. That was clean.
Super clean. Oh, moment of truth.
Yes.
Tarzan!
Justice. Absolutely. All right. If it would have went to Shanks, I would have been kind of bummed. I'll be honest. Tarzan was way too good.
I would have been able to see it. Like, you know, I think the only one I would have been throwing my mouse at the screen would have been Kyle, because it's like, hey guys, you know what? We need to give love to sports every now and then, but we shouldn't take away credit from the people that actually deserve it, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, we definitely deserved here.
We're not giving out participation trophies for, you know, walking in and pulling off an engage when it looked like everything was about to go wrong.
To be fair, two of the old man teams are in this tournament, and they definitely are going to walk away with participation trophies. So maybe we give out just a few, you know?
Yeah, maybe you should play on that team, Matt.
Yeah, well, you know, Cacau's my age, but I was never actually good at the game in the first place, so we're gonna.
Yeah, but
Cacao.
You know, what is your age actually, Matt?
I'm 28, and Cacau's 28, and he's
so you're actually 56. You know.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
The way you act, we just double the age. You know.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway,
I've missed this. A lot. It's such a good time to be casting with you again. We will be jumping into a break. I don't know when. I imagine sometime. No? Oh, now. All right. Well,
right now.
right now. Okay. The producer in my ear is like, go to break right now. Okay. Well, this is my very awkwardly transition. We'll be going to break, and when we come back, it is Game 5 of Day 4 of the DEMACIA Cup. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for our banger matchup of the night. It is Anyone's Legend taking on OMG, both 2-0 in the group. How awesome how this has worked out for today's schedule. It has all led up to, Game 5 being the most pivotal match of the group. This one will decide who advances into the playoff bracket stage. And then for those who, want to stick around and chill with us for Game 6, that doesn't, matter that much. We're going to have a
meme. The meme game
here. We're stuck in this together, brother. We're going to be riding this wave out all the way until the very end.
Well, excited to see how that pans out, but I am more so excited for this upcoming match as the rest of us are. If you guys are tuning into this one, we got a banger on our hands. Anyone's Legends, OMG, 2-0 each. Winner moves on to face the BLG dev roster that is in this tournament. And OMG, it looked kind of meh tonight. I think that their macro, the way that they snowballed the grub advantage against Super Gaming wasn't great. They had a 30-minute game against the Old Man, which isn't a great look compared to the other Old Man performances that we've seen. And Anyone's Legends coming off of a blistering victory in this one, so we'll see if that can continue. As curiously banning out Zyra away from Tarzan, and the Victor hate continues from them. So they don't want to see an R3 Victor come in.
Listen, man, there's just too much arcane on the timeline. I think
that chant's pretty damn good right now.
The Herald of the Arcane needs to be put down. No more glorious revolutions in my chat. As the Rumble, I really like this from anyone's legend, because not only Rumble has been a very powerful champion in the DEMACIA Cup so far, but also the fact that OMG earlier this morning, Hong pulled out a Rumble jungle flex, and just denying that flex potential away from them is just a good way to start off the draft.
No, I think it's a great highlight. Also, Flandre played this in the game earlier on against the Old Men in Super Gaming, so was a decent performance from him. That said, Ambessa being taken. We have seen Ambessa get the better half of some of these lanes, so curious if we have any flexes coming out for the side of Rumble and Anyone's Legends to maybe dodge out on this lane matchup. As Corki going to be picked up, Starry has had good performances on that today. Lingvon also had a good performance on that today, and Shanks just had a good performance on that in the last game. So a bit of a deny and comfort for OMG from what we've seen so far in the day.
Quick question. Do we see Corki bot?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah, Starry played it in game 1. That said, if an Asher Varus comes out, that's definitely something that dissuades the Corki bot, as those are two marksmen that can space and be lane dominant against Corki. So if it is the Varus locked in for Hope, which it is now, for me, that pushes Corki a little bit more into the mid lane.
What if Starry says he's better and just takes the Corki matchup into Navarre's?
I mean, I'm down to see it if that's the case.
Keeping things interesting. Keeping things interesting.
I mean, it's a decent point though, because if it ends up being Corki mid, it does kind of pitbull Hong into a AP jungler. So if he wants to take that now, he would have to, or else that pool could get narrowed if we do expect that Corki to be mid. So yeah, not surprised to see the Maokai here. We're expecting to see that Corki mid. Maokai, that big R button, going to bring a lot of engage and setup here for OMG.
Now, hold up, man. What if, hear me out, what if this Maokai gets flexed around? We have seen Maokai top in this tournament so far.
In a Rumble too. I don't like the matchup, but it's been played.
Yep. The Maokai can get flexed around. The Ambessa, we've already seen in mid lane multiple times in the past couple of days in this group stage. The Corki still could go bot, although you've already pointed out that seems like a not ideal matchup for the Corki into the Varus, although it will be support dependent, and if they continue going down the line here on red side, they could save counter pick for support matchup if they're already content in either this Ambessa or the Maokai going into the Rumble. It would be pretty crazy if we saw the Rumble in any other lane with this allocation, because Vi is kind of just locked into jungle, unless you're a NA tier 3 supporter and saw some Skytech Vi back in the day, but I don't think Kyle is on that wave.
Yeah, probably not, as we do see. Curiously enough, the Akali ban is kind of interesting to me, because I was really expecting this to be Corki mid. Anyone's Legends still kind of questioning if it's going to be Corki mid or not. And the Poppy coming in, Poppy makes a little bit more sense to me. Also, more of a potential for Rel being opened up now for Kyle, if that ends up being the pick. But yeah, I was really surprised to see the Akali ban. I feel like that's almost a bit of a throwaway, as they could have banned something like Ashe, but apparently they want to play that matchup in what I expect to be Poke Varus. His R button is going to be very important for Anyone's Legends if they want to execute clean against OMG, because if it is Poke Varus, they are going to be on a clock.
Now, this does kind of show a majority of the cards here for OMG. With Ashe being locked in, you would imagine that now Corki and Ambessa are locked into mid and top lane respectively. That being said, Maokai could still be flexed to support if the matchup is okay for it, and there's something that Hong really wants to spice things up with in the jungle. Just having to wait for the rest of Anyone's Legend composition to show. Orianna being locked in, just add a little bit of extra magic damage, and the utility with the ball and the shield on any of the divers like Vi is always going to help. You can guarantee a shockwave delivery system with cease and desist, and if you add Rakan into the mix, now you're making sure that Vi has a dive buddy to go with, because in the past, anytime that Vi has the solo ult into a team without any proper follow-up, it does feel pretty daunting task for the Vi if you're not massively snowballed ahead.
Yeah, I like that shout out, and Rakan being a stronger ball carrier. For me, of course, Vi can carry it, but you do knock people out of the way on your way into the target for cease and assist. Rakan, not the case. You bunch him up with the charm of the Grand Entrance. So Nautilus being taken will give a little bit of a strong lane matchup for OMG, as Naut has good interactions with Rakan, able to cancel the Grand Entrance, and not being rather lane dominant in his own right, as well as that depth charge into a squishier team could provide real value. So I do like the not pick here. Of course, now you have the choice of Hope. Do I go cleanse against Ashe Maokai, or do I take Barrier because Nautilus is just going to knock me up anyway with Depth Charge to make things a little bit more difficult for him? As the scaling of OMG, I think, is stronger with the Corki Ashe and the Maokai. So more onus on anyone's Legends early on to utilize the big art tools they have in what we expect to be this Poke Varus, the Orianna, the Vi, the Rumble, and the Rakan to make sure that they get a lead early.
Yeah. It doesn't really seem like there's been many opportunities for any of our Varus performances to go on hit or normal kind of attack speed Varus, because opting into that puts you into a shorter effective range against a lot of these compositions. And with so many of these engaged threats and the CC that's flying your way, you really rather stay couple screens away, if not one screen away, while just throwing out piercing arrows and hoping that you're poking and chipping away at your opposition.
Yeah, you don't want to be the on-hit marksman going into Ashe plus Corki that can both interact with that range, when you could just play at the range and do significant damage to those squishies. So that will be the goal for Hope. We did see him rack up a player of the game against Super Gaming earlier on in the day on this Poke Varus, where he got massively fed in that game. I think he was 12-1-7 when it all came to an end. We'll see if he can have a good performance here to make sure that they secure the win and secure the group.
This is, just to reiterate for everyone at home, this is the big matchup. This is the fight night, cream of the crop. I'm not familiar with the terminology, man. You're gonna have to.
No, you're good. The 2-2-0 teams.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, if I cannot express how excited I am that the schedule did work out this way, that the matchups kind of later on after the second half felt like we were building towards this epic throwdown between the two dominant teams in the group, where now this is going to put everything on the line in a best of one, where winner takes all going into the playoff bracket stage.
Yeah, onto the roof for this one, and for me, a lot of eyes going to be on OMG, as they've got the Ashe and they've got the Nautilus, and they're looking to push Tarzan out early. Potential to dictate the map. I've seen Ambessa in a lot of lane swap scenarios, so can't really say who'd be more effective there between her or Rumble, but these words certainly tell me that lane swap might be on the table here for OMG.
Please no. Not the lane swap meta again.
Seen a few.
Oh no. Well, I've been pretty lucky to not have to cast one so far. I do like scrapping and I do like some action. We might just get it. Moham leads the charge with that little hook on the Kael. Two-man grand entrance on the 2, but now he's forced to flash. The Ignite is ticking down. Shanks also forced to flash over that Raptor wall. But the rest of OMG now starting to realize, with Flandre showing up, they're like, guys, why is the top lane here and our top lane is not? That makes no sense for the side of OMG, but they get punished for it anyway, and anyone's legend leading the game momentum with first blood for Tarzan.
The Harpoons, was the difference maker for anyone's legends being able to push that lead through between the slows from that, the slows from the E from Varus. Kael also doing a nice job of landing the grand entrance and using his health bar to at least keep OMG stuck in place. That first blood does go over to Tarzan, who has enough health to easily get through his camps. Good start for anyone's legends with that early kill going on to the player of the game and carry of the last one in Tarzan.
I think that was just so deceptive from Flandre to be showing up to that fight. I don't even know how many minions he missed on his way back up, since he opted out of teleporting there. But OMG, I mean, they probably were just as surprised as we were, going, whoa, why is Flandre here? He's not starting in lane. And then that completely throws out the calculation of that early all-in from them trying to make that invade happen. And while Flandre down 1 CS, as you called it, in terms of experience, I think that is such a worthy trade. And we're going to have to see if Harry can actually punish that, which is it's such a small advantage. I don't think it's going to be possible. Is now Tarzan. Ooh, I thought he was going to try to go for the Q flash. Normally, when you're looking for ganks as this Vi, you can play that.
No, he's got Rakan coming. This is the
They've
setup.
already beat it out, the Valkyrie. So now they can get a guaranteed flash on the list. Unless, wow, Lin Fong Balls of Steel just says, you know what, I am not going to flash, I'm just going to take this damage, and I will probably recall and just go for a teleport instead.
Yeah, still TP burn. That's really nice for Shanks. Missing flash himself, but Shanks now will have a better recall to get back into this lane. And like the focus and the timers being used by Tarzan to set up Kyle, that was really clever coming in. Is opened a potential angle for Rakan to find something onto Linfong, but props to Linfong, as you highlighted, Rafa, holding it onto his spell, or his big spell and flash, in order to get out of that one. And now, I mean, a lot of focus is going to have to be on the grubs that spawn here in a couple minutes. Because the big thing for Flandre, for me, is saving that TP. That does open up a grub swap or grub play, which could be really good for anyone's legend. With that walk up top, and this is a very early recall coming in from Starry. A little bit too early to swap. So I think Starry is going to walk back bot. And with anyone's legends having the later crash on the bot lane, opportunity for them to rotate that bot lane top to set up the grub is going to be on the table.
Yeah, and that's exactly my mindset too. The fact that they can now slowly stack up this wave, get a big crash in, it's going to force Starry and potentially Moham to absorb that wave so they're not missing too much experience. And that will be, you know, a minute and a half away, right in time for that first rotation of grub spawn. So anyone's legend already setting up the map pretty much everywhere to have that first set piece in their favor.
Yeah, Moham being spotted. Tarzan going to keep on clearing out his camps undeterred, as Tarzan got a very big clear off, which is matched by Hong, as both junglers ended up going for mirrored clears. Going to be finished up at similar times. But when the camps respawn here, blue side, of course, Wolves, Gromp will be spawning for each of our junglers, but one just so happens to be on the side of Grubs. The other one so happens to not be on the same side. So advantage, again, going over to anyone's legends. And all eyes for me on Hope and Kyle. What happens when they get this wave in? Do they swap? Do they walk up? They need a base. I think we're going to see Hope base, and we'll see where he goes from there.
Yeah, and they definitely have the time to do so. They still have about 45 seconds, 35 seconds before the first rotation of grubs does spawn.
They're really chilling though.
Already cycling his camps from bot to top. He's naturally going to be pathing towards the top side of the map. However, we're actually seeing Tarzan either go for an early dragon before they go for the
yeah.
I guess Tarzan is actually threatening a dive here, just hovering, hoping Kyle on this crash to make sure that Hong cannot punish, and he's going to use this pressure alleviated by his bot lane to push Hong out of the jungle, getting a flash out of him as well. That's going to make that objective fight even more easy for the side of anyone's legend.
I love Tarzan, man. This is the timer where you're expecting to go for grubs. I think that OMG, realizing they have the weaker early grubs fight, trying to look for a play elsewhere. Tarzan reads that, goes bot, gets a flash out of Malachi, takes a camp away from him, and then he just gets to take a lazy stroll through mid. No pressure, with top being continuously pushed in with the Rumble versus the Ambessa. They don't even need to rotate their bot lane up and try and find a numbers advantage that way for grubs. They can just lean on the matchups that they drafted for themselves to make sure this goes in their favor.
Wow, this is such excellent map play from the side of anyone's legend. The fact that you can alleviate the burden of needing the rest of your teammates to rotate on over for a set piece play like the grubs means that Hope and Kyle can maintain the pressure on that bot lane turret, not have to back as early once they crash. They push Starry and Moham off, even denying more experience and more CS, so it extends the lead of this already somewhat accelerated of Varus and Rakan after they had that freeze and slow crash. So this is just setting up natural advantages without having to actually fight and get kills for it on the side of anyone's legend.
Yeah, just a great understanding of the Tarzan, what he has at his disposal, the options, and how he can really cash in on what was a winning bot lane. Of course, Hope, at the time, he had a much better base than Ashe, and they were really chipping away at those health bars. When you have that poke Varus and the Rakan to boot, really easy to step up and trade with the Hellblade, sustain that health if you land a couple of Rakan Qs, which that 1-point wonder ability, rather nice for the lane phase, and you saw anyone's legends cash in on that with good play from Tarzan, doing a play that I feel like OMG was setting up, just give the grubs instead. The grubs are given, but Tarzan gets so much more than just that by going bot first. Really, really smart.
Yeah, the fact that he pushed him off the Gromp and he was still level 5 after afterwards means that then if I'm still level 5 as Tarzan after this Gromp, then there's no way that Hong is going to be, you know, level 6 at this Grubs, and therefore the one thing I would have to worry about as Vi is if the Maokai ultimate is available for a turn, but, you know, removes all potential variables of a upset for OMG. And now that Anyone's Legend have completely taken all the resources on the top side of the map, naturally shifting their strongest members towards the bottom side of the map, and now you can play for this dragon.
Yeah, slow push set up really nicely from Hope and Kyle as they're going to get this wave in, and this should go over uncontested yet again. Now, it is important to note, is Anyone Legends playing out a great map? Yes, they are. But the scaling, we favor for OMG. They have the Maokai, they have the double marksman DPS setup, so they can afford to drop a few of these. It's just a bend, not break scenario here for OMG, and so far, I think Anyone's Legends is playing this map out fantastically, but
yeah,
OMG, it's not like they're out of the game just from being down at this point. They do scale very nicely in this one.
Yep. OMG just have to, I think the term is lose gracefully for the next few minutes and try to give up as least resources as possible over to Anyone's Legend. If it does mean having to give up a camp, you know, let a wave crash, be a little behind in XP and CS, you know, so be it. They'd rather that scenario happen than, you know, trying to ego Anyone's Legend on any of these, you know, plays or any of these setups for the side of this bot lane, and then get punished even more for it, and then the gold deficit just balloons out of recovery.
Speaking of gold deficits ballooning, bot lane, we see Starry being zoned off here. Tarzan has yet to even show, but the respect from OMG. Hong not in position to cover a potential dive. They were able to pick up the scraps of that wave, but now Hong's going to come and get the bad news as Vi indeed hovering the bot lane, and these trades still going in favor of Anyone's Legends as the poke Varus plus the sustain from Rakan cashing in as this lead continues to balloon and grow in favor of Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, the Serrated Dirk purchase already paying its dividends for Hope. Yes, it's on a fully completed item, but that extra bit of early lethality for Varus, as they have now, what, I want to say 3-4 points into Q. Is Harry okay? Okay, dodges the equalizer. That was the big, you know, if variable there. As Tarzan still pressuring OMG's bot lane and jungle away. It looks like
oh, that's an R.
A lot of damage. They're engaging cease and desist right on the Hong. They know his flash should not be available, but he is not going to get out alive. The flash just barely came off cooldown just to die. They find Moham in the back half, and now Linfong needs to be able to turn this head. New flash hits Linfong in the mouth. Oh my goodness, Tarzan, you beautiful beast.
Wow, I cannot believe the day that we are seeing from Tarzan. He has been a monster. I do want to give credit to Kyle. He got caught out by the Nature's Grasp there from Maokai, but the bounce back on that engage, ended up finding a really good one. Bought time to get out, but my God, that Q flash from Tarzan to react like that, to save your support.
Sexy.
On point in the early season, has not lost a step from Summer. Kyle, yes, he gets caught there, flashes over the ECA. Look at this response, though. Ease to Vi. The W, he ends up getting pushed back by the Bramble Smash, but doesn't get that W canceled, ends up following through in the end. The TP did come down from Shanks, which ends up finding that one, but this reaction, the sidestep, the Q flash to find the face of Linfong. Yes, Kyle falls to the volley, but with space in the Corki. Beautifully played from Tarzan, Kyle, and Anyone's Legends to get as much as they could out of that. As bot turrets fallen, second grubs, what are in the sights of AL, as they are currently in the sights of OMG on a ward. Then Fong's going to give that one away. But grubs are being taken. Could be a 6-grub start for AL. And honestly, the first domino of the top hole for them, finding the win in this group.
What was so impressive for me for Tarzan's Q flash was he was already winding up the Vault Breaker. I'm not sure if they saw or had information that Linfong was rotating over because there's no wards, but just great game sense. Now, OMG are trying to force this fight. Harry with a TP flank on the right side. TP coming in for Anyone's Legend in the Baron Pit. They secure what I believe all 6 grubs for the side of Anyone's Legend. And Moham might be, great equalizer. Starry is getting cooked alive, forced to flash away as Tarzan is now leading the charge. Still has cease and desist available. Is not going to pull the trigger. Linfong could be the target as he is completely isolated from the rest of his team. Everyone left him to die under this tier 1 turret. And Anyone's Legend, Matt, I I don't want to say it yet. I don't want to say it yet. It's 13 minutes into the game, but it's a 5,000 gold advantage. This could be the game.
Yeah, I think you can say it. This is 6 grubs. I want to see if anyone's Legends can play out this advantage better than OMG did earlier in the day, too. As when you get 6 grubs, it's all about overloading sides and forcing the enemy to either respond or eat it. Keep in mind, anyone's Legends, they have a massive lead now, but their champ's stronger at the moment. I want to see them continue to keep the pressure up on OMG and balloon this gold lead to do what you can do when you have that big grub advantage. As this fight, OMG kind of have to fight to try and deny the 6 grub. That said, everything kind of goes sideways as Depth Charge doesn't find Kyle. He's able to kite that one out. Beautiful return of the Chain of Corruptions on the Moham. Makes it easy to chase down the Nautilus. And then, yeah, that equalizer in the choke, as you called out, Rafa. Really, really nice. They just completely split OMG on the retreat. And, good finds by everyone here from Anyone's Legends, as early in the preseason, things are firing on all points for these guys.
Cubby, do we start selling the Anyone's Legend propaganda right now? Do we start marketing it?
I mean, this was a team that you asked about their performance earlier on. And by the way, they're playing out grubs correctly, which I love to see. Just go hit Ninner as a group. Yeah, group up. Force the issue. This was a team that was just outside of making worlds, took 5th, 6th in summer, changed out 2 pieces, kept the core of Shanks, Hope, and Kyle, end up incorporating Fondre and Tarzan, 2 players that have found so much success in their career of LPL. Fondre really just being a role player, and Tarzan being a Swiss Army knife from the jungle, just an absolute monster, and a big part of the success of Weibo in the past split as well. It feels like Anyone's Legends kind of kept the core of what was working, incorporated something they feel like can work, and everything is firing early on.
Just so impressive and so awesome to see a well-oiled, seemingly machine from the side of Anyone's Legend. Obviously, we know that Shanks, Hope, and Kyle is still the returning core for this roster, and they're putting in a new jungle and top lane. But, you know, a jungler can make or break a team in whenever they move into a new roster, because having to be able to find that line of communication, what works well for you, being able to move with support, being able to move with mid lane is so important to modern competitive League of Legends nowadays. And, you know, for Tarzan to already either seemingly be so well synergized with Kyle and Shanks, or just the communication is so strong and effective from him individually that it's so easy for Shanks and Kyle to follow up, is a great sign of things to come for Anyone's Legend going into LPL Spring 2025.
Yeah, I mean, so many rosters formed are exciting. I mean, so many people excited about the JDG team that did 1-2 Cancun this tournament, but, you know, that happens.
Unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky. They did not play like they deserved it, but, you know, is what it is. You have this roster forming. You have small changes happening to... oh, hold on. Shanks. Good ECA.
Great arrow. It sets up the Depth Charge. This could be a way for OMG to get back to get some shutdown gold. Big bounty on the Shanks. And now the rest of Anyone's Legend, they got to turn tail. It's the rest of OMG. I'm not going to be able to lock down any other stragglers here for Anyone's Legend. They get out of effective engage range, but, you know, nice way for OMG to still stay mentally composed and try to find their way back into this game. It's going to be a uphill battle if they can pull it off, because it is still a 6,000 gold deficit, but taking Shanks off the map, this does give you priority for Rift Herald unless Anyone's Legend. I spoke too soon, Matt. Shanks is going to be coming up in 4 seconds, has TP available. Flandre coming in, equalizer right on the top, and, you know, Starry doesn't have flash from the fight before, just completely cooks him to a crisp. And Anyone's Legend, they're roasting everyone else on the back half. OMG. Oh my god, this was so unfortunate. They were maybe hopeful that they could take the Rift Herald off of one successful pick, but Anyone's Legend proved them wrong.
Nah, it takes way too long for them to do Rift at this point. They just had to fix their lanes, especially with Shanks and Flandre both having TP available. You could see that the collapse that came in and a beautiful equalizer from Flandre made that fight easy for anyone's Legends as the push continues. Mid-inner will fall, and this gold lead continues to balloon because of the 6 grub advantage and a good play from anyone's Legends.
See, Cubby, this is why I'm low elo, because I also thought that OMG were totally safe to do this play, but they burned so many ultimates to make the prior pick happen that anyone's Legend, they see this play and like, guys, they're down like 3 or 4 ultimates. This is illegal. We must punish this.
That's just a beautiful ult from Flandre. That TP, perfect location to the sumless, ultless Ashe, just roast at the hands of the Rumble. And when the fight gets totally split like that, and you have people TPing in, able to form the angles that are winning for anyone's Legends, it's pretty tough to fight against, as OMG, they do have a lot of scaling, but it doesn't look like they're going to get to use it later on in this one as Rift goes over. Kyle looking to make the great escape, which he will do so successfully. And now it's just going to be about the Baron setup here, as AL is going to continue to snowball this lead.
Yeah, we're at 18.5 minutes into the game, Matt, and OMG in a situation where damned if you do, damned if you don't. They were down 6,000 gold. They made the pick. They got a little bit of gold back and kind of shored up that gold deficit to 5,500. They're now down 8,000 gold off the play that anyone's Legend made, punishing them for overextending themselves on the map, trying to greed for more than that they could actually take. And it's not the 10,000 gold deficit, a point of no return for the side of OMG, but we're getting awfully darn close. And with the 3rd dragon coming up in the next minute, Baron, as you called out, in the next 45 seconds, I imagine that with a combination of these objectives, anyone's Legend should just be 1 or 2 fights away from closing this game out.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope for next season that we nerf grubs. Like, because what you were describing with the gold lead ballooning, a lot of that is just accentuated by the fact that grubs do so much damage now to turrets. And a lot of teams, again, we saw Worlds, these teams figured out the meta. It was play for 4, 5, 6 grubs, go overload a side lane, and just win out on the turret war. And anyone's Legends did a wonderful job of doing that. They've done it in all 2 of the 3 lanes now, and looking to do it in all 3 lanes as top inner is on their sights. Good dodge in the engage from Kyle as OMG reaching.
That was beautifully done by Kyle. Absorbs the Nature's Grasp, and everyone is single file line, so no one else gets rooted up. And then he's able to safely battle dance back away so that no one from OMG can actually effectively engage onto the members of anyone's Legend. Rift Herald only does get 1 charge into the inner tower, but it puts it into 50% HP. And Flandre starting to flank OMG right below that top side of the map. Harry is trying to answer back. Oh, they're going to look for the catch on the Flandre. They know he doesn't have flash. Does he have stasis from the Zhonya's build? I didn't get a chance to check the inventory, but we don't have the answer to that question yet because he just walks over to the safety of his team, throwing out the equalizer, and that forced the rest of OMG to back away. And Hong, you cannot stay in the jungle when the rest of your teammates abandon vision as the rest of anyone's Legend punish this walking tree.
And this map for AL is just too good. They even had a wave crashing in bot. Corki cleaning up under the inhibitor turret now and taking Smite off the board. Dragons up. They don't care. It's all about the Baron.
Can OMG turn this? They still have Ashe Arrow. Corki would have to put in so much work with these rockets trying to poke them off. TP is coming in from Andre. No equalizer available, but he's just going to use himself as a bodyguard. Good public execution by Harry trying to lock down Flandre. Kyle and Flandre are chunked out of the fight, but Story is obliterated by the shockwave thanks to Shanks. And now the rest of anyone's Legend, they turn off the Baron. The Baron will not be taken anytime soon since Hong is back on the map, but they are still strong enough to go for the Dragon instead.
Good turn by anyone's Legend. That shockwave from Shanks, that ball position was just too good. I thought the opening to the fight was decent from Harry coming out, but Shanks shut any hope of that fight down by the press of that R-key. Sucking OMG back in, finding the kills, and now the Baron was the first objective, you know, with Smite down, but ended up being a Baron bait. Turns onto the Dragon, and AL continues to push forward.
Take a look back at the replay once again. As you called out, they open onto Flandre, but then it's all about Shanks' ball positioning, finding this immaculate shockwave, pulling Starry down.
And with that terrain too, like that is a choke when it's this barren terrain. Just really, really well done by Shanks, using the ball to control the max amount of terrain threat. Starry walking through that choke was not available against the Orianna. Again, do want to give props to Harry. That was a nice opening of the fight from the public execution, getting out of the grand entrance and putting down the good damage with the cube. Just not even close to being enough.
Man, these past couple fights I've been really wanting to pop off. However, it is 4:38 a.m. and my family is sleeping, so I'm trying to be as hype as I can without waking up the whole neighborhood. But man, I'm getting so tempted, Matt.
Dude,
you can hear me. If we were still living together, you know, I would not give a damn. I would be sending it to the Valhalla in the high heaven right now.
you could be like Billie Eilish, be the first Mumblecaster, you know?
I like that one. Just ASMR hype casting.
Yeah, Baron is at half as OMG going to try and hype it up to get in there. Andre.
Yeah, Starry's immediately forced the flash. Throws out the arrow, stops the engage in its tracks, but not enough for Moham to get out safely. Harry onto the back line, trying to find something, but just does not enough damage. Unfortunately, Harry never got to the point where Mbessa all over them. And OMG too far behind, 11,000 gold deficit. Anyone's legend just completely running away with the game at this point. And, you know, 24 minutes in, I don't know if it's going to be a sub 25-minute win to add up to the other sub 25-minute wins they've had on the day, but really impressive showing for anyone in their DEMACIA Cup debut.
I don't care about the timer. I just care about the fact this is clean. As I love Hope there. The piercing arrow on the Maokai went wide, but he was trying to guess the flash from Hong. You'll see that in the back half of the replay. But again, I was a little bit surprised that anyone's Legends fully committed to the turn. I thought they could have had this one, but the equalizer, pretty nice start there from Flandre. Chain of Corruptions does connect, and Harry just the full focus after Moham falls. No one's going to let that Mbessa get going here, as once that happens, rest of the fight quite easy. And then here's the flash attempt. I like that one from Hope, just in case he went over the wall. It's like, nope, because he was dead anyway. So that's good plays there from Hope. Good, what we look for from some of our lethality marksman abusers is on.
Zoning arrow. Hong might be zoned into his death. Still has a flash. Wait for the cease and desist before finally using his flash on the ultimate. And the equalizer is going to cut off his escape route, and Lin Fong is also in trouble. Has to wait for the equalizer to time out before committing the Valkyrie and the flash away. Does escape. Can't say the same about Starry. He did not have his flash before. Hope wants a piece of that corky butt pie, and he gets it with the piercing arrow in the back, flashing forward for that chain of corruption setup. And anyone's legend is going to clean this out in style. 3-0 in DEMACIA Cup for their group stage debut. OMG, so close yet so far. We'll be ending the group stage at 2-1. Full A's for anyone's legend. GG, well played.
I mean, if you're cultured and been tuning into the rest of the DEMACIA Cup, one might say that anyone's legends looks like Thunder Talk, and OMG looks like JDG there, Rafa.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if we can give OMG the foundational props and expectations that JDG had coming into the tournament, since it was such a not only massive rebuild, but also a notable rebuild with so many, you know, big names like Scout and Shun coming on to JDG. However, you are correct that, you know, OMG, so close, unfortunately, not enough to get over that finish line and make it to the playoff bracket stage. Still want to give credit to them for their earlier performances out today, earlier in the day. But anyone's legend, my goodness, Tarzan having a ball on this team. Flandre also really, both of these guys, the jungle and top lane, adjusting so well and acclimating to the team environment, you know, without any real problems so far that we've seen.
Yeah, I will say, I don't feel like the competition was the best in this group for them. I do think that in the end, looking back, it's pretty AL favored, but hey, we'll see what BLG's dev team can do against these guys. And after that, we'll see if anyone's legend is able to surpass them, what they can do in this tournament going up against stiffer competition, because it didn't feel like they were really pressured at all today, outside of the level 1 from up. So, but hey, if you're an AL fan or a fan of any of these players, this is really all you could hope for in terms of a debut. Again, the goal of this roster, keeping what works and putting it with pieces that have worked historically for LPL teams and players that are very moldable in terms of fitting what already exists in both Flandre and Tarzan. Really feel like we saw the best of that today with anyone's legends as they secure their spot in the next part of the tournament.
Yeah, and, you know, I appreciate you bringing us back down to earth with the expectations that, you know, this group, probably not the toughest competition for anyone's legend to prove themselves against. But I will always take confidence building games to start off a new roster in any tournament that kind of, gets everyone into the good vibe state. And, we've seen so many successful teams in the history of League of Legends. Sometimes at their peak, it's when all the vibes are clicking well. And what better way to get those vibes going by, having a 3-0 debut start in the group stage and making your way into the playoff bracket stage. Now, before we continue to give more flowers over to anyone's legend, I want to give one last credit to OMG. 2-1 to end the group stage day. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have that many expectations for OMG. I was, maybe I was misinformed, but I was looking at Ultra Prime to be the second harder heavy hitter in this group. But they managed to pull out 2-1. And you know what, Cubby? None of their losses, or their loss was not less than 16 minutes and 24 seconds, which means that they did better than RNG against IG. So that's always a W in my book.
True. We did see some decent looks from OMG today. I really like that Hong Rumble, the flex that we saw from them.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I thought Harry Zambessa was okay in some of these fights, which is good. That champ's probably going to be good for at least winter or maybe spring. We'll see what happens with Riot and the numbers on that one. But also, for anyone's legends, I know we said this wasn't the stiffest competition for them, but we also saw JDG, another team that a lot of people were excited about, again, go 1-2 Cancun and bomb out of this tournament. So AL living up to the expectations of being dominant in this group is a good look for them. We'll see what happens with them as they move forward.
Now, you've been saying 1-2 Cancun a couple times.
You don't know this meme?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay. This is a good sports meme, and I was saying it because I was casting with Yanni that day. But the joke, if you get like 4-0'd in an NBA tournament, so TNT, they have a show with like a bunch of ex-pros and Hall of Famers. It's like Chuck, Shaq inside
like
the NBA.
Going early vacation, like
yeah. So it except for NBA, it's 1-2-3 Cancun, and like you'll have Chuck sitting there on the broadcast like 1-2-3 Cancun, like just flaming teams. It's pretty funny. Yeah, they won 2 Cancun.
Yeah, speed run, airport any percent, early vacation. Yeah, that all adds up.
I do want to say, before we leave this game, shout out to Kyle. I think Kyle, for me, is the support that I'm really hopeful for this upcoming year in LPL. Again, I remember him playing with Prince in Live Sandbox. Thought he was really strong there as a young player. Last year, I thought Kyle was decent. And against Moham, a player that was at Worlds, did come from D+, Kyle had a very strong showing this game with Hope, and definitely a support that I have my eyes out on. I thought he was really strong since Live Sandbox, and Rakan, a champ that I'm used to seeing Kyle do very well on. That Renata, I think, the strongest champs for Kyle. Excited to see what he looks like this next year for AL. I think of all the pieces, he's probably the least hyped, being a support and just given his background, but he's one of the pieces that I'm very excited about in this team.
You know what? That puts a new lens and frame for me on Kyle, because I was, just kind of alliterating him to you with some of the awkward engages. He did play a much better game in this one against OMG. But you know what? Even more respect. Any support that plays with Prince and makes it out on the other side, unscathed and mentally better. Props to them, and you know what? Shout out to Flandre for MVP, and very well deserved. Tarzan also had a fantastic Vi game once again, but I think this time the spotlight definitely on Flandre to turn so many key fights in this game on that Rumble.
I would have given this one to Tarzan again, just for that initial bot lane play we saw, or honestly Kyle, but Flandre did have some really nice moments in this, so well deserved. And again, 2 of the new pieces for anyone's legend is picking up Pogs in the last 2 games. Good sign for AL fans.
Yep. Great way to start for this new roster. And for us, that concludes Game 5. We technically have one more game. For anyone who is, concerned if they need to watch this game to see implications, technically, no, you can go to bed early on, or you can, go continue. But you know what? This is Game 6. We're going to have a blast. Me and Cubby are potentially going to go off the rails. I can't say what exactly is going to happen, but you definitely don't want to miss it, so stay tuned. Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. Game 6 between Ultra Prime and Super Gaming is now coming your way. Now, with this last game that just concluded, if you missed it, it was the epic banger OMG taking on Anyone's Legend, both previously 2-0 in the group for the day. Anyone's Legend ended up being triumphant, and they will now be exiting the group stage as the only team to advance into the playoff bracket stage. So it does mean that technically this game 6, it is for fun, and we're going to have a ball.
Yeah, I know that on official Riot broadcasts, we're not supposed to talk about Gambit at all. But, this might be a show match coming up. I'm just going to throw that one out there. So, it doesn't mean anything. We have an old man team playing. They went hard the first game. Who knows? We could see another Vlad mid that's roaming first, which was just absolutely ballistic from Xiao Xiaobao.
Oh.
Yeah, he played Vlad mid, and he went up against Aurora. He got absolutely smoked, but he walked to bot first multiple times, which you're not supposed to ever do, but he did it anyway. That's how much he balled. The neurons from the logo were activating.
Yeah, that's the old man team defying the meta and really showing the young guns what it's about, And
the young guns absolutely just fisted them, but that's fine. We're gonna.
Another way you can tell we're not on an official Riot broadcast. We just used fisting. But you know what? Here we are. Like we said, people. This is pretty much a glorified show match at this point. Playing for Pride for the side of Super Gaming, and for Ultra Prime, it's getting another solid rep in as they prepare for the LPL spring season in 2025. And for me and Matt, this is only my third game, but it is 4:52 in the morning, and for Matt 3:52, and his sixth game straightforward. So 0-7 to my comrade over on the right side.
I just killed the rest of my coffee at 3:50 in the morning. As I like to say, we're on Hollywood hours as things are getting interesting here. But that said, let's get to the draft of this game. Rafa, as we're making jokes about the fact that it could be a show match. And, okay, never mind. There's the Viego. Throw Kakao. We're going to get excited here. Kakao has honestly been the best player on this team so far. Kakao has been a beast, just like he always has for every single moment in his career. He never, ever had a down split. Don't even think about his time in EU. Don't worry about it. Let's give him the Viego and let Kakao go to work here. All right, that's what we're gonna do.
Covey, I know you have really good vision, but I would have guessed that if I didn't see your webcam, you would have had rose-tinted glasses on.
No, blinders, baby. It's all about blinders. All right, and also Europe doesn't matter, so don't worry about it.
True. Ultra Prime. Junhao hovering this Yone potentially for Saber. I don't know if this would also be a flex option for Wenjiang in the top lane. I guess depending on the matchup, I'm not familiar with how well Yone blind works for top lane, but it's been so effective in the mid lane in the past few months of the competitive landscape. That's where I imagine Saber's going to be piloting it. Wako with the Ashe walk in. Ashe Zyra, even though this is more than likely a Zyra jungle for Junhao, we know how strong this combo is with the CC and the amount of disengage that you have. And for Xiao Caobao,
also, I'm also about it. Also, I hate how you just pronounced his name perfectly when I've been like spamming reps of Xiao Xiaobao in the background because I cannot say this thing for the life of me.
Play Dynasty Warriors growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
And, you'll get some Chinese name pronunciation down pretty quick.
Well, I got some work to do here, but hey, Xiao Xiaobao in his second game did pilot the Akali and actually was really good with Kakao. It was the playmakers as him on the Akali and Kakao on the Nocturne were the ones really pressuring the enemy Corki. So this time around, we'll see if he's able to put together another good Akali performance. And, Rafa, I got to say, if you want to get a little bit creative, usually we have Longshin on weak side top laners is traditionally what we know him for in his career. Yeah. I see Akali. I see Viego. I'm thinking Sejuani top. We're getting out there. I'm throwing that out there. Sejuani Viego. Old school combo, maybe.
Yeah. Or if you want to get really crazy and really subject Kakao to tank burden, give him the Sejuani, and then flex the Viego to a solo lane. Hey, man, they buffed the numbers. They made lane Viego viable. It's viable. Is it strong? Probably not.
I've seen the first. Oh, I will. Actually, no, you can play Sejuani in the Nara pretty easily. I will say I've seen 2 games of Super Gaming, and Kakao must be on a carry for them to have any chance to win. That's my diagnosis. Also, a little bit of selfish bias. Also, seeing Kakao play Nocturne, I definitely fanboyed a little bit in that one, but you know.
Definitely a little bit of nostalgia, I imagine, for you.
Oh, dude, I fell asleep during that final because I was back in high school there, so I couldn't stay up for all of it, but I did stay up to watch a game and a half.
Oh man, are we talking like season 3 KT Drolster days?
No, it's season 4. KT Arrows versus Samsung Blue. One of the biggest upsets in league history at that point. One of the best finals. One of the best of 5s of all time. I swear to God. When I saw that was a huge upset, and Kakao was an absolute monster in that series, especially on the Nocturne. So, shout out to him, going way back, and also shout out to Puff trying to play better than what we've seen from him so far. So, yeah.
I've heard some rumors around the River Bend that you've been slowly deteriorating over some Puff play.
All I'm saying is that I went 14-4 on Smolder the last time I played AD in my Emerald 1 game, and Puff might want to stick to easier champs like Smolder. So.
Oh my goodness. Damn.
That said, he's got Corki Radana, not a combo that I am exactly I know or am familiar with, but Renata brings a lot of value this game, and again, into the Jax, into the Yone, into the Rel, can cancel some of the dismounts that we have, so good peel for Puff and for Kakao is going to try and get those resets. Renata Cassante can really hold the line against Jax Yone, and if Cassante gets ahead of all, getting Iceborne Gauntlet early can enable him to side then against both Jax and Yone. Could be big this game.
I like the call out there, since this was saved to counter pick for support 694, being able to stop a potential Rel engage with a well-timed handshake, since the crash down is very telegraphed, especially if you don't get the Shattering Strike preemptively to set up the knock up there. But like we said at the top of this draft phase, this is glorified show match. Ultra Prime, obviously, you're going to be, playing as well as possible. This is just, another chance for them to play, technically a stage match. This is all, remote, but, any reps that you can get in with this team before the start of the 2025 competitive season is a game worth playing. And for Super Gaming, they're here to have the ball. And if Kakao can at least get one last banger performance, especially on a carry champion like Viego, then we're in for a good time.
This guy still has got game. I'm convinced. But yeah, excited to see this one, as we'll have to see if Up can put together better games, because frankly, they've been really desynced. The first 2 outings that we've seen.
Yeah.
Of course, some pieces from the Up dev roster, and also some pieces from a PCS roster with both Wenjiang and Wako coming from the same team. So we'll see if they can step up and perform in this one, as we're on the riff for our last game of the group stage for DEMACIA Cup.
Vamos! If I could read Mandarin, I would love to tell you what they're
probably Jinx Chibi for TFT.
Advertising. Oh, you know what? I should have been able to put that together. Sorry to all my fellow TFT fans for not being completely based as F, and knowing that is the Chibi Jinx for TFT. Set's been fun, actually. I know you and I have been playing a little bit of it. A lot of our co-casters, Mazel and Alkbatter, we've played with them too, and we've been enjoying the set a lot.
Yeah, I got the gold. It's been okay.
Oh, nice. Me too. Hell yeah, bro.
I feel like I can walk into there, though.
Look at your webcam real quick. Dap me up, bro. Yeah. You guys couldn't see it, but we, remotely dapped each other up.
Well, speaking of not being able to see, Rosilov stepping up, and Saber going to sneak in here unseen, as we were setting this one up as a potential show match, and Rafa, we got a lane swap.
Wait, is Wako gonna go mid lane here? Oh my, this is crazy! This is a wild rift tech! Seeing a bot lane go mid lane, so we have a 2v1 in the mid lane. I mean, Xiao Taobao hates his life right now. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
He started W! He started W just to be in range, as he took that much damage early on. Really rough start. Also, he didn't even go D-Shield. He went D-Ring to try and win the matchup, as Kakao hasn't even started the camp yet. I don't know what's going on here. Zyra's already taken 2.
Yeah, what happened? I don't know if Kakao was we weren't looking at the mini map, but somehow Kakao was in a position where he couldn't already be on a camp, or maybe the threat of Rossi Love. Oh no. Hang on. Backtrack. Memory overtime. They spotted. They didn't necessarily spot Kakao on the top side of the map, but we saw as the audience Kakao trying to start on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he got pushed out.
And Rossi Love walking in, forcing him towards the bottom side of the map. So it was a delayed start for the Viego, and the fact that Cao Cao Bao is laning in a 2v1, Rossi Love gets to early roam and go for a little bit of a defense play, and now Kakao is going to be forced off of his top side of the map because Junhao has already completed a majority of his camps. He's still somehow level 2. I wonder if he missed one of the Krugs there on his way out, trying to leave as fast as possible. But as soon as he gets one of these Raptors, Kakao is going to be very sad, and he has a plant set up. He's going to lock him down. The Electrocute is going to get a nice chunk of damage off of Kakao's AP, and now Kakao doesn't even get to play the game.
This is just a brutal start for Super Gaming and Kakao, as it's going to be more like sleeper gaming for him, as he's only going to get one quadrant of the first 4 in the jungle. Zyra with the Ashe and the Rel mid into Akali, destroying the early jungle clear, and any hopes for Kakao to actually be a carry in at least this early game. He's going to have some big plays to come back, and meanwhile, Kakao's going to look to get creative here. Potential angle onto Saber.
The one thing that he could do is try to look for this crab, smite it, and get the hell out over on the top side of the map. He should be able to get the crab. Rossi is going to. Oh yeah, he's forced to potentially execute himself so that he doesn't give any first blood credit. Saber trying to see if he can get in range, maybe a flash W for the sweep, but Kakao will just die to the turret. So no official first blood gold going over to anyone yet.
Yeah, but you know what he gets from this? A double crab.
Yep.
Probably. It looks like Zyra's going to clean up the rest of her camp. She's got respawns on her other side of the jungle, too. So Kakao actually going to find a little 2-for-1. But a really nice opener here from Up, as it got Yone out of a tough lane phase into the Akali, especially early on. In turn, they got a good matchup for Yone into the Cassante, where he's not really pressured, especially with the grasp, which makes it a little bit easier to lane in matchups like this. And then Akali just getting straight up bullied by the Ashe in the early game. Really nice lane setup for Up. Is going to really make sure that Ultra Prime's off to a good start.
You know, when Super Gaming opted in for this tournament, I imagine that they thought, you know what, we're going to try our best, we're going to have a good time, and then going especially into Game 6, you know, Ultra Prime might do something funny. This is not funny for the side of Super Gaming. This is torture. Now, for Cao Cao Bao, completely put behind almost 20 CS to his counterpart Saber, who's been, you know, having a blast just farming away against the Cassante matchup. And Zhang somehow not falling that far behind in terms of CS compared to his counterpart against Puff and 694 on this Jax.
I mean, Corki Renata is a lane. Renata definitely being chosen for what she can bring to the fights, and that Counter-Strike going up against double range, working a little bit of extra mileage, is Jax able to absorb all the XP. A lot of the CS will be a tad behind against Noxian, who was able to get back into this lane first, but as the lanes reset, we do have the bot lane top, and it feels like Ultra Prime have leads everywhere.
You know, there's not a devastatingly gold advantage. In fact, the gold is kind of even for the most part. But when you look at certain lane matchups,
Kakao!
No, it's
my goat. He
I
still
don't know
gets
if
2 for 1.
Matt, but I think Junhao smited the wrong grub.
Yeah, it's still a 2 for 1 because they just cannot contend with the pressure that Ashe Zyra brings this early. But the fact that they got 1, good play from Kakao, frankly.
Yeah, that it might have been a little panic from Junhao because he knew that Kakao was in the area thanks to using the E for the miss. Now, Rossi Love trying to set up that engage for Wako. A lot of damage being traded back onto the AD carry for Ultra Prime, Puff, and 694. Just making sure they're holding up the pressure on Kakao. You know, the early start was not super fun for, you know, any jungle main to be in that position. I know I was pulling my hair out if I had to be in that position as Viego, but he's recovered decently well. You know what? Kakao has been through the trenches in his, long and historic career. So, something cheeky like this, not keeping him down, and even trying to look for some pressure plays on this top side of the map. Doesn't find anything with Rozzy Love and Wako getting this crash in, but just ensuring that Puff and 694 are not completely pressured out.
I'm not sure how Renata's down 2 levels to Rel, but that also is a thing that just exists in this game. Been a lot of walk-ins so far for 694.
Especially considering that Rozzy Love spent a majority of his time early game, roaming.
Yeah, this is a puzzling one for me, but
Impressive.
regardless, Kakao gonna manage to get another crab, still clearing out his jungle. Zyra has a bit of a lead, but we'll see if anyone sets their sights onto the dragon. At the moment, my sights are on Wako on the Ashe, was walking towards the mid lane. I'm gonna go back towards the top lane. We'll say Super Gaming. Oh, okay. Spotted out there with a hawk shot. Nice delay of tempo here. I was about to say, they had a chance to actually get a clean reset in and maybe push for this dragon, especially with Ashe showing on the top side. But Rozzy Love being a real pain in the ass here for Puff, forcing him further and further back.
Just delaying the time that Puff would want to get a potential buy-in. Looks like he's just getting a couple long swords for himself. He's already picked up a tier and a Sheen, so decent trading abilities and getting that more mana, eventually starting to stack up a bit. Still, pretty even state game, despite all of the funky lane assignments we saw at the first start of the few minutes of this game. Kakao looping around for one Jiang, still has available to flash, looks for the flash, clean from Kakao and Longsha, and it's first blood for Super Gaming.
That setup was fantastic. Meanwhile, that connected.
Using the perfect execution just to clear up the minion wave and get in range of this tower so that he was safe, and he just completely takes out a majority of the gold and the experience that was being pressured by the side of Ultra Prime. I don't know if Cao Bao wants to stay under this tower. Saber could be in trouble, dodging and using the Fate Seal to escape the clutches of 694 before he and Puff could lock him down. And the rest of Ultra Prime are going to have to respect the teleport from Longsha, making his way towards the top side of the map. As now Super Gaming, you know what? A respectable way that they are answering back in the game so far.
Things are not all that bad. And man, that play from Longshan and Kakao, the ult from K'Sante into the stun from Viego, hella clean. Couldn't do that any better myself. I couldn't ask for anything better myself. As
if
very
you
well
want to try that later on, and
nope, not doable for me.
Okay.
At the moment, though, we do have Longshan. When you get early Iceborne, you do have the chance to actually answer Yone and Jax at this point of the game. So the fact that he has access to that, very important. It's just a bummer that he's going up against Ashe. I like the decision to put Ashe into K'Sante, because if K'Sante is into either Yone or Jax at this point, chance for K'Sante to pressure that lane the way that we saw him pressure the bot side.
Not gonna lie, I blacked out for a second. No notes. Very mindful, very demure. Ultra Prime. This is my very awkward transition. We're going into second rotation of Grubs here as Junha.
No contest.
Yep. No answer from the side of Super Gaming, but you can't contest for everything, and you gotta be thankful for the plays that you are able to make. Kakao down a flash. Not willing to risk his life just to stop those grubs from being taken. I want to see where Super Gaming's next set piece is going to be, though. There are still some pretty nice ultimates to use. Cao Bao, anytime with the perfect execution, does have assassination threat onto a squishy like Wako. However, with Flash and Barrier at the ready and no Ignite, I think it would be very difficult to pull that off as a solo man play. So far for now, Super Gaming just letting the solo lanes cook in the meantime and collect some CS.
Yeah, I do want to see Ultra Prime trying to overload aside of being 5-1 grubs at the moment. We did not see them do this successfully with Ziggs earlier on in the day. So would love to see them do it successfully here against Super Gaming. I apologize. That was OMG that did not successfully snowball it from earlier. But again, when you have grub advantage like this, just go play into the lane that lacks wave clear. In this case, I think it's smart. They sent Akali top. Given the fact that Ashe showed bottom, they need to rush bot, though, because it looks like Ultra Prime's doing this correctly. If they get mid-prio here and just 4-man the bot side, will be free plates and potentially even a first turret with 5 grubs before the side Ultra Prime.
Waco already building up this big wave for the crash. Looks like it's going to be Longsha with the assistance of 694 trying to pick up this wave and defend the turret. First plate goes down, second will be picked up shortly as well. But the rest of Super Gaming, the fact that their presence is starting to make their way down here, shows that Ultra Prime have to keep their distance, respect the space that Super Gaming is currently holding at the moment. And so far, turret plates will be protected at the moment.
Yeah.
Unless they want to send Saber on the bottom side of the map as well.
It's a good hover so far, and perks of having Cassante be ahead early as a fight breaks out. TP coming in. Super
That's
Gaming.
Gonna forward Ultra Prime away. They got to teleport Summoner Spell out from Tal Tal Bal, but that does now open up the top side of the map to get taken by Wonjong.
And that's a Jax, so that's going to be taken rather fast as Wonjong, fantastic Jax player from the PCS, got his hands on it this game, and this turret should go over to him rather easily. No TPs available for Ultra Prime to respond, and that will be first brick for Ultra Prime secured as Super Gaming. No response from them.
Sheesh. 725 gold for a Jax.
Yeah.
And I imagine with Sheen and the Hearthbound Axe already completed, that this Trinity Force should be picked up on the next buy. The arrow, does Saber want to look for it? He's already under tower, so he's just going to go in for a quick chunk, proc the grasp. Wonjong might be in trouble, trying to walk over to the wall so he can flash, and then he dodges out by Fleep, striking back to the minion wave, and oh boy, Longsha, a little sheepish, trying to flash back in pursuit. But I feel for Longsha, trying to set up that play, burns the flash, doesn't get anything out of it anyway, and Wonjong makes a pretty nice escape.
I always said Wonjong is a good Jax player, looked pretty experienced there, has made that one look easy, and I really didn't like that TP earlier on from Xiao Xiao Bao, because it put the Akali into the lane that UP were trying to pressure. And with Ashe being down there, I just meant war of attrition. Akali loses out over time. Free turret going on over. Will be Ultra Prime likely setting up now mid or top, or is mid's the last outer. They have the knockdown. Top would be to play away from this dragon as Kakao has snuck in here over vision, but looks to be securing the second drink of the game for Super Gaming. So decent answer here from Kakao, but of course the grubs and the pressure from Ultra Prime just a little bit too much for Super Gaming to handle.
Yeah, and for Super Gaming, these teleports have to be the more important plays that they make, because when you look at their composition, what tools do you have to engage? Not really anything. You don't have an Ashe Arrow, you don't have a Maokai ultimate. You know, you're relying on flanks from your two solo laners to get into the backline and cause a lot of disruption. The only way you're going to be able to do that without, proper vision set up is if the rest of Ultra Prime is overextended, and then you have these teleports and you have these long extending flanks trying to wind their way around. I imagine that that's what Super Gaming was hoping for, but they weren't close to being that overextended, as Wako just throws an arrow to Puff's face, stuns him under the tower, but totally okay. I think that just buys space for Wako to clear out this minion wave so they can rotate over to the second rotation of grubs. But, this is what Super Gaming is going to have to be super conscious of, is just how and when they pull the trigger on those teleport flanks to make sure that Ultra Prime are actually overextended enough to make those plays happen.
Honestly, I just can't believe how seriously we're talking about this game. I did not expect this kind of game.
You know what? You're right. Thank you for bringing me back down to earth.
Yeah, each team's playing like it's for their lives, which tactically it is for pride going into the groups without, hoping to drop games. Oh, Kakao.
Face checks the Jax, throws up the helicopter staff, and just walks away. Saved myself there. Definitely wanted to say something different, but Ultra Prime just gonna maintain full.
Not flower stream. Well, moving forward, Puff in the mid lane gonna continue to clear out, as we did see the arrow fly from Wako recently. But this game continues to be as boring as I was hoping it wouldn't be.
Super Gaming had the one really clean play between Kakao and Longsha, and it's at least a nice way to make things interesting. But Ultra Prime have been playing a pretty stock standard, very clean macro game, using the advantage of the Void Grubs and just playing off of the disgusting farm advantage you can get when you have something like a Zyra jungle, super accelerated thanks to the way they played the early game.
So I will say, day one of groups, the circle of suck for Team Blood, and how bad like the teams that beat Team Blood actually dictated who won the group, which was Thunder Talk. I did say earlier on that I wasn't super impressed with the competition that anyone's Legends had to face. And the fact we're playing the old man team this slow and this cautious from both OMG and Ultra Prime, I feel like speaks to that.
Putting some respect on the legends of the yesterday, I guess you can say.
I feel like you should be more disrespectful, but, you know, that's fine. I'm not, except for Cacao, of course. You gotta respect Cacao. This guy's still a baller. They respected Cacao so much, they set up an entire strategy to 3-quadrant him, level 1.
And he's still not massively that far behind. You know? So
he's just that much of a baller.
Yeah, I mean, Cacao, my goat. Rest of Super Gaming just holding on to what they can. Goal deficit not insanely large for them to overmount and overcome.
He's fine.
Did Junhao steal that?
No, of course he did.
Oh.
It's Cacao.
Based.
Yeah, went over to him. He smited.
That can always be frustrating, you know, and it's just like, you know, not the end of the world, but, you know, as you're trying to grab the resources, whatever you can, and just telling your team, hang on, guys, I can carry this game. This motherfucking Zyra just stole my Krugs, you know, but, you know.
Yeah, I will say, when I saw Viego early picked, I really thought it wouldn't be something like Renata bot, because usually you want some setup for Viego.
Yeah.
Like Cassandra, you know, option here, it didn't exist as hostile takeover. That goes wide.
Well, yeah, kind of hard. Oh, hang on. This is what I was talking about. Cao. Good teleport flank. Finds the backline, but he gets locked down before he can get anything else off, using the perfect execution second cast just to escape. And when you're using it as an escape tool, it doesn't feel so great as the Akali. And Super Gaming now on the back foot. Saber pushing forward with the ranks of Ultra Prime. And great all out from Longshot, pulling Rozzy Love over the wall. And somehow Super Gaming making out no deaths and one kill on their side.
Gold men, they got a kill. Actually, well played there from Longshu, who was able to, of course, ult Rozzy Love back. And also the escape there from Xiao Bao, enabled by the Mikhails of 694. So while the ult wasn't great, the Mikhails was sound, ends up getting the Akali out of there. And what was honestly a really nice lockup here from Ultra Prime is we get the replay. Akali can't move thanks to Rozzy Love and Saber. But the Mikhails and the ult out gets Akali out just barely. Then the kite from there. Good cancel on the hop there from Longshin, who ended up having a really good fight. He's been really good on the Cassante in both games. We'll see if he can step up again in this one. His ults are down, but the dragon is up, and Super Gaming's looking for it.
And they are already up 2 dragons, so if they manage to clutch this one out, this would put them at soul point. Teleport in for Ultra Prime. It's Saber joining the fight. Cacao and the rest of Super Gaming push back into the safety of their blue buff jungle quadrant. Wanjiang trying to pressure with the right side of the flank.
Yeah, Sweeper saw Jax as Saber goes in, gets the Valkyrie Puff. Well played. Cacao gonna have to choose a side of the fight to take, as they're kind of waiting for ults to get back up. Hostile takeover's up in 7. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Already below 6,000 HP on the Ocean Dragon. Xiao Bao looking for the flank once again. Holy moly, Longshot just gets popped like a balloon. And Xiao Bao does find Junhao. The smite is available for Cacao. Soul point for Super Gaming. Well done by the assassin from Super Gaming, but Saber is still alive on the Yone, and he Kimbo slices them back into Swiss cheese. My goodness, Super Gaming completely wiped off the map.
I actually thought that Cacao and Xiao Bao could have turned that one, but the flash from Saber was sound, got him out of the stun. The combo coming out of Cacao on the Viego. That's going to mean that Baron goes over to the side of Ultra Prime. So while still point was secured, not enough to take the fight. And Ultra Prime, the favorites going into this game, going to get their first big piece in terms of making sure this game goes in their favor.
And the Baron is getting burned down fast enough that not even 694 potentially roaming over to the Baron pit, looking for a cheeky steal with some ranged Renata ability. No steal is going to happen. Let's take a look back at that fight once again.
Yeah, just Longshin got locked up, and Xiao Bao on a really good angle onto the Zyra, but Puff just zoned out of this fight completely. Oh no, he hit the word. Okay, yeah, he gets melted here by the Jax. Meanwhile, other side of the fight, though, I want to see... Oh, we didn't catch the combo. It was a really, really sound flash from Saber, as when Akali went back in, Kakao went for the W flash, or just the W play, to try and lock up Yone, but the the E, and then the flash from Yone did create enough space to dodge out on the stun, dodge out on the combo from Kakao. Was able to walk away with the dragon, but nothing else.
Silver lining, Matt, they're on soul point. So
silver lining, Kakao found the smite steal. He's still the GOAT.
I mean,
a flash was needed to outplay Kakao's skill shot, which means that he's not totally washed up, you know.
True. You know, Kakao still got hands. You know,
yeah, no, he's kind of balling still.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good tag team effort from him and Cao Cao Bao, since they took out Junhao before the dragon was in smite range, so that it did make Kakao's life easier, but still an impressive feat nonetheless. And for Super Gaming, that's kind of all they have to work with. They're now down 5,000 gold, Baron buff, and still the grubs on the side of Ultra Prime. So anytime they get a chance to walk up to this turret and put some damage into it, it is going to get completely melted down. Longsha tanks the Shattering Strike. Here comes the Renata ultimate, trying to separate the fight here. Teleport coming in for Ultra Prime, but Kakao finds the first reset, but it's on the Zyra, and you're squishy as hell, so you're going to get popped. And Wako is able to handle himself just fine against Cao Cao Bao. The assassin will not have his day today. Trying from Longsha to escape as he finds Saber on the back half and just dodging one more, but it's not going to work. Wait a minute! Dance the style on top of the one Jong, almost burned out of the fight. I'm super impressed that Longsha was able to survive that long under the tower, as now he might just look for Rosalove, as one Jong is going to 0-7 for his comrade. No, don't leave back in, brother. There's nothing you can do to save your comrade. He's already gone. And Super Gaming, they're holding on.
Nice fight from Longshan, but also want to praise Wako, who, yes, Kakao got locked up after he became Zyra, but that was a pixel-perfect Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as we're going to get the replay. All this fight was really about Longshan, though, on the Cassante. Has started it, not bad. The hostile takeover ends up catching two. Really well done. Yes, Zyra gets knocked up, but watch this ECA coming out of Wako. Frame perfect to find Kakao there. Make sure that he falls. Good kiting from Wako as well with the help of Rosilove to make sure that he gets out of there. And that is just the Cassante show. I thought Saber almost outplayed this. Nice buffer there on the Q3, but the auto connected, and then we saw Longshan kite that went out, lean on the Doran shield and the health regen that Cassante has in his kit and in this build to sustain through that. And we'll see if Cassante can continue to be a problem in these fights, because if he can stall enough time for Kakao to get a reset, if that is the given scenario, again, could be exactly what Super Gaming need to actually get back into this game.
Two things also as takeaway from that fight. One, after the dragon fight where Longsha got immediately popped, he took that personally. He was on a mission to absolutely wreck Ultra Prime's day. And the second, I think Kakao, as great as he is, hang on. Ultra Prime almost caught there. Longsha trying to set up the play onto Wako. Cao Cao Bao doesn't land the Shuriken Strike. The perfect execution is not going to be enough to threaten. Had he landed the E, it might have been a different story, but Ultra Prime gonna be saving their 80 carry for another day. As the rest of Ultra Prime now disengaged safely away from Super Gaming, and Ocean Soul is about to come up, and they're down their mid laner.
And no TP for Xiao Xiao Bao too, so this Ocean Dragon likely going to go over to Ultra Prime, preventing Ocean Soul for the moment. But man, that was close. I mean, if the E connects, that's one thing. He also ulted to get out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which was well played. And if any other damage came in, maybe he gets the bailout, but none of those things happened, and instead, it is Ultra Prime taking control of the Dragon and securing it for themselves.
Good stuff by Ultra Prime. The solo laners just being bodyguards, making sure that Super Gaming can't get into the club. Ocean Soul denied for now. It's the first dragon picked up for the side of Ultra Prime, as they are able to effectively delay potential doomsday scenario and the one timeline where Super Gaming can pull out a win despite being down 7,000 gold.
Alright, well, Ultra Prime going to set their sights on the top side this time around. A couple bot fights, they're a little bit tricky. Maybe didn't go as convincingly the way that they wanted to. But maybe top side. There's a little bit different fortune for them, as I am really grasping at straws of what to talk about in this game, Rafa, if I'm talking about whether we're going to do bot side or top side based on how the last fight went.
True.
But, you know.
Just depends on your preference.
Here we are.
Ah, you missed it. There we go.
Nope, I refuse to acknowledge that.
It's late hours, y'all.
Definitely didn't miss it. I just refused to acknowledge
Okay.
it.
You just made sure. Anyway.
Yep. Wako.
Ash Arrow connects. Longsha. I don't know if he was supposed to be the receiver of that Mikhail's Crucible. I'm gonna keep it 100. But you know what? No one from Super Gaming is effectively hurt, but Wanjong is bought a lot of time thanks to the engage by Ultra Prime to take the inner tower on the bottom side of the map. And now Ultra Prime pressuring, but Fate Field lands on a Cacao, forced to flash away. Still has the Heartbreaker in case he needs it for another reset or for a escape tool. Rozzy Love getting pressured out by Longsha.
Good hostile takeover.
All out. And now Super Gaming, they've teleported in Xiao Taobao, maybe looking for a turn, but Wanjong finds himself into the back line. Counter-strike, helicopter dong in the air. Puff might just go down, but wait a minute. The rest of Super Gaming corralling around their AD carry to make sure that he doesn't go down. Xiao Taobao now in danger, tries to go in with the perfect execution using the second cast to get out. Longsha falls, Cacao is next, and the rest of Ultra Prime stand triumphant in the own jungle of Super Gaming.
And that was a massive hostile takeover coming out of 694, but just no follow-up on the back half, and Ultra Prime. That angle from Wanjong looked aggressive with the Zanyas, with the flash, and with the counter-strikes, able to make sure that he bought his team the space they needed to win that fight, and now looking for the end.
28 minutes, 35 seconds. Super Gaming still have access to 3 of their members, but Ultra Prime have all 5. They're pushing in through the mid lane. They take out the inhibitor in swift manner. On the top side, Saber's already pushing in the wave so that they can look potentially for another. But the rest of Super Gaming, their jungler and top laner spawning in the next few seconds, so no more sieging will occur for now for Ultra Prime. They'll take their leave after already taking the middle inhibitor, but we're going to take a look back at that replay.
Good catch on a Cacao to start. The health bars were so good for Ultra Prime at the start of this, just given all the free damage they got, but this hostile takeover nearly turned things. It was massive, just Puff, Cacao not quite able to follow up on that. Xiao Xiaobao was also stuck in the back half, and then Wanjong coming in, bought so much space. That flash counter-strike, nearly getting Puff to go down, did have the Zanyas to buy time, got out of the ultimate from Cacao from that too, had some help from Jun Hao as well in the back half to make sure he had the space to navigate his way out of that. Really good angle from Wanjong, using all the tools he had available at his disposal to make sure that fight was easy for the rest of his team in Ultra Prime.
And now the Baron is the play. Ultra Prime have a pretty aggressive vision set up, but, you know, props to Super Gaming. They are able to fight their way back into the jungle quadrant, and Ultra Prime starting to see if they want to peel off here. It's still 5,000 HP. The Zyra plants are taking up the majority of it, but the Baron is now reset. They look for the turn. Ash Arrow on the Longsha. Dashes forward aggressively. Now needs to make his way out of there. Wanjong threatening on the right side with a flank. Counter-strike in the air. Throws it up. Gets the stun down on the Longsha. Gets knocked in. Good ulti by Jun Hao, being able to throw it in. Saber with the follow-up, Fate Sealed by 694. And now Cacao, it's all on him to find the reset. Wanjong, Puff is still alive. Wait a minute, Saber's gone. Cacao has the Heartbreaker to get out alive. Longsha could still be in trouble, but this is still playable for Super Gaming. But a lot of low health bars, and Wako finds his moment, flashing forward. Gets the slow down with the volley. The arrows, they're piercing into Longsha's back, and they're slowing him down just enough for Wako to take him out. Xiao Taobao could be next. But the rest of Ultra Prime, they don't have enough movement speed, they don't have enough engaged tools to find any other stragglers from the side of Super Gaming, but a statement fight from the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, honestly, that was close. Cacao, he ulted to make sure he got that first reset, but I don't, if he doesn't do that, he has 2 ults available, and I think that might have been the difference in that fight, and him being able to follow up on the rest of it. As for a moment there, Super Gaming looked like they could have won that one.
It was so playable. I mean, anytime you get to this late game scenario, Matt, with a Viego on your team, any fight is so winnable. And you could see the gears turning for Cacao. You could see that he was calculating, how can I play this fight out and completely 1v9 it.
Yeah, Puff played this fight really nicely, too, as they were able to get Saber in the back half. Yeah, that ult from Cacao to get the first soul. There, he's stuck. If he doesn't do that, then he has 2 ults to try and chase the Zyra. Instead, has to go back. And those health bars, I know Saber went down, but between him and Wako cooking at the start of the fight, they were able to get the health bars of Super Gaming low enough where they couldn't continue the fight, even though they had the numbers. So just the 2 for 2 in the end.
It's enough for Ultra Prime to pressure Super Gaming off, but for Super Gaming's credit, the Baron was not taken, and there was not enough time for Ultra Prime to look for the objective at the end of the fight. Everyone had to get a chance to reset in. And now Super Gaming, we're back to square one, trying to fight their way back into the vision, or the river for vision control. And
for Team Old Man,
yeah,
it's been decent. This is the longest that any team has lasted between Super Gaming and Team Blood from the two teams from the Legends Cup.
I mean, props to the Old Man team for keeping up their endurance. You know.
Yeah, they're not doing too bad in this one. Even game 6 of the night doesn't matter a lot, but meanwhile, potentially another fight in mid. This is where the slows from Ashe get to be very painful. As Ultra Prime force Super Gaming back, and will recede to Fog as they try and control this Baron.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. I mean, Longshot's the tank, but Zyra at this stage of the game hurts so much if you get caught by any of these plants. A lot of the max HP percentage burn and the high base damage off of these plants once they get empowered is now Junhao and Wako turning onto the Baron. Complete vision control of this river entrance from the red buff quadrant. Xiao Taobao is going to enter first to see if he can try and poke his way through. Kakao popping the mist. They have to go through this control ward. It's already 3,000, 1,000 HP. Baron is secured for Junhao, and Saber locks up 2 on the back half of it. 694 trying to make his way out. Xiao Taobao. Oh no, the plants! The Liandry's burn! And Wanzhong hits him over the head with the lamppost. Here comes Longshot, tries to equalize the fight, but gets nothing for it. Junhao still staying alive, and the rest of Super Gaming has fallen from the top side on. Puff and 694 escape with their lives, but I don't think a 2-man defense is going to be enough to stop Ultra Prime from taking this game.
No, it was the opener of the fight. The Tempered Fate from Saber sealed the fate of Super Gaming as he found 3, got Kakao immediately, and off the back of that, Baron, Ultra Prime would end this game with a victory.
With that, Wanzhong throws up the helicopter dong one more time. Puff trying to get the cleanse out to dodge the stun. Good handshake, tries to pull Wanzhong into the fountain laser, but not far enough. And ladies and gentlemen, GG, well played for Ultra Prime. They close out their group stage run with a 2-1.
Shout out to Super Gaming, who had a noble run that time around, as the Legends did a little bit better than Team Blood, who managed to win that tournament over them. But always fun seeing Kakao in action, and frankly, that game was a lot closer and a lot more interesting than what we expected. We were kind of expecting show match vibes. Not even close.
My bad. I said 2-1. I think I meant 1-2 for Ultra Prime. My mistake.
You're just used to seeing them win the best of 3s from LCS, you know?
True.
Yeah,
you know, I just assumed that, you know what, this was the match of their lifetime, and they were able to make it out. You know, props to Super Gaming for, like you said, the endurance, keeping it up without need for any stimulants or whatever. But for the side of Ultra Prime, good showing from them, and it's a way for them to build up some confidence, as this is their last stage game before we head into the LPL spring competitive season for 2025. Obviously, we'll be rolling through the credits of the highlight montage reel. We'll be rolling through, you know, who the MVP was. But I want to get a head start, Cubby, on, you know, getting some early previews of what the playoff bracket stage is going to look like. And for those who missed the first 3 stages of, or the first 3 days of the group stage, we're going to do a quick little recap. Give me 1 second. I have some copy. You know, I'm not doing this off the dome. I'm not that impressive.
I mean, we can wrap up this game while you pull that one off, as we're gonna get the post match. And
here we go.
I will say, Zyra damage versus Viego in that opener for Junhao ended up having a really good performance in this game, as Kakao was never really able to get into it. And shout out to Puff. I know I bullied Puff a little bit on the Ashe the first 2 games, but Puff was quite good. I didn't have to break out my player hating degree for that one, so well done. Again, Super Gaming, very noble performance from them, being from the Legends Cup, and congrats to Ultra Prime, who won 2, not exactly what they were looking for in this group, but hey, did win the game they were supposed to win.
My narrative is that Puff just stepped it up for you in this game. He wanted to make it proud.
The copy of me flaming him, you know, it got to him, and he really wanted to make sure that, you know, I shut up. So that's the narrative, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
That works for me. One last look at some of the stats from both sides of the team. I mean,
good damage.
Yeah. Really good damage.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I win.
Get into the copy, Rafa. What do you have to read for us here?
There we go. All right. For the prior 3 days of the game, hang on. Let's run this through. Week 1 recap for anyone that missed on the first 4 days of the DEMACIA Cup. The 2024 DEMACIA Cup group stage has concluded, with the rising stars of each group set to move on to the semifinals. Edward Gaming from Group A, Anyone's Legend, Group B, Thundertalk Gaming from Group C, and Invictus Gaming from Group D proved themselves worthy of continuing their journey to be crowned Kings of DEMACIA.
Let me take day 1 here.
Okay.
I was on for this one, all right? Day 1, Thundertalk Gaming delivered a decisive victory over JD Gaming, the favorite team in Group C. Upsets raised concerns about JD Gaming's coordination and consistency as they got 1-2 Cancun, suggesting that their roster might feel like a sleeping giant the upcoming season. Thundertalk's success highlights their bot lane 1xN and Feather, who exhibited exceptional synergy. Additionally, their new Korean mid laner Satab, recently acquired from LCK Challenger Scene, showcased promising talent, someone to keep an eye out for in the 2025 season, featured a killing 1v3 on Akali against JD Gaming as well.
Moving on to day 2, Group A featured a blend of legacy organizations and emerging talent from the LDL. LGD, with a roster comprising of 3 promoted players from their LDL team, showcased decisiveness by defeating BLGJ and engaging in close matches against EDG and FPX. Their efforts contributed to FPX's 0-3 record in the group. The last match between EDG and BLGJ determined the group's outcome, where EDG's LPL experience put them to a massive advantage, leading to a dominant performance over BLG's academy team. A player to look out for at EDG's roster is the support Wink, who delivered exceptional engages, facilitating the team's strategic execution.
Yeah, day 3, Invictus Gaming showed their star-studded roster by delivering a decisive victory over Royal Never Give Up in just 16 minutes, and we saw the return of the Shy, who did look like the Shy. The match was a testament of IG's strategic dominance and individual skill on every level, rising up to the expectations of that roster. For RNG, the match was a big setback, leaving us wondering about the future of Milky Way, a highly estimated and anticipated jungler to make his sophomore return with a strong performance in the 2024 Spring Split, where he earned the title of Rookie of the Split. His return to RNG was highly anticipated, but unfortunately his performance in the DEMACIA Cup was lackluster. If anything, IG's firepower sends a strong message to the other teams of the competition: catch up or get caught out.
Also, a strong message to Kadril that maybe he could be hopeful again about the Shy, his boy. Moving on to day 4, this was today's group. Anyone's Legend dominated Group A, highlighted by the addition of their new jungler Tarzan, known as a cerebral jungler in the LPL. Joining Anyone's Legend in December 2024, brought a new style to the team in their match against In their match against OMG, Anyone's Legend showcased better strategic execution, leading to a decisive victory. Tarzan's presence in the jungle was instrumental, facilitating aggressive plays and securing objectives that set the pace for that game. The DEMACIA Cup offers fans a preview of what lies ahead for the LPL in 2025, setting the stage for an even more competitive season. Keep up with this year's last League of Legends esports tournament, unofficially broadcast by former LPL talent and content producers turned fans. Please... going too far ahead in the copy. I'm sure we got most of that correctly on the first try. Maybe we'll do it again. And we're going to get a look at the MVP for our last game of the group stage. It is actually Wako. Nicely done on the Ashe. Very aggressive looks for him. Really nice flashes to secure some of the last few plays there.
I mean, not dying in a game we were going up against Viego, Akali, and under a lot of pressure. I do think that Wako showed a pretty good performance. So good to see from him. Of course, a new addition from the PCS as Ultra Prime looks to incorporate him and Wangzhan, as well as a couple dev pieces that they had into this new 2025 lineup. And while it didn't look too hot for the majority of this group, it did look good for that last game against Super Gaming.
No notes on my end, Cubby. This was fun. Any overall takes from you from our first week of the DEMACIA Cup and the group stage that we saw?
Ooh, I gotta say, I thought IG and Anyone's Legends were quite dominant in their groups. I think IG was arguably tested a little bit more, but I'm excited to see them go up against some real competition, as of course those top LPL teams were waiting the victors of these groups to face later on, and we should have a pretty killing top 8 bracket once we get into this tournament, which I'm excited to watch. I think I'm really hoping to see Anyone's Legends go up against someone like IG later on in the tournament. Could lead for some very exciting matches with two teams that have different looks and two teams that people are very hopeful for when it comes to their chances of going international in 2025.
Yep. For fans at home that might be wondering what the playoff bracket stage is going to look like, do you have that information to disclose at this time?
Let me go pull it up from the fandom. So bracket that we got coming up here, it is as follows. The top side of the bracket, Weibo Gaming are going to face EDG, and BLG will face Anyone's Legends. As a note, it's not BLG's starting lineup as they are off, given they played the most games of any team in the past calendar year. I think that's well deserved. That said, if we want AL versus IG, it's going to have to be in the finals because the lower side of the bracket, it is LNG against Thunder Talk and Top Esports going up against IG. That's the matchup that I'm most looking forward to. That I think is going to be a true banger. Of course, these are best of 3s for the quarterfinals. Semis and finals will be best of 5.
Yep. Well, I believe that does it for us on our end, Cubby. I don't know if there's any other content pieces or graphics that we have loaded up. I'm going to double check with our awesome producer, Nick, here. But if we've got nothing else, just want to say this was a blast to cast with you again, Cubby. I think we were
a pleasure, man.
super overdue. I don't know how we never got a chance to cast officially in either NACL or even LCS the couple times that you got a chance to guest on the broadcast. And also, there were multiple times we told each other, hey, we should practice cast together. And that never happened, unfortunately.
I mean, you didn't have to reveal that one. We did some stuff together. But yeah, it was a pleasure, Rafa. And shout out to anyone and everyone supporting this stream for LPL English. The plan is to continue coverage of the DEMACIA Cup into the LPL season as well. It's been a huge opening 4 days for us. We'll have a sub button soon. And excited to see what happens with this channel as we do our best to bring the LPL action to you with our big team and very talented team behind the scenes. Shout out to everyone who's helping us out.
And big credit and thanks to our team as well. So many talented and passionate people behind the scenes. Obviously, there's not only returning LPL alumni that are helping keeping a similar broadcast product alive in the new landscape that we're approaching in 2025, but also even more passionate people who are ready to put their foot in and put in the work to continue delivering a product that are either completely new to the LPL or have been working with the LPL for quite some time in the past and returning to make it a product that is still, can be loved and cherished and enjoyed by an audience. So just honestly, it's a pleasure to be a part of that team and everyone else here.
Yeah, I go the same. A lot of people behind the scenes you don't see on camera helping us out as well. So extra shout outs go to them. And that's it for me, Rafa. It's been a fun couple days covering the group stage. Excited for more action coming soon for quarterfinals. As those games, I will say, will be played starting on Monday, the 23rd. So we're going to have a bit of a break, but starting next week, we'll have plenty of action for you guys.
So everyone, enjoy your weekend. Hope the holidays are not insanely stressful and you're getting a chance to spend time with your loved ones. I know old man here, Cubby on my right, is going to be flying back home to spend time with his loved ones. So I believe this is it we're seeing from you on the broadcast, Matt?
Yeah, probably. It's been fun, though.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, gonna miss you, but thank you for giving us the chance to cast together once again. And for everyone else at home, thank you for tuning in and keep each other safe and, stay healthy and love you all. Have a good night or good morning.